เ Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken, will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. as we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rip the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome everyone to the LEC 2024 Spring Split Final, live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. After another nerve-wracking lower bracket run, Fnatic find themselves once again facing their arch rivals and LEC behemoths of G2 for the title. My name is Shax and I am joined by GB and by Finn. Nuke is also joining us later, so we'll welcome him in just a bit. But first, gentlemen, G2 versus Fnatic once again, this time in a Spring Split Final. How excited are we?
We are very excited. I think if anything, we know that this series always delivers. G2 versus Fnatic has rarely disappointed us when it's the best of 5 series.
Yeah,
It
and I
has.
think there's really no better team to get in a situation like this, like a Fnatic that's also ramping up at the same time. The fact that they're feeling a momentum coming into it is the best kind of Fnatic we can have.
Momentum is one hell of a drug, and Fnatic, they have it. Yesterday, a reverse sweep versus BDS. I think that's why we don't have Nuke on this segment just yet. We're going to talk to him later. But what a horrendous start to that series from Fnatic, Finn. It was just not good. I believe it was called a dumpster fire by Goldberg. So how did they turn it around, and why did it take so long?
Even in game 3, it looked very scary with this Arenas all dying 3 times in the early game. But I think some really great fights by Noah and June, and this very clutch factor coming in, gained them a lot of momentum coming into game 4 and 5. And I think they managed to swing the ship around coming to the end of that series.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking a lot about productivity today, because that's really what made the difference for Fnatic. The fact that they drafted themselves tools where they can take control of the game as already from the early stages, already piloted from Razork on Champions who could invade on, where he could dictate the tempo, really made the difference from Fnatic.
But I gotta ask, we talked to Razork, of course, in PGL as well, you know. You've gone through this lower bracket and you know what works for you. And he admitted himself that the first 2 drafts were really not anything they could do anything with, in particular him as a jungler. So you can talk about ramping up, but oh my god, you are on against match point. Your run is about to be over. You won't go to MSI. Your mid laner starting 0 and 3, and then you wake up?
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, better late than never.
Okay.
I mean, you gotta give kudos to June and Noah. They really like pulled it out of a hat there, squeezed water out of stone, whatever you wanna say. They really just like 2v2 kill them and then transition that lane so well. And I think what Razork said makes a lot of sense, because if you're a jungler and you just have to cover out every lane and put out fires wherever you go is really bad. You really wanna have the proactivity, you wanna be able to make the first move.
It's true. You're right. Better late than never. But Razork did say, I don't want to let it go that far versus G2. Now, G2 and Fnatic, they will be our MSI representatives, since if G2 win today and therefore win winter and spring, Fnatic would be the team with the highest championship points regardless. And if Fnatic win, of course, they would go as first seed. So let's talk about MSI a little bit. Goldberg, do you feel like with Fnatic and G2, we have the best crop of teams we could be sending to MSI?
I was already saying this in the green room yesterday as soon as it was over. I think that Fnatic is the team, I think Fnatic is the team with the highest ceiling in secondary to G2 that we can send, but also they can have some of the lowest lows. But in terms of flipping that coin as a secondary team, I'm happy sending Fnatic. They might come in there and look insanely good, but they also just might come in there and, you know, flop. But I think it's still a good team.
There's been a lot of doom and gloom regarding our MSI that's coming on, but I think like people have to realize that we only have to beat The Asian teams on our best day if they're at their worst. As long as we can beat them at that point of time, there is hope for us to beat them.
Ah, it's
Skill
about
and a little luck.
timing. Okay. Well, there are, of course, a couple of representatives from around the world that we already know are going to MSI. We, of course, saw the conclusion of the LCK final this morning. You know, it's shaping up to be a very nice field of teams, I think, in terms of MSI, with also the new rules in terms of you can't do a team kill that early on, which is what we saw last year as well. I mean, I'm definitely very excited, and I have some trepidation and some nervousness about our teams particularly.
No need to. Did you not see my segment yesterday? It's looking really good for us.
It's been on repeat.
Yeah, and I mean, even like some people are like, oh, can we beat NA and all of that? Listen, Team Liquid sending a guy who's famous for now trash talking, right? But this guy has never played UFS solo queue, okay? We are fine in this regard.
We are fine in that regard, but I think as Europe, you know, maybe I'm hanging on to the past. I know I am, but we should be looking to beat those LCK teams, those LPL teams, and, you know, time will tell.
What's showing me now in this meta is that the teams with the strongest solo laners seems to be doing the best across the world. We see like BLG with Knight and Bin, and we see G2 with Caps and Broken Blade. I think wherever the team has strong solo laners, they seem to be successful right now. So I think that's going to be the clutch factor for now coming into
the Hopium, it's being huffed already, but the play-in draw show that will be held on April 20th after the conclusion of the LPL Spring Final. Now, it wouldn't be a finals if we didn't have a quiz. So we're gonna play a G2 versus Fnatic quiz. You, of course, are very free in chat to play along. First one is, which champion is... Whoa, question one. Sorry. How often have G2 and Fnatic faced off in LEC finals, excluding today? 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, or 6 times?
Do I have a buzzer?
No,
okay.
just if you know so.
Well, I don't know any of them. My knowledge on this historically...
So are you gambling?
I absolutely am, but that is fine. That's why I love multiple choice quest.
Yeah, stop yapping.
Okay, sorry, number 5. C, 5.
Correct.
Boom! And that's why multiple choice is the best.
I see how you finished school because...
Well, I was a dropout.
Kudos.
Question number 2. When was the last time Fnatic beat G2 in an LEC
2018.
final? 2018, correct?
It was in Copenhagen.
It was, and Brox actually won in front of his home crowd.
I was there as a crowd. I was clapping.
You were there?
Yeah, I was there.
And now you're here.
Yeah.
Wow, look at you.
Damn.
Question number 3. Which 2 players have participated in every G2 versus Fnatic final?
Wait, since the LEC... Oh, yeah, true. Okay, wait. One of them had to be Caps because he was there on both
Caps
ends.
and Wunder, I think.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, I was speaking out loud. I should just say it. What the hell?
What's the tally, actually? I think it's 2-1 for Finn.
It is 2-1 for Finn right now.
Question number 4. How many LEC titles do G2 and Fnatic have combined? 17, 20, 22, or 25?
Should be 20, I think.
I think...
20?
Okay, I'm going to say 22 then.
20, correct. 3-1.
I wanted to say 20 as well, but you took it first. Exactly. It's all about tempo. Tempo.
Gentlemen.
Sorry.
Double or nothing?
Oh, yeah, hell
Double
yeah.
or nothing, of course.
Okay, question number
man.
5. Which champion is the most picked in G2 versus Fnatic LEC finals?
On.
I'm saying Braum.
On.
Ornn. GB wins the whole thing.
Boom! That's how we do it. Another losing bet for you, my friend.
Does it hurt? Does it hurt
defeat.
more or less of being knocked out of the LEC?
Less, don't worry.
I'm not that level yet. That's
cool.
fine.
Thank you. I think we're really warmed up for the entertainment portion of the day. But last week, G2 did bring back lane swaps in their series versus BDS, and Aragon is breaking it all down in the latest edition of LEC Playbook.
In their series to qualify to the Spring Split Finals, G2 came out with a unique strategy, bringing back lane swaps. This was something that we saw used by NIP over in the LPL, who pulled it off against FPX a few days before the LEC series. We're specifically looking at Game 3, where the strategy looked especially strong. In the draft, we see G2 pick Jinx and Lulu into Varus, who is then paired with Ashe. BDS ban out Sion expecting another lane swap situation, and G2 adapts with a similar, albeit weaker pick with a blind Zac, who can participate in or deter early dives due to his passive. So why is G2 opting into bad matchups on both side lanes? Well, that's because they're not planning on facing them in a traditional lane setup. They're banking on scaling with their bot lane. So by swapping, they dodge the oppressive lane and the early game jungler that can dive, and they also deny gold from Aatrox, who needs it much more than Zac. Why is this not more common? Well, it used to be. So in patch 6.15, Riot removed fortification from bot lane turrets for the first 5 minutes of the game, which means that top lane turret takes half the damage of bot lane turret for those 5 minutes. Going into the game, BDS expect a swap, so they invade to drop wards and track the lane assignments. However, Broken Blade fakes that he is walking top lane by purposefully walking over the ward, and the G2 support is never spotted as the ward placement doesn't fully cover the lane. By the time BDS finally has information that Jinx and Lulu are top lane, it's 1 minute 32 into the game. Minions are in lane and it's too late to swap, so they need to commit to mismatch lanes. A factor that probably led to them wanting to use this against BDS specifically is because they are playing against players that weren't professionals in the era of lane swaps, so adapting on the fly is a much harder task. Then there's the optimization factors that allow G2 to do the swap and minimize losses. They picked Jinx, a champion that can kill minion waves fast with a mix of rockets and minigun auto attacks, as well as Lulu, who is running an attack speed shard and demolish to be able to assist in turret sieging, even through turret fortification. From here, G2 is in the driver's seat. They play by fast pushing into the top turret while Broken Blade is also around the top lane, to act as a nuisance and try to disrupt BDS's solo lanes. At 4:25 and on their reset, G2 have taken 2 plates in the top lane, while BDS have taken 3 in the bot lane. Even assuming a game with no kills, a 125 gold deficit to the enemy bot lane is a much better option than the prospect of laning into a Varus Ashe and a jungle Volibear. G2's goal is to quickly kill minions faster than their opposition, and look for windows to switch lanes to avoid BDS's bot lane. However, at 6 minutes 20, they break the expected pattern by faking a recall and luring BDS's bot lane into a trap. At 10 minutes, G2 have opened a 2k gold lead, but more importantly than that, they have their Jinx in a prime position to carry the game, and the gold-starved Aatrox is never going to pose a threat.
That was an amazing explanation of an old tech from the old League of Legends day, but let's get the coach opinion on this. Dylan, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
We talked about the swap lane and how you guys brought this back in League of Legends. Tell me about the thought process behind this. I know that the players said that you watched the Ninjas in Pyjamas game, but how did you go from seeing this in another region into thinking this is going to work in the LC?
Actually, before we saw that LPL match, it's something we were talking about for about a week or 2 weeks beforehand, mainly because we thought in certain draft structures, it made a lot of sense. It really fit a lot of the champions we wanted to play and the type of game we wanted to play. So yeah, we decided to try some scrims. I think for our team, it's good because I have a lot of experience in the lane swap.
Yeah.
My career was actually started making videos about lane swaps. I coached back in Season 5, Season 6, Season 4, where it was pretty much like every other game. So also, our guys are very creative. So when you give them a new toy, something like this to mess around with, we'll just spend all day just talking about different variations. So it was a very fun thing to implement.
I love how you mention new toys because they bring a lot of toys to the table. But how do you define what is going to make a good toy on stage or something you don't want to use? Picks-wise specifically, because when I look at the draft that you guys played, you implemented a lot of stuff. Rek'Sai was one of your innovations in the LEC, at least. The Kog'Maw answer to Smolder back then. What passed the test run? Like when you scream with some types of champion thinking this is what is going to make a difference?
I think we need logical reasoning and evidence, actually, as coaching staff. Just an idea or opinion or like my uncle said it's really OP or something like that. That's like the uncle meta we call it. That doesn't really count for us. We need actual some sort of evidence, something that's performing well in solo queue or in another region, or someone who puts out a lot of games into a champion. And then it needs to fit well strategically. So we kind of need both of these to implement something new.
You talked about coaching staff in general. Something that I often ask Romain, but I want to have your opinion on it, is that we know how you coach the players, but how does the coaching staff coaches the coaching staff? How did you progress this year maybe with the rest of the staff from G2?
I think the big change this year is having Duffman on board, and he helps us kind of do our roles a lot. He's very involved in very specific macro things. As for how we keep each other accountable, just communication. We're big on meetings and talks and a lot of just like setting goals and inspiring each other to become better. And when you're around a group of really try hard and positive people, it's pretty easy.
This is not your first rodeo. This is not your first final here with G2, but for me, it's both amazing and dangerous at the same time because you can get used to it. How do you guys keep each other in check and stay motivated to, have the final you deserve and want to have and not get complacent maybe with the fact that you're used to it?
Our motto is to not leave anything to chance. That's the way we try and talk about it. And we try and embody that mindset in our practice. We try to treat every final as if it's as important as the first that we won. And I think we've done a good job thus far. That being said, I think Fnatic, they were really clutch yesterday. So I'm hoping it's a banger.
Anything special we can expect today?
I can't say, but we have some tricks up our sleeve for sure.
I hope we can see them. Thank you so much, Dylan.
Thank you.
Shocks, over to you.
Thank you so much. I love it, leaving it all on the Rift, making sure that you never have any regrets when you step off. I want to welcome a very special guest to the desk, Nuke from BDS. Thank you for joining us. I'm really thankful for this. I know, obviously, after yesterday, it's probably the last thing you want to think about, but we really appreciate it, and I know that the fans are going to love listening to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's pain, right? But hey, it's the LEC final, nothing against G2, so let's hope for a good League of Legends.
Exactly. Let's hope for a banger final. And we want to go lane by lane because we have so much to talk about. Before we get super deep into the mid lane specifically, though, I want to break it out and talk about Caps particularly because, you know, Caps, the greatest in Europe, or the greatest that Europe has ever seen. I'm just going to go out and say it. I don't think it's a controversial opinion. Who's had his ups and downs, though. So, Nuke, I'd love to know from you as a competitor, how do you feel he's been on the Rift this year so far?
I mean, yeah, this year, Caps is the type of player, he'll try to skill check you, right? He'll try to get lead over you, and you have to answer it. And you have to really, like, pursue how he thinks about the game, and you just have to play against him.
And I think it's very impressive considering where he came from last year as well. I mean, it's really easy just to fall into the same old routine of like, yeah, Caps is good in the game, but he wasn't last year. Specifically doing Spring and ramping up towards MSI. That MSI tournament was a horror for him. So the fact that he's actually managed to pull himself together, have that mental reset, come into this season and just be the best in Europe once again is incredibly impressive.
I mean, it is impressive. He's been at the top now for like 7 years. He debuted in 2017. That's 7 years ago. And
what?
Yeah, he's constantly reinventing himself and finding new ways to push himself and to be better and to bounce back from such a such an off year. Like you have ebbs and flows naturally as a player, but to bounce back is very impressive, I would say.
I'd hate to quote the famous monologue, so I won't, but it is really about getting back up, and when it's not going all your way, making sure that you can play back to your peak and not giving up. So Nuke, I'd love to know from you a bit more kind of specific why he's been, you think, so good and what aspects of the game he has excelled in.
I think the main thing he do really well in the game is how he plays with like the side lane wave state and the fog, because a lot of times he make you think he will make a play into a side, but suddenly you see him ganking bots and you didn't call your bot lane to back up. So yeah, all this type of like mental play, this is what he's like really good
He's
at.
like in your head?
Yeah, exactly.
Also when he pushes out a wave and you think he's like camping for you, but he already based and is like already opening on the other side, and you're like, oh, you're getting like so annoyed because you actually don't know where he is.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, right? Because we often see this argument that you can put Caps in any team and they'll probably be a good championship roster, and it is because of reasons like this that argument is there, because he's not himself just the best mid laner, he's also the best at making his teammates the best possible version of themselves.
Absolutely so. So we'll see how hard he's going to peak and how he's going to play at MSI, but first he has to play this final. And he's up versus Humanoid, so I'd love to call up the graphic that we made where we have the lane by lane so I can hear from my analyst exactly where they put everyone. So let's start with Caps versus Humanoid. Finn, Humanoid usually a beast when it comes to the important matches. I mean, it took yesterday 2 games and being down, 3 kills on Aurelion Sol before he started playing, but he did.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now Humanoid is like not really finding the lane success he did in the past. I think when I think of peak Humanoid, I think like Victor, Orianna, full lane oppression, just getting a lead in lane and being a beast in team fights. I think right now the meta doesn't really suit that. The Azir not really being a strong laner kind of holds him back, so there's more of this Taliyah Aris happening, and I think maybe that's why he's not finding the same success as he did before.
Yeah, I mean, Humanoid in the past, right? This matchup he was like really good micro-wise in lane and he was taking advantage out of you, but and now even though like on this matchup he's not as like sharp as before, and we'll see today if he can like manage to.
But I think it's so important that Humanoid manages to find a good game. I think he was kind of bailed out by his bot lane a little bit in the series yesterday, but normally when we talk about Fnatic, we want to see a mid laner that enables Razork. We want to see a mid laner that has agency in the early game, that takes that elsewhere on the map and leaves his mark on the game. And we haven't always been able to see that, or it's been very inconsistent lately from Humanoid. And then it's a bit disappointing because he had such a good start to the split.
He did. So where do you want to put him in this matchup? We have it behind us.
I mean, I know where I'm putting myself immediately. I think he's just straight off the best.
That's like all the way to
I mean, he is straight off the best mid laner in Europe right now.
I think I would be inclined to agree.
So we need to, it's the context of this matchup, right? So what you're saying is that Humanoid's not going to get a single kill. He's going to get solo killed 17 times. That's what you're saying. Okay, I'm just making sure.
No, okay, I wouldn't go that far. I would say a little bit to the right of GP's first phase there. I think Humanoid still has shown in the past that he's one of the few mid laners that can actually match Caps at his best. So I would say I would give him the benefit of the doubt.
Luke?
Yeah, like you said, if it's at his best, right? But I don't think he is, so I would put the face a little bit even more, I think. Like next to Cap's face, to the right.
Okay, like here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if he doesn't like show up today, Caps will just take over.
I like it also because Nuke really wants to be, you know, on the same height as Gab, so he is on the graphic. Yike versus Razork, the jungle matchup. Very interesting one for me. You know, Yike, I think, always gets so much praise on G2, and rightfully so, but he's also playing with an insane team. Razork, a bit up and down in spring?
I actually feel like these days Razork is getting a lot of praise, and Yike is kind of getting said that he's Yike, he's playing with Broken Blade and Caps. It's so easy for him to play. So I think he's a bit undervalued. I think what Yike has that is really strong and puts him above other people is his mechanics. I think his individual talent is probably the highest in the league, and that's why he has the ability to actually pop off on carriers like Belva and Viego. So I think that X factor is worth mentioning. I would say this is a very even matchup. I'll put my head in the middle almost.
In the middle?
Yeah, but almost, which side is it leaning to?
I would say leaning towards Yike.
Okay. I'll put your face in there. Honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat as Finn, where I find it so hard to value junglers because it is much easier for Yike to play the game, but I also don't want that to take away from the fact that he is a great jungler. But I also think with the tools that Razork had throughout this regular season, how strong he was, I want to call what we've seen so far maybe a fluke. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I do want to give it a little bit to Razork instead, but I'll do it with a clown face to make it better.
Ah, okay.
I'm kind of the same view. I think Razork, if you see the Fnatic wins, when you have a great Razork, right, that he pull out like all the plays that he used to, and Yike is just really good mechanically with really good player around him. So I will give it to Razork slightly, kind of to the same spot as the clown. And yeah.
I get it. He has more responsibility in terms of getting Fnatic forward and making sure they get the wins, meaning he's going to be absolutely pivotal today. Let's talk about the top lane as well. Now, whenever we have seen this matchup, it's not gone that well for Oscar, so...
I mean, Oscar had one really good Cassandra game against Broken Blade.
Yes, that's one.
Yeah.
So am I putting your face on Oscar? Oh, then please elaborate.
I think Broken Blade is probably the best top lane in terms of map movement we have in the league. I think he's very smart at how he uses his lead and how he influences the map. I think Oscar right now, he's become kind of a tank merchant. He plays the Rek'Sai, Cassandra, Zac, and he's actually had some pretty good performances, but I do think like whenever these guys play, Broken Blade gets the best of him.
Yeah, I think on that aspect as well, it's so interesting when Oscar was brought into the league, right? It was like, oh, he's a great gangplank player. He's going to be playing carries. He's going to be, well, not to take any away from the next talent, right? But he wasn't the carry talent. Like, he has had good performances on the tanks. I completely agree, but it does not match up to the impact that Broken Blade leaves.
Do you recognize that, Nuke? Sometimes when a player is brought into the league, the LEC, or whatever team they're playing in, and their identity almost gets eroded, which makes them play worse?
I mean, as a rookie, when you come to the LEC, right? You have your own playstyle. Like, if I'm thinking about mid lanes, like all the assassin, right? You're just a kid. You're trying to show stuff, but then it comes to the big stage. You have to settle and just play mage, play good macro, play good laning phase. So you kind of shift away from like your own personality. So
I think it's a similar story right here for Oscar. But the thing is that you do have to master everything.
Finn, I'm starting with you. Where am I putting you?
Very far left.
Very far left.
By the R.
By the R.
Can we put it like on the graphic almost?
There we are. Nuke, perfect, I gotta ask where we.
I would not go that far, to be honest. I like map movement. I totally agree. He will get, I think, gapped on this aspect, but I think maybe Oscarinian can do something in lane, so put it more to the right. Like
okay, like middle of the Broken Blade graphic here?
Middle.
Should we make like an alternative one if it's lane swaps? Or?
we'll pit the top laners against the bot laners. I think I find myself comfortable in between you guys as well. Like, I do agree on all the aspects.
I wonder if we're going to see a different... We might, actually, when we go into the bot lane. Do you want to look at them as a whole, or do you want to break it out into 80 seasons?
I think we should break it out individually.
Okay.
Because I want to talk about Jun.
All right.
I want to talk about Jun because I think right now Jun is having a monster split and especially a monster playoffs. I think he's been very clutch in this lower bracket run that Fnatic is kind of conjuring right now. And I think he's been pulling out so many important wins for Fnatic just from either lanes or in great engages in the mid game. And on the other hand, I think Mickey has had kind of a sleeper playoff so far. I think really a lot of the heavy lifting in G2 has been from the solo lanes, G2, Caps and Broken Blade. So I would kind of lean towards Jun right now.
I think what really separates these two supports is the fact that when Mickey is good, he's so good because of how well he's integrated in G2 and how well his flow is being dictated with the rest of his teammates. Whereas Jun, he kind of pulls that rabbit out of the hat and makes things work that just shouldn't work. He has that X factor in laning phase. At least that's what we saw yesterday as well. So I think in terms of recent performance, yeah, Mickey on the Nautilus had some stinkers, right? And Jun has looked better.
Okay.
I mean, I totally agree. Jun is always like has this X factor, but I still think like Mikix has this game sense of like knowing where to be at which timing, and especially like the vision that he plays for G2 and allow his side and how to play, like to play the map. It's super good. So yeah.
So it's a difference right now between Mickey, who knows about the state of the game and will help in the ways that you probably won't see as clearly, whereas Jun can be clearly identified, it feels like, as sometimes an X factor, because he'll go for the hook, like Resork was in PGL yesterday. He says, I don't know what he's doing. He has an aimbot when he plays Nautilus or Blitz, and he always finds those engages for us, or those isolations of the players, rather. So is this the one where it's going convincingly Fnatic side?
I don't know. If you look at the complete picture, yeah, I agree with Mickey being better. But if I look at just the laning phase, isolated laning phase, I think Jun has had better performances in the laning phase as well. So I will put myself there. But it's also awkward because we might not see a laning phase between these two. Like I will do this based off recent performance, and I'm throwing it out there. I still think Mickey's the better complete support, but I'm going off laning phase alone.
I'm gonna put it.
You know he's going for laning phase alone. He's only said it 5 times.
I'm doing a little bit towards the right of you. Just so I can humble Mickey a little bit, so he doesn't get too far ahead of himself.
It's funny, actually, in our meetings, Finn, you know, we were doing a prep and he didn't want to flame anyone. Just Mickey, actually.
I mean, Mickey has to get flamed a little bit. Like, he has been pretty dirty.
Been dying a lot.
I mean, as a player, I have to put a bit Mickey's side.
I think that's fair.
Just a bit to the left, just a bit.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll make it look like you're a big supporter.
It's
there
also
you go.
about the impact that Nuke's describing is really important in big finals like this. Finally, then, the ADC, the marksman, where are we going to give it to? Hansama or Noah?
I'm going to give it to Hansama, just because he's drawing 2 bans every single game, it feels like. He's always drawing these Kalista and Draven bans, and I think that is just such a boon for draft. Like, I think he's giving them so much space for G2 to work in a draft, and I think that he's good on the other picks as well.
So you're saying it's about more what he offers to the team for draft, but not about his playing game?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it to Hansama.
That's an aspect too, I guess.
Yeah?
No, honestly, I'm just gonna make it quick and short. I'm gonna be completely recency biased and gonna be like, yo, you know what? I actually really liked what we saw from the side of Noah. He got a pentakill. Surely that's good. 2v2 performance. Boom. Let's just put it over there and give Fnatic an advantage in bot lane today.
I mean, my AD is Ice, right? And there's a rivalry with Noah, so I can't put Noah just by respect.
You're biased, I like it.
I'm not biased. I'll just put in the middle, and good luck today.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put you right in the middle then. There we go.
Thank you all for that. Now we know where the battle lines are drawn in terms of this one. We'll see how it plays out. But as we get closer to that opening ceremony, I want to talk a little bit about the history of G2 and Fnatic. Now, G2 have repeatedly gotten the best of them. There was once upon a time where this was kind of the standard in Europe. We got a G2 Fnatic final, and it was the best Europe had to offer, rather. Lately, though, Finn, it's been all G2 all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it was really that 2018 win in Copenhagen that was the last time Fnatic actually contested G2. There was also 2019 ones, but I think Fnatic really has been the underdogs lately, and I think they really, for the sake of our region, I would love to see 5 games, just them pushing G2 a little bit more, because I feel like right now G2 is just sitting on this high throne and just looking down at everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Fnatic hasn't won since they had Caps, right? And ever since that Caps went over to G2, they've never won again. I think historically, this matchup is mega hype. We've seen it so often. There's a reason why we have to see it again. But also, if you're looking at the results, it's just not in Fnatic's favor. You want to see them step up.
We saw it in Montpellier, of course, just last year, or not even a couple of months ago. The fact that G2 very easily dispatched of Fnatic once again. And for me, this series is really about, for G2, emphasizing how strong they are, going into MSI, sending a signal. And for Fnatic, it's very much trying to prove that you are still on top, that you still belong at the top of Europe, that you can still be the standard that you haven't been in so long, Nuke. Even with the lower bracket momentum that Fnatic has, what is it going to take for them to take down G2 today?
A lot. I just hope G2 is going to get to their, like, I don't know, I just hope they will fight as much as they can, Fnatic, to actually make G2 stress and not have like this final of just like classic stomp.
Getting rolled over,
Yeah,
no, we
exactly.
hate
I would
that.
love to see a high emphasis on early game in draft from Fnatic. Like, I really think you gotta bring it to G2 in the early game. I want to see like Volibears, I want to see Talias, I want to see Dravens. Maybe not Draven, but anything that can actually contest them in the early game would be great.
I completely agree, but that was something that they had a rough time with yesterday. Razork didn't, or not yesterday, but last time they played against G2, Razork essentially didn't get to play the game. He got invaded again and again and again, and he could not leave that impact. So I have to agree with your point as well, Finn. But from a Fnatic perspective, I think it's really healthy that they struggled as much as they did against BDS. Had a reality check mid-series. 3 games in a row, you could not have better momentum going into it. They are an emotional team, and surely emotions are running high after that.
They are. Hopefully they can get him in check. And I get your predictions, Goldborg.
I mean, I said hopefully, it's still 3-0 G2.
3-0 G2, okay.
I'm gonna have a little bit of hope, and say 3-2 G2. At least we get 5 games. That would be my dream.
I'll go for 3-0 for G2.
3-0 for G2. My analyst desk, again, all for G2, which always happens when I have them. Yesterday, though, a few of my analysts were definitely incorrect at times. But it is, as I said, a battle of Fnatic to prove again that they have to be at that top, that they have to set the standard in Europe, and they haven't been able to do that in several years. And now, for the 6th time, G2 Esports and Fnatic will take to the stage for the LEC title. The 2 best organizations in our league have fought countless battles, but today only one will blossom as the Spring Split champion. It is time for the opening ceremony.
Following through, doesn't have the arrow, but does have the damage. Ice on the turret, though. It's going to get bounced on. Broken Blade doing it himself. The one. But now they have to take down Noah. Noah wants redemption. Wonder moving in, but that's Azeri, and it's piloted by Noah. He's not taking shit from anybody. Quadra. It's a no man's land. Overheats, tries to get Mickey, but will not. The sky is falling again, though, in the meantime. And G2 bide their time. But he already used off the flick back. It's still humanoid, baby. And it's
on. The cold of winter in Berlin breaks to spring. What once was grey gives way to a scene of breathtaking colors. Life awakens again. Yet, defiant to these changes stands G2. Spring may have escaped them once before, but now, as we leave behind the icy storms, our winter split champions rises to conquer the winds. Meet our defending split champions. Father of the top lane, Broken Blade. Maestro in the jungle, Yike. Agent of Chaos in the mid lane, Cats! The glorious executioner himself, Hansama! The unseen threat is the deadliest, it's Mickey X! Joined by their coaches, Dylan and Rodrigo. Give it up for G2 Esports! As it was always written, so it shall be. Their eternally faded rivals, Fnatic, blossom once again in conquest of victory. Your second MSI representative, blossoming into a pillar of top lane. It is Oscarinin. El cachorro de la jungla, Razork. Master of control and harmony, Humanoid! Destroyer of hope, it is Noah! Creator of blaze in the bot lane, June! Joined by their coaches, Nightshare and Gax, Fnatic! A tale as old as the season. It always comes down to this battle. Fnatic and G2 dominate the LEC yet again. Both will compete against the Titans of MSI, but only one will rise today and hoist the Spring Shield. The stage is set for an epic battle on the Rift. The LEC Spring Final starts now.
He's kicking that one off, maybe hoping to just get some summoners or some spells out of VTO, but he interrupts the first dash. That's going to be clutch. VTO pushed away, taken down. Oscar, the timing, absolute perfection. The pick onto VTO will end up costing them Vitality, hoping to get something back. The feathers out, but Noah off to the side. Uncontested, the knock up there. Carzzy's got no room to play. And surely this is it. It's Fnatic once again taking down Vitality, moving into top 3 in the LEC.
They really are similar to us, so it will just depend on who plays better.
Fnatic could be challenging if they are on good form. If any team, it's probably them that can make it close.
Fnatic break the hearts of the BDS fans. They will lock their spots.
We should come prepared and ready to match their levels from game one. Otherwise, if we are 1-0-1 or 0-2 against C2, might be harder to reverse sweep.
Fnatic bot lane, we play a lot of 2v2s together. They're asking us every day if you want to play. They're trying very hard to get better and to win. So I respect that.
The falling star as the skies come down. Faces of BDS. It's a triple already for Noah. Noah has led them into the arc. And in the end, it's 5-0 for Noah.
They are coming, obviously, to take those titles away from us. If someone wants to be our rival, we are welcoming that. Make us stronger.
We need to stay vigilant, stay humble, and take it game by game so we don't make the same mistakes as we did in the past.
Will it be a flip to the side of the series? Who knows? Caps comes in, shoves there. It is a flip! BDS, you were the chosen ones, and you betrayed us. G2 are still Europe's champions, moving to another grand final. This team is the region.
Against C2 is always kind of hard. They can play a lot of things in every role and different styles.
It would be nice to win everything, so then we can say we were just like the best by far. No one could come even close.
And welcome everybody to the caster desk for the first game in this spring split final series between G2 Esports and Fnatic. I'm Dracos, joined by Dagna and Vedius for our final best of 5 of the season before MSI kicks off. And we couldn't have it any other way. Yeah, the script writers.
I mean, it's been a little while, but I'm excited.
They mix it up. They bring it back. Nostalgia's in. They're making a new Ghostbusters. We're making a new G2
I will say, it was a little scary after the first few weeks. I mean, at the beginning of the split, people were all in on the Fnatic hype train, the potential, what this team could do. But then they kind of faltered off. They've had a few shaky performances, and even yesterday we saw how they struggled at the start, but they seemed to find their groove, and the momentum really carried them forward. The problem is that momentum doesn't always work against a team like G2 Esports, and I'm hoping that they show us something strong starting off in this series.
Sorry, that's like a romantic teaser for Jun.
I mean, Jun is just charming. Is getting ready to show some of his charming plays today.
Can we get 2 clips of him doing the Showmaker fist into the, he could be your angle or your devil audience, depending on how you're feeling.
But I'm excited for this draft. Will it be a lane swap, gentlemen? Will they decide to go for the standard 2 versus 2?
We could talk about momentum. We could talk as, Fnatic have come out and said, they're an emotional team. They get good practice. They have good experiences on stage. They're going to perform higher maybe than people would expect them to in this final, but lane swap just takes away so much of your momentum if you're not ready for that strategy. It doesn't let you, practice or utilize so many of the things that you practice in the week.
At the moment, though, Fnatic are still scared of a very dangerous bot lane coming through Fnatic, already taking away a lot of those aggressive picks. Last time these two faced off in the semi-finals, it was the Kalista ban in replacement for that Lucian ban. Rel going to be taken off the board, so not fully surprised to see the bans thus far. It's been pretty bog standard on both sides.
Interestingly, the first pick is going to be the Rek'Sai for Broken Blade. Obviously, one of the picks that Oscar has also been pretty focused on. The G2 Esports Vi ban, pretty standard. Volibear ban also coming out as well, trying to limit some of the early impact from Razork at the very least.
Rumble is a champion that we don't really put as a high priority in this series specifically. But we think globally, Rumble is a terrifying champion to play against and has often been used as an answer into the Rek'Sai. I'm curious whether or not Fnatic will look towards that, as right now they're hovering around the Varus.
Yeah, I'm actually like this adaptation. So what we've seen traditionally from Fnatic is they'll go for Varus Ashe, and then that's just kind of opening up for G2 to go for some sort of lane swap. Instead, they pick the Zac, decent matchup into the Rek'Sai, but it also means that, hey, if they go for some sort of weird lane swap, we get to respond by either picking a support that we're happy to roam around with this Varus, or we can actually take the Ashe in this third rotation. But Tristana locked in, already saying we're probably going for the lane swap.
Yeah. So we haven't really seen it that much, but two of the best champions, Jinx and Tristana, they function the best just because of how quickly they can take towers. There's the Sion.
It's confirmed. The
It's the
Sion's
lane
locked
swap.
in.
So now the beauty is, do Fnatic know how to play against it?
Sure.
Many analysts have talked about how back in the day, there were many tactics you could use to address that. One of them is the early invade to get a very deep ward into the lane to be able to identify who actually walks the lane. But then the adaptation to that was teams would fake, walk over the lane, recall, and then actually send their bot lane from top to bot again. There's a lot of potential mind games depending on what Fnatic's approach are as they round out their first half of the draft with an Azir.
And the thing about when you play a lane swap, it's on screen, it's going to look maybe not as flashy, not something you're used to when you play a lot of solo queue, but it requires a ton of active communication. You have to be constantly assessing where you're assigning lanes, where you're maneuvering on the map. It's very communication heavy, even if execution, it just looks like guys moving around trading farms. So need to see how Fnatic match pace here if they can keep up with what G2 are cooking, because they have a Zac who's pretty good in a lane swap situation. They have a Varus who isn't the best tower pusher, but if Fnatic have or can find more tools to set themselves up for success, there are options for them to disrupt the lane swap that, you know, BDS, especially in their first game, really struggled against.
Yeah, still though, we're going to get at least Caps focused on the second half of this draft from Fnatic, making sure that the Azir has nothing funky to come out against. I still think Caps will be relatively okay. You can go towards something like the Orianna if you really want to. You can still play for these late game team fights, because oftentimes that's kind of what happens when we get these lane swaps, is scaling mid laners, because you're going to be relatively untouched for the majority of it. Unless, well, we saw BB on Zac the last time just poke his head into mid lane just to disrupt things and try and help out Caps a little bit.
I mean, we saw it in the LPL today, right? Mid laners level 8, everyone else level 4,
Yeah, exactly,
level 5. When you're moving around so much, a lot of experience gets lost for both sides. That was locked in today.
That was locked in.
I don't know who he's pointing at, but if it's me, I'm shaking.
The doubters.
That's all
That's
I'm
who he's
saying.
pointing at.
I think I am one of the doubters. I think he might be pointing at me. Zin, of course, for Razor.
So he wants something to have a bit of early game agency on. Now, how do G2 round this out? I'm very curious as to what they go with mid. Everyone got to see Chovy's Corki today, and I wonder if Caps is feeling inspired, or whether or not he's going to stick to something more traditional, something like the Orianna. So far throughout playoffs, he's been limited to Talia, Azir, and Aurelion Sol. None of those are available, so he's going to have to show us something today.
Okay. How much are we
we're going to get the Veigar. We're going to get Caps' Veigar. Has he ever played Veigar? But when I think of Caps, I don't think of this champion.
Who do you think of?
Nemesis, actually.
I was like, who do you think of that has played this champion enough? Obviously hasn't shown up yet this season. Pretty unique control mage option. The Cage, fantastic, especially paired with the other CC that G2 Esports have put together. And is setting us up for a relatively passive mid lane, but one where, honestly, Humanoid's going to have to be careful. The Cage combined with the Rek'Sai early pressure can be pretty difficult to play against.
Yeah, not fully surprised to see the Lulu coming across, though. This has been something that we saw paired with the Jinx already. It's that tower taking, as Aragon's breakdown showed, you take the attack speed rune, you take Demolish as well, and just make sure that you're able to tear through these structures. Fnatic, they're going to commit to it. So, I mean, in theory, yes, you can get more pushing power and take some more of the towers, but realistically, I think you need to hyper-aggressive play that lane to try and win out and put the enemy behind. So I prefer going towards something like the Renata here. You can still take the Demolish rune and be fine.
We look at Fnatic's comp as a whole, it is very well-rounded, right? You've got a nice early bridge in the form of Xin with a powerful bot lane in the form of both Renata and Varus. You've got late-game insurance with the Azir. Assuming Noah's going on hit, he'll also have some more guaranteed late-game threat. And you've got the Zac to act as a frontline engage with the Renata utility provided behind it. Fnatic composition in terms of fighting, overall very well-rounded with a good bridge from the early game into the mid-game. The problem then comes with, yeah, on paper this works, but how does it function into the lane swap that you're expecting G2 to bring out here?
Yeah, because when we look at what champions have been successful overall playoffs, Fnatic have a ton of them. Renata so frequently taken away. On paper, if we play standard lanes, Fnatic have a fantastic composition, but Veigar Tristana, a bit of a wild card, and the lane swap, as you mentioned, really the thing that's going to throw a spanner in the works. Can Fnatic keep up? If they can stay even in gold, even in XP, they've got a really powerful composition, but most teams really struggle to make that happen against the lane swap.
Yeah, I think that's where I think you have an okay answer, though. The Zac is relatively okay when it comes to some sort of lane swap. I think as well, if you end up staying on the bottom side of the map here, even though you don't get the as much attack speed coming through on the Renata, you don't have the buff terror plates on the top side, so you should be relatively okay.
Find out if it's enough, though. Let's get into it. Our first game, G2 versus Fnatic. Both teams headed to MSI, but only one could take the first seed. Skip out on the first portion of the tournament, get the luxury of that extra time to boot camp, to prepare, have the prestige to lift the shield here in Berlin in front of all of these fans.
And here's what I'll say is that Europe, we've got a lot of fans, a lot of dedicated fan bases, but the G2 and the Fnatic crowds, they always come out strong. Today is no different. We're going to be hearing those chants throughout the day for every kill, for all those exciting moments. I'm excited to see how things play out. So, what will Fnatic do to address the lane swap that we're all expecting? Tristana, a champion that is very good at securing those early objectives. You can see the rune choice from Mickey, heavily indicating it. And you can see Hans Summer literally hovering in top lane. So.
Jun both with Demolish. Towers. This is a PvE early game, folks.
So Hans has started his recall a couple of times and is cancelling it. He's just trying to be like, where is this Zach exactly? Because he was standing the ward, and if Zach is top, cool, we will go top lane and we'll all be fine. But if we start to see the Zach reset, then we actually need to try and turn a match. But it looks like at the moment Fnatic are kind of all right to just hop into this and go, we will go bog standard bot lane and just try and push the tower in answer.
Now, I spoke to Finn earlier, and he was talking to me about the best way to handle a lane swap. In his opinion, the first 5 minutes of the game is where the bot lane 2 versus 2 has the greatest advantage because the bot lane tower is weaker than the top lane one. And so his solution when he was talking to me was you just push as aggressively as you can, as quickly as you can. And I love this rune choice from Jun because it's a clear indication of, you know what, we're not actually going to try and keep up with you, G2. We're not going to try and make this swap back and forth happen. Instead, we're just going to push as quickly as we can to just secure more plates in the early game. And then later, we can decide what we want to do. But in terms of the early advantage, we should be able to build one just because we can take more plates faster than you can.
And this is where the Renata is also fantastic because we see Oscar coming in on the bottom side. Scion Q, early levels, instantly clears a wave. Makes it so difficult to pressure to get those plates, but if they find a bit of an angle here, they can poke him down. If they can interrupt the decimating smash, it looks like they're going to go for the 4-man dive. Just try to take Broken Blade out of the equation. Not going to interrupt the Q, it's not going to matter. Dive will be clean. Broken Blade down, first blood to Fnatic, but can he clear the wave? That might just be the bigger question. Still trying to walk up, getting all that additional life steal on the top side of the map. G2 already knocking down one plate, and this is the race, but for now, it heavily favors Fnatic.
But this is why we see oftentimes the Lulu with the Tristana. Tristana bomb plus the speed up on the attack speed and then having to demolish is going to do a lot of work for you. And the fact you got all that wave aside means Broken Blade is level 2, whereas Oscar Innen is still level 1. Trying to freeze the wave now to give himself a little bit of a pull away so he can get that wave into tower nice and easily. But also, we'll need to try and soak some of this XP. So in the grand scheme of things, experience difference is going to be in the lead of G2.
I thought Oscar would actually take that wave, but he's choosing to give it up for his bot lane, the priority being that he wants Noah and Jun to be kept up in farm. We talked about how, like, in theory, the sieging power bot side should be quicker. Broken Blade trying to get to the tower.
Handshake back is good. Nice follow-up, pushing him away. Decimating smash, though, gonna hit 2 members. Broken Blade gonna have the passive as well. And already Oscar's down, that's the passive. They need to kill Broken Blade as quickly as they can to stop him from taking Oscar out. The healing isn't enough. Oscar is gonna survive, but it's on a razor's edge.
Couldn't quite manage it. Broken Blade committed the flash as well. Ultimately, though, it's Fnatic with 2 kills on the board. The crucial thing to keep track of here... Oh, hang on. Are they going to dive him again?
Broken Blade, TP gone. He's out of all the resources he has. One more Zac passive, and maybe he can take Oscar, but the heal for extra movement speed.
Oh,
Noah gets low, but he walks out crucially, and that's it for Broken Blade. He's got no flash, he's got no TP, he hasn't cleared the wave.
It's one of those things where Broken Blade being behind is not the concern. It's the fact that Fnatic are getting this early gold, which does have a lot of value, and Oscar Innen getting that experience from those kills is helping Fnatic mitigate this early advantage each is building top.
But BB's getting the wave every time. BB's getting the experience. He's level 3 versus Oscar Innen's level 1. When you look at that, because Noah tanked up the tower, he has to reset, and now you're behind in the push on bot side. So even though you're getting the kills, you are still dead even in gold. The big difference maker is Razork, who's managed to get some of that extra gold over Yike. But in the grand scheme of things, I think G2 are happy with the way things are going.
Look at this bot side control from Fnatic. Wards littered absolutely everywhere on that bot side of the jungle. Our observers highlighting it for us now. Fnatic making sure that they have full control over this space so that they can continue to try and pick up what gold they can in the early game, as Hans and Mickey are doing the exact same. Because you look at the gold at the bottom, while there is a CS advantage, there's even a plate advantage, it is Noah that's leading in gold thanks to those early kills and assists he's been able to find.
important to have those early gold leads, especially as the lethality Varus in the event that we do get back to traditional lanes. Want to be able to leverage that power still, as well as keep BB low. Force him out of lane if possible. Initial Void Growth going down to Yike. He has to play catch-up now, as we see Oscar going to struggle a bit on the top side. It's a level 2 Zac, but Elastic Slingshot without Mickey in the area. They just have no way to stop it.
Gonna look for the dive. BB should be able to collect the wave. He will fall again.
Broken Blade, handshake back, will drop, will try to clear the wave as best as he can, but he's just getting bullied over and over by Fnatic. That said, he continues to pick up CS.
He's also preventing access to the tower, so it clears out another wave, whereas you look, Tristana and Lulu already on it. They are already a plate ahead. And now with the turret plate buff falling, they'll be able to take this tower off of this one as well, then start to rotate onto the bottom side. So you have a level 4 top laner to a level 2. When BB enters the lane against Oscar, and BB's going to be significantly stronger. And yes, it's a small gold lead going across towards Noah, but as soon as you get this next tower, it's kind of it's insignificant, to be perfectly honest.
Now, it's crucial for viewers that are new to lane swaps that we clarify. Broken Blade is not negative gaming, okay? His purpose and pursuit is to get as much farm and experience as he can.
Yes.
And while he is sacrificing some kills, TP now coming.
Decimating Smash does hit Jun before the second half of the handshake comes out. Hansama can now step up, but has to be careful. Noah's still quite strong. Has the flash, as does Jun, but wants to kick this fight off. Knows the handshake isn't quite there. Jun now going to be in trouble. Time bomb just ticking. Reset there. Not quite waiting it out so beautifully, but the reset is in for Jun. He manages to live. Perfect from the side of Fnatic. Yikes, snipes one. Tremor Sense now chasing down Jun. Sweeper as well, but Razork is here to cover. Hans getting taken out is perfect for Fnatic. Incredible patience from Jun.
Here comes Caps, though, with the collapse.
Baby Cage. Caps a little bit slow on the trigger. Needs to back up. Flash forward from Yike. Wants to commit for the kill. That's the ulti.
That started off as a massive win for Fnatic. You had invested TP behind Sam to get bot lane, but they get the turnaround of the 2v2. But after that, it starts to fall apart a little bit, where you get the snipe coming through from Yike and Caps managing to pick up that kill as well. And now BB starting to push Noah to this bottom side as well.
The tempo is really messed up right now. Noah obviously in a very healthy spot, but the fact he lost his support and Hansama kills relatively early with low death timers means that he's already back out onto the map. He's pushing in this bot wave, and they're going to start sieging onto these plates. We look back at the dive, though, as the TP comes in from the Tristana.
Yeah, as this great TP from Hansama, it could have worked out beautifully, but the problem was Jun and Noah just outplay it. Noah is free hitting onto Hansama the entire time. Jun waits out the bomb, and Noah even flashing over BB's Q as well, means that they just barely get the reset off before Noah goes down to Yike.
And right here, we're going to see the back half of the play, but it's a situation where they think if they time the bomb perfectly, the bailout won't come through. They miscalculate, they let it expire, it goes through anyway, and if they had just auto-attacked and got the reset from Jun sooner, they might have been able to get the kill, but that slight miscalculation heavily in favor of Fnatic. Good news for G2, though, of course, they are able to get some kills back on the end of that play.
And it's important to remember that the fundamental reason as to why you lane swap in the current meta is to take hyper-scaling AD carries away from volatile matchups where they can be punished and put incredibly far behind. You saw the amount of dives Fnatic were pulling off against Broken Blades. Those type of plays are also possible against champions like Tristana and Lulu very early on into the game, which is what G2 wanted to avoid. Now that they've gotten to a certain point in the game where they've secured a few items, they're a lot more comfortable to actually go into this 2 versus 2. The problem for G2 is you look across the board and Noah is sitting at 2-1 and 2 and is still in a very powerful position on this Varus. Once that level 6 is reached, don't be surprised to see Fnatic looking to try and make some more plays happen in the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Oscarin is also pretty far behind. Only just hit level 5, full level behind BB. So BB is going to be able to exploit this top lane weakness to shove in waves. Now it's level 6. And I think this is something we used to see a lot with Sion when he first got reworked, was ulting into the bottom lane off of a reset. And I'm looking at where BB's trying to figure out where he wants to go, because could still go for that play and try and punish the fact that Noah doesn't have a flash here.
For now, is looking at the angle. There's really nowhere for him to go topside. Obviously, massive wave. Looks like it's about to crash in the tower for Oscar Rinnan.
I think he's actually freezing it.
Broken Blade can't step up there.
He is.
Oh, this is so frustrating. Broken Blade, of course, still has an XP
LS will be
advantage,
proud right now.
But not for long. Yeah, this is...
Oh, bot lane's overextended. Here we go.
It's going to be tough. They have perfect vision and try, though. They're going to know that it's coming. They'll just start to back away. Hostile takeover, as well as the ulti from Varus.
I mean, all 5 members of G2 are making their way down. Here comes Yike. Caps has gotten a push in mid.
They have to be careful about this dive, though. Caps getting a bit of poke onto Humanoid is a nice way to start things off. Dark Matter hitting a little bit already, and G2 aren't too certain about pulling the trigger on this one.
There's a ward in behind G2 as well in the middle of the lane.
It's about to tick. Zac could just TP down. Broken Blade trying to back away, flash backwards, gets a bit of a slowdown there. Arrow now coming in immediately. Broken Blade is forced to ult, but it just means that Hansama and Mickey X are now vulnerable. Hansama leaping out. Flash forward from Jun with the ulti. Mickey X going berserk in the backline of Fnatic, but it's Lulu. It does absolutely nothing. Humanoid happy to pick up that kill.
Great response from Fnatic. They saw the dive coming from a mile away, and in this window, what does Oscar get to do? Push out top wave. You know it's going to be a while before Broken Blade can respond. He's going to push it as quickly as he can, and while Caps will secure some plates in the mid lane, ultimately it's Humanoid that grabs himself a kill.
Difficult early game. Goal is still very, very close, but Oscar getting so much time alone and isolated on the top side, bouncing out a lot of that early game experience discrepancy that we saw. Oscar kind of everywhere on the map right now for Fnatic. Has had a solid early game thus far. Obviously a bit tricky in the lane swap, but a single item now there for Hansama. That's the TP ward you mentioned earlier, Dagda. Coming behind, but this is a tough play to make. Hansama still has flash. A bit over-eager there for Humanoid.
Yeah, it's fine. He was just going to TP back into the lane anyway, so try and force him the bot side, buy some space. If it works, great. If not, Veigar's not going to completely push that wave in before he can get mid, although they are actually going to keep him in this bottom side at the moment as Yike takes the Void Drums.
I mean, Noah wanted a reset anyway, right? He was out of mana, needed to go back to base, so if anything, they've just changed the lane assignments. Jun is staying around here so he can still get a bit of XP while also offering support for Humanoid. Wouldn't be surprised to see them transition over towards mid, and you can see now Noah catching this wave in mid lane. Basically just a way to provide space for Noah to get back and get that reset.
Makes sense. Of course, one more play. Looks like it's likely to fall here. Humanoid going to walk up for one last auto attack. Shift the goal just slightly in the favor of Fnatic, of course, with 6 Void Grubs taken down with that buff active now. Really have to respect the Tristana Lulu. Can't afford to leave them isolated in one of these towers. Stakes a little bit higher in the fights to come if G2 are able to get pushed in one of these lanes.
It's also even if you're just late to one of them, because bot lane very low, mid lane very low as well. So if you actually start to rotate Noah down to the bot side, which it looks like they're doing at the moment, it doesn't open up an opportunity for Hansama to just take mid.
The wave, lays down the cage, stun onto Razork. That tower's going to be a bit of a problem. Ulti now coming in. Cap's going to start to auto Mickey, but it's just 2 Yordles. Doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. Yike now waiting. They get the TP out from Broken Blade at the very least. Kind of chaos here on the bottom side of the Rift.
Keep attention as to what the lane assignments are. They sent the Tristana and both AD carries are mid. Here comes
Humanoid goes for the pushback onto Broken Blade. Maybe not the ideal target there because the knock up onto Oscar gets a bit more space. Clean handshake from Jun. Once again, Cavs with a primordial burst to finish off Humanoid. Oscar managing to grab a bunch of healing. The bailout is there as well, but a solo in the mid lane. Noah must have overstepped into the Tristana, and now Oscar has been left for dead in a blink of an eye. G2 find advantage.
G2 blew open the game off that play. You're going to have to push in mid. You're going to get the tower mid lane. Yike is chasing Razork out of the jungle. And 3 kills now to Caps. He is farming Fnatic.
Fnatic trying to force these fights end up backfiring. On top of the fact that Hansama finds himself a solo kill, a solo tower. I've been debating this whole game. Has this lane swap really worked out for G2? And it only takes a single moment for them to say, yeah, we're pretty happy with how things have turned out.
Might have to see the solo kill again, but regardless, the grub buff paying off there as well. Hansama getting so much additional gold on top of the kill. Caps, though, now in trouble. Doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of mana, but again, the cage just creating so much space. Mickey, though, getting handshake back at Razork. That should be one dead Lulu. Now Hansama might be in trouble. Well, in a blink of an eye, they got it. In a blink of an eye, they might just give that advantage away. Yordle's running on the bottom side.
I think the problem is Mickey needs to open his eyes. Ends up walking directly into the bot lane where everyone in Fnatic is there and just gets completely caught out. I think there was always going to be a bit of a risk as Fnatic were trying to unmask it down towards the dragon to take that away. So weird movements from G2 and they get punished for it.
I mean, just ultimately Caps overstayed, but he thinks it's fine because he has TP. Mickey then tries to support him, but he puts himself in a terrible position with which Fnatic, wanting to contest that dragon, naturally find an opportunity to punish. So a bit of a back and forth on the bot side of the map. We look back at the play. Oh, nice flash there from Hans. No, actually choosing not to flash away. Doesn't expect the damage from the ultimate auto combo from Hansama. The coaching staff naturally very excited about the result of that.
Have to be, and of course that's the thing about the lethality of Varus, right? If you can dodge 1 or 2 of those key abilities and continue the trade, it's just so hard for him to fight back on even terms. Hansama getting closer to completing that second item now. Will only get stronger, will only get more range as this game continues. Veigar there too. It's going to be tough for Fnatic to get onto the enemy backline, even with champions like a Zac or Xin Zhao. So see how they set up, but having 2 Drakes in their back pocket certainly does not feel bad. It'll be an Ocean Soul game. Fnatic, we can maybe see them group around the third and start to fight a bit more. Maybe we see both teams start to look for these 5v5s.
I think you just need more time as Fnatic. Humanoid needs to get into a position where he can really step up and be the carry, and that's realistically 2.5 to 3 items. Noah has gone for the lethality build, which isn't bad in this situation. It's just he's not going to be the one that kills Broken Blade, who's...
Join. Flash handshake on the Caps. He's just solo making plays everywhere. Judd's an absolute hero in this early game. That's the second R flash, maybe even third R flash we've seen from him in just a 15-minute game.
Judd's such a beast.
I mean, Jun has been performing throughout playoffs, and so far in this game, he's come to play.
He has a 1.3k individual advantage. He has 100% kill participation. He has been good on the handshakes.
Really
just continues to be good.
He's my support of the split.
Renata are flashing to make plays in the mid game.
No, he's been super impressive. And he's given Fnatic a lifeline. Not to say that Fnatic were down and out by any means, but finding that play is huge. It puts them at a 2k gold lead once again. They secure a tower in the top lane. We look at the minimap and we can see Humanoid being sent down to bot. He needs to be careful that he's not overextending here, as the rest of his team is resetting back out to the map. What's Jun up to? What's Razork up to? There to provide support, enabling Humanoid's aggression in the bot side of the map.
And the evolution of Jun and Razork feels like it has been the evolution of Fnatic this season. We talked about it in the start of the year, Rob, especially on Euphoria. We wanted to see them work more together, and in playoffs in the last 2 series especially, it feels like they have been more and more in sync, especially when Razork has these more signature aggressive champions.
I think it's setting up well here for Fnatic. They just have to be very careful that they're getting this mid lane tower down. Han Sama and Mickey, if you just whimsy Han Sama and he leaps at Noah and he's on his own, Noah dies. So Fnatic need to be very careful about protecting Noah as he goes for this mid wave, so then he doesn't get onto the business end of some of the damage that can pop out from G2. As long as you can get mid lane tower down, Fnatic is kind of home sailing. They can start to shove in towers, they can play off of side lanes where they've got good damage and good tower take with Humanoid. But they just have to be so careful around Noah.
Got to keep track of the junglers as well. A full level now in favor of Razork. He's got about a 500 gold lead. You can see his both major items completed, but a full level advantage for Razork is going to be really crucial as we get closer to that next dragon fight. The sooner you get to level 11, speaking of, Han Sama just ticking over, unlocks that second point in your ultimate. And for Razork is going to be one of the primary initiators with Oscar right by his side. This next fight could be what determines a lot when it comes to the outcome of this game, as the Herald gets dropped by G2 in the bot side.
They're going to knock this tower down very likely before the charge even comes in. Maybe just use it on the second tower. G2, big push on the bottom side. It's going to force Fnatic to respond. Oscar topside does have TP if he wants to join the play.
It sounds weird, but okay, Fnatic are actually going to go and look to play TP into the boss. They're looking for them.
Clearing mid. There's not really great flank boards. It would be a very long flank as Caps now pilots the Herald forward. Again, the hostile takeover from Jun. Nicely placed, but only going to connect on the Caps. Noah now going to be in trouble. Here comes the Rek'Sai. The bailout doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And now Broken Blade's just trying to get out. Excuse me, Yike trying to get out. Bit of a comedy of errors there, as Broken Blade's also going to whiff. Humanoid's going to flash, and now Oscar goes in for the re-engage. They burned everything! And now Fnatic are going to try to take over the fight, but Han Sama is still standing, and that is going to be a problem for the side of Fnatic. Han Sama not quite finding the angles to attack yet, though. Oscar running, Razork running, Caps still alive. They've taken down so many of the supporting members, but they haven't taken down the carries. The shutdown coming through for Han Sama.
The team fighting from G2 is so much better in that moment. Noah falls. Humanoid tries to make the play, immediately gets whimsied, immediately ends up in the baby cage. And Han Sama is able to finish him off. There's just more damage left for G2.
So it starts with Caps entering the Herald. Yike gets engaged on, but Han Sama's positioning is relatively safe here. Look at this ultimate from Jun, splitting up G2 initially, but the damage from Caps is already done, giving Yike an angle onto the backline. Then they're trying to take down Noah before he can get the reset onto Yike, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. But the cage in this enclosed space makes the fighting so hard for Fnatic that in the extended fight, Han Sama is safe enough to clean up the kills and clean up the fight.
And I feel like when we look at Han Sama coming into the series, he wasn't where we expected to be focusing, especially in a lane swap. But he is playing so aggressive, flashes into the face of Humanoid, gets the solo kill on a Noah mid lane. Wasn't the center of the story in this series, or wasn't expected, but completely showing up in this game one as Razork and Oscar looking to kick things off. Nice input buffer from Hansama, takes him out to safety, but it's Caps who's now in trouble. Doesn't even get the cage down. Humanoid, no whimsy this time. Mickey, lamb to the slaughter as Fnatic set up for their third Drake.
That's big picks for Fnatic. Managing to get the third Drake from themselves. Yes, it's an Ocean Dragon, but the objective control on this bottom side for Fnatic has been great, and catching G2 before they had their setup, before they had the vision control to spot out Fnatic, and now they're immediately going to turn over towards the Baron. Baron take isn't that great though, when Humanoid doesn't have a second item completed, and it is still poke Varus. You have to be careful here.
This is fast enough though. Nashers. Not something we see as much on Azir these days, but it does mean for a faster Baron overall. Yike into the pit, hostile takeover there. Knockup is there. Razork not gonna let him have it now. Hansama needs to get the hell out. Knockup from Razork is clean though. He stops the jump. It's missed time by Hansama. G2 just have to walk away empty-handed. 3 Drakes to Fnatic and a Baron buff to boot.
It started off looking good for G2. They thought that they were going to be able to take control, find the team fights off of this Tristana, but it's fallen apart in Fnatic. They do a good job. Everyone just stops damaging the Baron. They do not cause any more, and then you have to just try and flip it as Yike. See how much damage you can get down, but the smite comes in early.
6 HP.
Yeah, I saw 4, maybe it was 6.
It was crazy. I mean, the smite is what brought it that low. But Fnatic, their aggression is rewarded. And ultimately, we think back to when Fnatic is at their most successful, it's when Razork is leading the charge, and you get down and dirty. And you know, G2 is a team that's considered to be willing to scrap, but at that bottom Dragon fight, they were caught completely off guard. Caps the first to fall, and Fnatic snowballed that beautifully. Now they lead with kills, with gold, with a Baron to boot. Fnatic looking poised to take down this first game.
And I think it's important to highlight Caps, an incredibly crucial part of this plan, but very immobile. No movement speed steroids, no defensive tools other than the cage. He has to play this flawlessly, but Broken Blade kicking things off, gonna get the 2-man knockup. Not quite able to find the knockback. Oscar now looking for a bit of backup, but Humanoid is already dead. Caps uncontested on the back line. The Dark Matters are gonna start to fly left and right. Mickey coming in. Hansama ready to go over the wall, but Fnatic had more members in the area. Again, a 2-man knockup. Somebody stop this. Sion, Hansama leaping in. Knockback onto 2. Noah wants to fire back, but he's just a lethality Varus. He doesn't have the sustained DPS. Jun and Noah on the retreat. Oscar in as well. Jun might just have to give his life. The hostile takeover is big though. Hansama needs to get away. He's tearing through Mickey's health bar, but it's Noah now. Hansama versus 3. Tristana needs 1 reset. And there might be an opportunity to take over here. Discipline from Fnatic, and again, Jun in the clutch.
Exactly, it is Jun at the very end of the fight that helped secure the victory for Fnatic. And even 2v2 is how it was supposed to round out. But if it weren't for Jun's play, this could have ended in disaster. A nice initial pick from G2. They find the jungle mid of Fnatic, and the damage from Caps is enough. But the moment that the rest of Fnatic join, it becomes this crazy brawl in the jungle.
But watch Hansama here. He waits for the perfect moment. You can see he gets the bomb to Razork, the whimsy goes through, he jumps in, gets the knockback, which double hits both Oscarin and Razork. The bomb goes off, he gets the resets, and is able to then carry this fight through, but Jun with the turnaround. This guy has been absolutely fantastic this game. He has been 5-0 on this Renata pick over the course of this year, and he's shown why. He is so clean on the Renata.
Same, to be honest.
Yeah.
What the heck is this? I did not expect this much, you know, this close of a game. And
Caps,
he's been caught clean from Noah. Follow-up isn't going to be there. They don't quite have the damage.
Noah got stunned in the middle of the wind-up of his Q, so the piercing arrow never shot. He never got to use all 3 stacks, and meant that he just fizzled. So the pick was so close, but that stun going off was massive.
Still have the pressure though. They're looking to continue the siege onto this top tier 2. Caps gone back to base, making his way back out. Fnatic should be able to secure this before he can return. Dragon Soul on the card, 1 minute's time. Fnatic wisely gonna reset, spend what gold they can, and get ready for the next play. You look at the bottom of your screen and you see all those gold advantages, and truthfully, the most impactful one I think right now is Razork. It feels like that the jungle difference is so massive. This Xin feels like this impossible carry to have to deal with in terms of what his ultimate provides and the lethality that he can bring, especially when he gets on top of Caps. G2, it seems that they are floundering in the fights, and Fnatic are more than happy to brawl with the top dogs of Europe.
They absolutely are, but this goes all the way back to the early stages of the game. Fnatic, a clear game plan, dive bot repeatedly. Razork a part of each and every one of those plays. Yike kind of responding. Fnatic don't opt to contest topside. They concede so much. Yike doesn't have an avenue to make the same dives, to find the same opportunities. As a result, he's put behind from a very early start.
And now we're on to Seoul for Fnatic. Midway being crucial in this, both sides trying to get control of it. But Fnatic have a ton of vision, and G2, they need to try and break Fnatic.
Knock up onto Jun, a decent start. Broken Blade locked up. Boris ultimate hitting multiple people, and again the hostile takeover is there. Razork uncontested. The baby cage not in range. Cat flashing out to safety, but a clean far side alteration, anticipating the flashback, and another catch from Humanoid. G2 are being slaughtered in the mid lane at the hands of Fnatic, at the hands of Noah and Humanoid.
Fnatic said we're happy to play your games, G2. We're happy to go against whatever you bring to the table. Because in game one, well, that was a little bit unfortunate.
They don't have a wave. I thought they were going to end the game. I thought that was going to be an epic monologue. But we look back at this fight, and it's just a one-sided affair. Broken Blade gets absolutely shattered at the hands of Fnatic. They melt through the front line. Yike is quick to follow behind, and then Caps left isolated with no front line to play behind. Look at Humanoid on the backside as well. Finds a nice slide and glide. Jun converts it into a beautiful handshake. And it's a handshake one deal for Fnatic.
The hostile takeover hitting onto Han Sam as well meant that he just never was able to follow up on anything. It's just so perfectly done.
You have to understand that's the second fight in the row. Mickey X McHale's early. You can see the animation while Hansama takes out 80% of his health bar. It was not a close fight. I don't know if that saves it, but those little mistakes only continue to cost G2 more and more.
And let's just appreciate, Jun is 2-0-22.
This is the only time we will brag about someone with 313 teamfight damage. But that man is the carry. It might not look like it.
He is 100% kill participation and has not made a single mistake in this game. Probably one of the best Renata performances we've seen from the LEC all year. And what a time to bring it out. In game one versus G2, Fnatic want to reclaim a title. It's been so long since they last had a chance. And here in game one, they're looking good.
We talk about momentum, we talk about the mood of the Fnatic team, how important it is for them to be successful. The mood has to be fantastic right now. 10K lead, Ocean Soul, a masterclass performance in this position, backed by the entire rest of the team. And now, you just play it clean, you play it slow, you play it disciplined, and game one is yours. You're starting the series off in a way that no one expected.
I mean, 2018 spring was the last time Fnatic ended up beating G2 in a finals. 2018 was the last time Fnatic finished first in a regular season. And now in 2024, it feels like history, at least in game one, is repeating itself as Fnatic have come out swinging in this game.
And it's only a single game, but it's important to remember that the finals have been the Caps show, regardless of which org has backed him. And so for Fnatic to get one step closer to winning a title again in a post-Caps era, to prove that they are more than just the early days of League of Legends and the era of Caps is a fantastic look for this organization. But it's a bit premature in this series. It's only a single game. G2 still have room to fight back in this one, but Oscar wants to end it here. Leaps in, is going to get 2 on the stun. Broken Blade does his best to interrupt. Cap still standing for a moment, but again, the ulti's coming in from Jun. The follow-up damage is there, and they're out of here. G2 got nothing left in game one. They tried the lane swap, but Fnatic were ready for it. They played it better. Jun everywhere on the map. The fight's cleaner. The tools stronger. Fnatic, a show of dominance in game one. This will not be a quick 3-0. It will not be an easy first seed for G2. Fnatic are here to play.
G2 have been rocked. And it is not with a fist, but with a handshake from Jun. This man has been so incredible, pivotal in this game to the success of Fnatic with the dives, with the team fights. And Fnatic are riding high off the back of that.
Smiles still on the faces of G2. They know they were beaten in game one. I'm expecting them to bounce back strong in game two. It's Fnatic versus G2. Fnatic starts strong. We'll continue after this break.
man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
Just something.
I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
a little bit slow on the trigger. Needs to back up platform from Yike. Wants to commit for the kill. That's the ulti.
Oh, no flash on Veigar, by the way. You can go. Yeah, I can.
Nice one.
I can go on Rek'Sai too, by the way. Knock up. Okay. Can I go in, guys? I'm going. I got Veigar. I can kill. Sion in the pit, guys. I'm on Sion.
Has hell frozen over? No, it hasn't. Fnatic won their first game in their best of series, something they are not used to doing. They didn't do it versus BDS, nor Vitality, nor Heretics. I hope that doesn't spell the inverse in terms of how this series is going to go for them, but it can be such a hopeful sign. And for us, like, if you're a neutral, it makes you happy because at least you're not getting a 3-0, but maybe it's a Fnatic 3-0.
Yeah, no, I thought they had a really good tenacity this game. I think they really came back from their rough early game. I think the swap, they had a good plan. They were diving the side on repeat, trying to get the advantages for Noah, and then eventually they tried to fight G2, but it kind of didn't work out, but then they had some really good comeback fights later.
They did, but let's start with the draft and kind of what was telegraphed, Nuke. When it comes to lane swaps, you know, how much is it telegraphed because of the picks that G2 fielded?
I mean, the moment their first pick Rek'Sai, and the answer with Zac, right? And the instant went Sion and showed the flex in Rek'Sai jungle. It just showed, especially with the Tristana, right? He's probably one of the best champ with Jinx for lane swap. It just showed that you're going to lane swap. So
yeah, and what did you think about Fnatic's replies?
I think they replied the best way because when enemy lane swap, it's so hard to actually just match them and try, like you have to think twice. But Fnatic just decided to dive bot and repeat, but Sion 10 death, cosplaying the buffs. So it was really good by them. They got even and they just got to team fight, right? And they won by it.
But I think even with lane swaps coming through, it's not like one team heavily benefited over the others. Like going into like the 15-minute mark, they were kind of even in the same aspect, if not G2 taking the better fights initially, got all 6 scrubs. They put themselves in a really good position to find a way to just straight up run away with the game through, well, sheer individual outplays, as we're seeing for Hansama. He had a phenomenal early game on the Tristana, and I think that's all I really want to leave it at with G2. Like these early skirmishes we saw from them were good, but they started dropping the ball as well.
They did, but I think what we do need to highlight is that you find here a strategic game plan and wanting to find pressure on the map versus early on a Fnatic that's thought kill, that's Sion, right, Finn? And actually it looked good from G2 because that's the way you can beat that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic just overreached many times in the early game. I think they focused on killing the Sion. Here you see Azir shuffling in, trying to kill the Sion, and then putting himself in a risky position to get caged by the Veigar. And you see here, it's like the Tristana wants to use these grubs that you got early to hit towers and get a gold lead in a natural manner. But eventually G2 actually crumbled and gave it back the lead to Fnatic.
But I think that's really where we see, I don't even know if it's a skill or an ability of Fnatic at this point, but it's really just making sure that the enemy team at some point just drops the ball, think they want to fight for something, where they don't want to fight for something. It's kind of this where we've talked about it a lot, but they just bring you into a situation where forget about opening up the map, forget about going for specific turrets or camp, just keep the fight going, fight, and that's where they want you to outplay you.
Is that how you feel when you play versus Fnatic?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like especially the game, you can clearly see like both team after the early game, like they were thinking about the map, right, and everything. But when it comes to mid game, it was just fight after fight after fight. And when you go into the cycle, you just can't go out of it.
No, you can't. It just keeps going, and Fnatic is really good at that. We saw that versus Vitality last week as well. But Finn, Jun, in this game, his Renata is tremendous. We know it, but it was in every single fight as well.
But Jun owed every choke point this game. I feel like every time G2 tried to commit onto them, Jun had a great ult or a great flash Q to like kind of stop the engage from G2. And also you gotta realize this Sion was very far behind. And whenever they played front to back, I feel like the Sion just got shredded every single time, while the Zac bought so much space with the CC in the backline of Fnatic.
Yeah, you know, there's certain players that will make enchanters seem like playmakers, and Jun is one of them on a Renata here. He's now 6-0 on the champion, and he's been phenomenal on it. Like 100% KP in a game that had 29 kills. 29 kills, and you were part of all of them. You know, that's absolutely mind-boggling, and I think he absolutely smurfed and was the X factor that Fnatic needed in this game.
I think so too, and when you watch G2 games, often, you know, even if they don't have the perfect game that they would want, you have to be afraid of them when it comes from mid to late. But Fnatic, they didn't really let him have those chances. They were really crisp on the engages and on recognizing when they should go for the kills or not, I feel like, Nuke.
Yeah, I think they had a pretty good adaptation against this team. G2 likes to like settle and try to think about the next play and how to play them up, but even though like sometimes Fnatic just overforce and create random fight, it's good for them because they don't let G2 breathe and he just fight and then he's just skill check, right?
Yeah. Looking at every fight, I just gotta emphasize Oscar didn't sack this game, by the way, because he did so much in every of these fights. He was jumping in, and I don't think they had any peel towards him in the Fnatic comp. Like Rek'Sai, Lulu, it's very hard to peel the sack because the Veigar catches a slight delay, so every time you could jump in and put on so much CC in the backline.
Yeah, but I also think like Caps there, like it looked good in the early game, but he got so uncomfortable by either Razork, by the sack that you're highlighting. Like it was mega difficult for him to play the game.
We're going into the next draft. G2 has chosen to stay on the blue side. And as we get into it, Finn, I know you were extremely angry at that Rek'Sai pick.
I wasn't extremely angry, but
you were extremely angry at it.
But I feel like Rek'Sai doesn't make sense in a lane swap setting because Rek'Sai really likes volatile lanes where she can influence with the tunnels and come from different angles to gank. But when both teams are swapping sides, there's no real gank angles because you know which side she's on. You don't have to be that scared of the ganks earlier. So I feel like maybe the different jungle pick would be more useful. Maybe like a Rel or like a Poppy would do a lot more in this case.
Probably a frustrating game for Yike to play, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, I would say if you get the Rek'Sai, just put it top. It's such a strong top laner. I don't see the value in jungle right now.
Hey, well, we'll see where the draft goes with G2 electing to stay on the blue side. Do we think they're going to go for similar shenanigans, or do you think they're going to go more standard in this early game?
I mean, I don't know. Wait, no, take it away.
I have no clue. I think G2 should, in my opinion, just play the normal game and try to like not lane swap. And when we get to this stage, we will see actually which team is better. So yeah, let's hope they don't lane swap this time.
But it's also like I feel like G2's laners are very, very strong. Like you have broken bit against Oscar Winden. Don't you just want to leave him in that matchup?
Yeah.
You gotta give him like a matchup where he can influence that more than Oscar. I feel like that's one of G2's paths to success in this specific matchup against Fnatic. Maybe they were more like, okay, against Adam, we don't want to play these matchups, but against Oscar, I think you should embrace those.
I already think, you know, taking away the sack as well, you're putting yourself in a very good position if you want to play standard lanes to grab the Rek'Sai on first once again, and then just play that tank matchup.
I do think we're gonna see the Rek'Sai first pick if it's not banned by Fnatic here, like almost guaranteed. I think they're gonna keep the flex for a bit longer and maybe just answer with a mid support pick or AD carry support on 2-3 instead, and just keep those flex option open. We will see what Fnatic is looking for. They're thinking heavily about this ban. The Ash ban really... Yeah, they do ban the Rek'Sai, which was to be expected. Now, yesterday, Talia was really high prio in this spot. We're going to see if actually G2 values it in the same manner as BDS and Fnatic did yesterday, or if they have another idea in mind.
Yeah, I mean, looks like they will first pick the Volibear, right? They just want to give Yike a good early game agency. Yeah, exactly. He will 1v1 jungle in the jungle for sure, so I will play Jax. Okay.
It's making me think of yesterday, actually, and we doubted it, you know, because the Ashe was also, well, now it's banned, but Noah absolutely shredded on it.
I'm really surprised to see Hansama not taking the Kalista when it's open, because usually Draven and Kalista are permaban against Hansama, and if they're open, he's the first one to take those.
I don't know what he will pick into. Probably Varus, right?
Yeah, I would assume he has something prepared into the Kalista, giving them open, or did he just value the Volibear that much higher than the Kalista?
But are we just saying that they can't lane swap again? I was going to say, I think that Kalista going into the day, like the reason why Fnatic, I mean G2's not caring about it is the fact that they know that if they lane swap around it and you put yourself out of that bot lane, like Fnatic is kind of flipping it because they need to find the right lane in the early game to make sure that the bot lanes are matching.
If you are Fnatic and you played that last game, you are 100% confident that you'll outfight them, I think. You're not that worried about it.
Yeah.
I feel like.
But I also think like you'll find better, like I already think Volibear instead of the Rek'Sai for Yike is way better, right?
It's
and like, but of course having the Jax makes it a bit easier to skirmish against the Volibear. Once again, if you just split the map completely and you never find yourself in these matchups that could have been a counter, like it's still very viable. I can see where the G2 thought process is coming from.
And to emphasize, the G2's early game last game was actually very good.
Yeah.
They didn't lose the game in the first 20 minutes. They lost it around the fourth dragon, I think.
Isn't that crazy? The top laner died like I don't know how many times and the gold was even.
Yeah, no, he was being chilling up there.
He was.
Seeing a lot of support bans coming out there. Renata being targeted after June had a fantastic game, and meanwhile they're just banning the common pairings with Jinx, Nautilus, Lulu. Mickey looks for the fresh in the past in similar angles. We'll see if he looks to bring it out.
He said on Euphoria that it was the pick.
But it's very scary to blind fresh when Blitzcrank is open though, so I assume we will see a Blitzcrank ban if he's looking for it.
I mean, I guess he can blind Thresh if they're going to lane swap, right? I mean, this is the problem, I think, against G2, like, when you look for this type of aggressive bot laner, like Varus, Ashe, Kalista, this type of stuff, and they don't show AD carry, you just know that they will lane swap. And they can just pass by this and just go to team fight, and I think this time they have a way better draft at like just playing the game in mid game, right? So I think it will be way easier for them.
I think we're gonna see like a fresh Talia here coming out from G2. I think the Talia is such high value against Jax, Kalista, Cassandra. looks like he wants to go for the Seer instead, which is just a bit longer range. But now G2 has the Jinx, the Seer, carry the 2 towers that he just carries in late game. Very long range, very high DPS.
They definitely need some scaling on Fnatic as well, because if they do not get ahead, like have something that bridge the Kalista priority from mid too early, they need something that takes the power in the late game. Humanoid did play, as Aurelian saw yesterday. Not the best laning phase. Nuke is laughing next to me.
I think, like the champ got he got the macro nerf, considering his Q. Basically, before you could stand on the minion and press Q, and it will hit the enemy champion. Now you cannot do that anymore. So a lot of aspect of laning phase got just snipped out like this. And I think if Azir is playing good this matchup, especially if he got a better, I don't know if he will, but he should hard sum the matchup. I think overall Orion Soul, especially with the stack conception, with the Q nerf, kinda put the champ a bit down.
We saw it yesterday. Humanoid, of course, started really badly in his laning phase, but it's all about if you get to later in that game. I'm actually really excited to see June on this Nico and what he's going to do in terms of influencing the map and maybe having secret engages.
It's so fun with lane swap, right? Because you're not used to maybe a minion of a Nico just coming up when one lane has lane swap, then suddenly there's a Nico in the wave. When it's
sounds
like
crazy.
there's actually ways that they can play around with a little bit. Of course, it's easy to counter minions, but when there's so many communication going around, when you're having lane swaps, it might be a little bit of a joker.
I can't believe I missed there was a Nico support.
Yeah,
That's
you were
crazy.
looking, I was like, why is nobody talking about
I didn't realize it was Nico. That's so funny.
It's not his first one, right?
We're going to the casters. I'm going to fire all my analysts. You take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shox. Sorry to our analysts who just got fired for not noticing its support, Nico. We have seen it once before. We've seen it in other regions as well, and we'll get to see it again here in Game 2 of the LEC Spring Finals. G2 looking to bring it back. We saw some adjustments, especially in the ban phase, that have trickled down to 2 pretty different drafts overall.
All I'm saying is Vetty called the Nico support, so maybe we just need to,
Yeah, Vetty, you're so smart.
Oh yeah, totally. I will say, Jun, obviously great game 1.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying also is the carrier today also played Nico support.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm seeing the parallels.
And he did the Showmaker fist at the
As a Showmaker fist? I'm getting a lot of LCK vibes right now, you know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is if we hype up Jun anymore, we'll just get a little sign on the front of the caster desk.
What we need
Jun
is
hype 25 cents. We can officially change our profession to Jun merchants.
That's all jump in with
you
Jun
can pretend the sign
fighting,
is here. It says Jun hype 25 cents. The first one's free though, most certainly, because he earned it. We'll see if he does it again in this game.
First, like the meme was Mickey over carrier, ain't no way. It's kind of like Mickey over Jun, ain't no way.
I mean, very impressive game 1. Not surprising to see the Renata banned at game 2, and now Thresh versus Nico, 2 champions who can take over a game or
now, hang
fall
on a
apart
minute,
bit.
gentlemen, hang on a minute.
Yes.
G2's on the wrong side of the map.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
So the idea, G2 wanted to... Wait
a minute. I'm just going to keep saying wait every time you say wait.
Sorry, I was really confused because, again, Nico, she got me again. I was like, why is Jax going top lane? Not Jax, it's Nico, obviously.
Wait, this is...
I wondered, so we weren't paying attention in terms of the very early levels. A bit of deep vision was invested.
We were too busy selling Jun.
Yeah, we were. And so Fnatic, I don't know if they anticipated the swap or if this was...
They did.
We played the poker game. G2 bluffed top. Fnatic thought they were anticipating the swap. They guessed wrong, which is double disastrous.
Which then resulted in a bot lane invade, which now is giving G2 all of these resources. Broken Blade is helping the clear to make this go even faster. Now Razork is attempting to cross map, which is the correct play, and Oscar Ridden is looking to match up with him as quickly as possible. The adaptation here is they're giving some gold over to Broken Blade.
Broken Blade, I think, just walks up, uses his Demolish proc, walks away. Knows that he can return to top once that wave balances out a little bit. I really like this from G2 because Jinx is just the infinitely superior tower taker, and it was risky to kind of predict like this, but because it pays off, G2 are going to be so much happier with how this early game will play out.
And don't forget, also, they are able to take turret plates fast on that bottom side. So they end up bluffing into the correct side of the map that they want to be on as well. So you can already see how many plates they're taking on the bottom side, whereas one hasn't even been cracked.
And now they
get to swap. Yeah,
because they
this is
pushed in
perfect
bot
timing.
lane, and then Oscar, he was the one that started sieging onto top. Now the downside for this bot lane of G2 is that this wave is slow pushing away from them. But I guess the good news is that they can immediately get onto the plate.
Oh god. Humanoid.
Nice use of the slow there from Humanoid to create some space between him and Caps, and also stop Broken Blade from closing any gaps there.
Yep. Singularity and obnoxious ability, and we've seen a lot. You know, when this matchup goes well for Azir, it's usually on the back of finding the scoops in the mid lane around level 6. When it goes well for Aurelion Sol, he's just this inevitable threat with a damn strong laning phase. I mean, it's super hard for any composition to deal with. G2 may similarly struggle, but for now, obviously, the focus remains on the lane swap. A lot of early, active map movements from both sides. It's a level 1 Broken Blade standing next to Yike here and just ensuring that G2 can probably knock down another plate or two. Keep in mind, it's only 2 people on the bottom side, so even though Broken Blade is level 1, he just walks up, decimating smash. Most of the wave is now gone, and if Noah sticks around for too long, it's going to cost him.
I mean, they got info on where Razork was, so they know that they can make this TP play bot. Broken Blade commits his flash because he's worried about the root from Jun, but he's able to catch some farm, and now he's finally hit level 2. Looking to get level 3 as quickly as possible, and I don't think that Fnatic is in a position to punish him like they were in the previous game.
Caps is the one who's suffering though, as Razork just jumps in. There were already positive trades in the 1v1. Razork making it worse. Broken Blade ignited, ticking. Will delete the wave. Noah gonna walk away on a sliver of life.
Nicely done by the Fnatic bot lane. Jun gets the lockup, immediately flashes away from the decimating smash, and the damage is there from Noah in the early stages, but you are still getting a lot of terror plays taken here from Hansama and Mickey, and Oscar Innen hasn't been able to farm for the last little while because he's been kind of chased around the map, got zoned off of this top tower as well. So a little bit of gold going over towards Noah thanks to that kill, but again, it's kind of Oscar Innen who's suffering in this one.
And I think it's a bit of a difference between the K'Sante and the Zac. Both can function very well on low resources, but K'Sante obviously would like to have a couple of items under his belt, doesn't have that same immediate long-range engage, that kind of utility that is always good regardless of how much gold you have, so keep an eye on how effective Oscar Innen can be. But at the end, even kind of when the dust settles after the first few minutes of gameplay, we're in a very similar situation to what we were in Game 1. Fnatic finding a successful dive on the bottom side, limiting Broken Blade, G2, doing their best to keep moving these lane assignments around, trying to find a greater advantage, but half-shifted bot lane, giving avenue for Fnatic, Razork and Jun specifically, to take these grubs.
I don't think you can really trade for the Dragon on the opposite side, which is a bit of a win for Fnatic as well, because you just want to be looking for turret plates and accelerating this Jinx as quickly as possible. Jun has spotted out Broken Blade before he gets the tower and get a good chunk onto him, which will just set up now for the dive as soon as this wave collapses.
Broken Blade, no flash, no TP. Doesn't have a ton of tools here. Meanwhile, level 6 is in the mid lane. Looks like Caps wants to scoop back, but a flash away from Humanoid. Nice play from Caps to get the flash advantage. So need to play it careful. Broken Blade again, just gonna get locked up and deleted. Zombie form. I mean, really the saving grace. Here's the hook from Mickey.
G2 finally gets something back. Game 1, it was all Broken Blade losing his life in the early trades. This time, though, they're finally able to catch out Oscar, get a pick in exchange. TP now comes through. Oscar knowing that he's 1v1 against the AD carry. His Caps in danger.
In, but Razork is there to back him up. Flash away from Caps. Immediate flash fall. Ulti coming in from the Aurelion Sol. He starts to spit fire onto Caps. The Caps has Yike to body block. That's Razork taken down. Jun running. Humanoid running. Already used the flight. The flash from Mickey. Oh, he's not happy about Game 1. He's looking to bring it back here in Game 2.
Massive win for G2. They zone Humanoid off of that entire wave after they get the pick onto Humanoid. Or sorry, get the pick onto Oscar Innen. So Humanoid has to walk around, and then he goes down as well.
Look at Mickey, look at Mickey.
Lantern spots him. Hook connects, immediate cleanse. Free bit of value, delays the recall, and gets the summoner spell.
Tempo, man, it's so huge, interrupting the back.
I think you can stop him again.
We're gonna look at the replay. Oscar trying to play safe, avoid the bot tower. Gets caught out by Yike, who bear in mind has a 2-level advantage. Humanoid doesn't really have the HP, and he wasn't expecting the hook to come out from over the wall. We move into the play, and Caps just finds a good position here. He's looking for Humanoid, he finds him, realizes I'm in danger, need to flash away. Nice flash follow-up from Razork, but I guess he should be expecting Yike considering he just killed Oscar.
The big problem is that Humanoid, the Q doesn't go through Yike, so he can't actually get the damage on the Caps because Yike is blocking the way, and that means that Caps is just able to walk through without having any more damage tossed his direction.
So while all this was going on, you can see that Noah is still sitting in the top lane, trying to trade back what they can, but more plates going in favor of Hansama. He's going to secure another one now as they chip away at Oscar's HP. Dragon being started off by Yike. Level 5, both junglers so close to level 6. The question is, are they going to try and force this fight? We've seen Fnatic force Dragons more often than I believe they should.
Caps going. Pushback doesn't quite connect. The Astral Flight taking Humanoid just out of the edge of that hitbox, but it will be Drake to the side of G2. Again, Broken Blade likely to die in the dive. But Jun tanking tower gives him a bit of extra space here as Noah also tanks a bit more. Again,
I'm getting a lot of bounce energy this series, you know what I mean? Good death.
Good death.
Thoughts?
It's not negative gaming, like you said in game one, but there's definitely some question marks that can probably throw BB's way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is you're still getting a 300 gold lead for Noah off the grand scheme of things because of the deaths. And yes, BB is getting to farm, but when you look at the experience, there's very little difference between Oscar and BB, but Oscar Innan's only died once and hasn't given across a bunch of gold, you know? So it's kind of evening out a little.
And it's really the plates that Hansama is picking up versus the kills that Noah is picking up. So AD, again, we're in the situation where it's relatively even if in terms of champion scaling favors Noah early on. It's really mid-jungle where G2 have started to build themselves up pretty decently.
And it's really important to, in the early phases of a lane swap, not tunnel too hard on the goal differences, just because the main goal is to get Hansama out of this matchup, right? You don't want the Jinx to be playing into the Kalista because of how dangerous that laning phase can be. Instead, you get to reach your first item, which he has now secured. He's going to have way more wave clear, and it's going to be safer to move him around the map. So ultimately, G2 have achieved their goal with a few benefits, given, as you rightly said, their mid-jungle find themselves in a very comfortable spot.
Still looking at this top side, though, because Fnatic, they finally match into Hansama, but they can't approach the wave. Oscar Innan's on the bottom side. There's just too many numbers here for G2. So this tower's going to fall, and now it's really dire straits for Fnatic.
Jun ticking over to level 6. Has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Does manage to lock up Mickey. Just really wants to clear the wave here. Humanoid has recalled. TP not quite available. Most likely just going to use the Astral Flight back to mid lane to make sure that he can cover. Broken Blade get a TP bottom lane. So it is just a 2v2 now on the top side. Hansama has to be careful. That's the go sign for Jun, as well as for Razork waiting off to the side, but G2 going to back away. They know they've gotten the time, or all the time that they can on the top side. As Broken Blade picks up that wave. Yike, I think this might be a bit overeager, but Caps is there to cover, so doesn't need to be too concerned. Do not want to give away that 5 grub buff to the side of Fnatic.
Keep your eyes on mid. Also, Oscar moving his way through the bot side jungle, drops the control ward deep into G2 side of the map.
Astral Flight forward. So hard to outtrade the Aurelion Soul, but Caps extends it a bit further to at least make it even.
Comes Oscar.
Caps gonna be in trouble. Footwork forward. The extra slow now coming in. Doesn't quite land the Intoku strike, but Caps has to be careful here.
I mean, this should give control enough for Fnatic to secure the grubs. That's going to be 5 on the board, help them a little bit with their sieging. I will say that when we think about hitting towers and sieging in the later game, Kalista is a champion that's not the best at it, just because she's relatively short lane. Cat once again goes in, perhaps trying to bait the flash there from Humanoid, but he remains steadfast. He's able to get away to safety. There should be another play at a minimum going in favor of Fnatic.
Obviously, the later we get into the game, the scarier the Aurelion Soul becomes. The amount of utility that he can have against an immobile champion like the Jinx is pretty overwhelming. The Thresh will mitigate some of that as G2 set up a bit on the top side here. 3v2 for now, but Yike coming in behind, and Broken Blade, as you highlighted, on the way. Doesn't have quite enough range on the ulti. Instead, it's going to be focused on the siege here as Hansama tries to clear this wave as quickly as he can. Meanwhile, Caps keeping up the pressure mid lane to make sure that Humanoid cannot roam top.
Yeah, I don't think he can go for the dive here as G2, though. Oscar Innan still has TP and could join this. He's already shoved that bot very low on mana.
Flame Chomper's turning back on Yike, thinking he might be the weaker target. TP now coming in, but Lantern ferrying them out to safety. They get no result in exchange. Good deal thus far for G2, but Fnatic buy themselves a bit more space on the top side.
That was a double TP, so really well done by G2. Fnatic over-invested, and because that Lantern, they're easily able to get Yike out. If you notice, no one else really approached the tower, so bait out the summoner spells from Fnatic, and even getting another play for Caps from the mid lane.
G2 slowly accruing a gold lead. About 900 gold for the time being. Dragon spawning in about a minute's time. G2's focus is on this top tower. Fnatic, though, should be close to their first item on Noah. I imagine on next base you'll be able to secure that, and I think Fnatic shouldn't be too afraid to go for the early fight. The Rylai's finished on Humanoid is a really nice pickup just because of all the utility that you get off the back of that first item. You can see these resets coming through, the empowered ultimate available for Humanoid as well. He's a tick off of level 10. You can see that on his portrait to the right. So a little bit behind in terms of experience from Caps, but we know that as a result of his TP when he tried to make that play top lane. Saved, though, by Mickey's Lantern. close to level 6 himself. He'd love to get that before the Dragon fight, but it does look like both teams are poised to go for that 5v5.
Good news is the box, not the most impactful spell overall. Obviously valuable to have, but the Lantern and the Hook may prove to be more impactful in the fight to come. 6 seconds till the Cloud Drake spawns. It's not going to be a Cloud Rift or a Chemtech Rift. Let's see where the Dragon buff takes us, but Fnatic, poised to fight, clearly want to group. They should be stronger in the skirmish. Noah at 1.5 items, much more powerful than Hans Sama. Broken Blade trying to get something back on the top side of the map will likely knock down this tower, but Fnatic have used this opportunity to set up control of the pit, to get mid priorities.
G2 are just going to give this. They're like, we can just get gold onto BB, we can get more tower, and there's only a single turret play left in the mid lane. Oh, tried for the steal, but there's only a single turret play left in the mid lane, so realistically, if Fnatic all reset now, Hans Sama just pushes in mid, and they can probably get that for themselves as well, especially with BB collapsing in onto the tier 2 with that wave. Now can sneak in behind Noah, who's by himself.
Keep your eye on Broken Blade, Sign ulti is up. Noah realizes the rest of his team gone. He now needs to back away. Broken Blade has been in Fog of War a little bit too long.
It's a good read from Noah. Play aggressive onto that initial wave before BB can really come across, and it means there's no wave for G2 to actually play off of, so they have to back it on up. They will move Mickey into this bottom side to try and get some vision on where Fnatic are after the reset. We'll spot out a lot of members there.
Now you'll notice Fnatic sending a lot of resources towards this mid lane. That's because G2 have their eyes set on unlocking this mid tower, but also Herald being alive.
Broken Blade, they're going to disable the tower as well. They're just trying to kick the fight off. Jun looking for the disengage ultimate. Caps on the backside though, pushes back too with the skies descend. Fnatic desperately holding on, and here comes Humanoid. He gets one reset. He starts to back away. They need to cancel the Breath of Light if they can, but that's the second reset. Moving right into the decimating smash, forced decisive, but Noah continues to step forward. Noah, Jun, Humanoid still standing. Mickey goes for the hook, but he does not find it. The play will fizzle. The mid lane tower finally drops, but it's Oscar pushing in on the top side at the same time, and Noah keeping up the pressure mid.
A heavy commitment from G2 with which Fnatic respond beautifully. They don't even have Oscar available, and in a 4v5 with the tower disabled, they still find 2 kills along with the tower in the top lane. You'll see this initiation come out from Yike, the ultimate from Broken Blade as well. The combo initially looks quite promising, but this ulti from Jun creates so much space between Caps and the backline. Razzle immediately dives onto the front as well, gets a 3-person stun underneath the tower, and while the ultimate comes in from Humanoid to do massive damage on the backline, they force G2 to back away while Oscar secures the top tower.
Jun getting the interrupt onto the shuffle from Caps was massive. The fact that he got that lockup means that he can't get the play off, buys time for the Aurelion Sol to come through, and then the Fate's Call from Noah means that they can't target Jun, who's the lowest member, so really well played by Fnatic in that fight, and again, Jun being the hero that Fnatic needed.
Certainly, Broken Blade now just walking away, essentially being farmed for stacks by the side of Humanoid. Gold slightly in favor of G2, but with a Herald in the back pocket of Fnatic, very likely it'll even out shortly. Broken Blade vulnerable here on the side lane. 3-man blast cone coming over. He is in for a not so pleasant surprise. CC from the Counter-Strike trying to back off, but there's no way for him to clear. Humanoid now bringing one in as well. There's just nothing Broken Blade can do.
I mean, I will say that Broken Blade, he's been prepared to lose his life on the side lane in exchange for trying to secure farm and XP, but we're past that point. At this point in time, you want to be avoiding dying as much as possible, and Fnatic are just continuing to punish him. They use the Herald to attack bot. I was expecting them to throw it mid, but G2 are cross-mapping. They know that Fnatic have invested multiple members towards the bot side. They're sieging on mids. They're going to secure this tower, rotate towards top, but I don't think they have much of a wave to play on, and they're going to be forced to disengage. Ultimately, not too bad of a trade for G2.
Humanoid is going to stay on this bot side, pushing the wave, and then start to group up with the rest of the team mid. I think at this stage, Fnatic, it's more of a, we are going to try and set up vision on the bottom side for the Dragon that's up in a minute 30. But getting that mid tower is pretty big for G2, because you will still be able to shove in pretty aggressively and then linger over towards bot, shift up towards that top side as well. And if you ever try and go for that sort of play again as Fnatic, suddenly that's another outer tower going down. A single outer tower will remain, so Fnatic definitely have to be careful about looking for these trades again.
And when you have vision control in your favor, Thresh feels like such an impactful champion, especially a Volibear as well. Obviously, this is still in the range of the early to mid game where Volibear is going to feel at his best. We'll start to fade away a bit as we get later into the game, but G2 certainly have the tools to fight for a bit more control across the middle of the map.
I will say though, a lot of the advantages for G2 are starting to disappear, right? You look at the mid lane that was 1.3k, 1.1k gold ahead, now down to within touching distance with just 300. Yes, you've got an advantage for Yike, but Humanoid is starting to come online, Jax is starting to come online, so you aren't as favored in the mid jungle as G2 anymore, and that could spell problems for their team fights.
And, you know, honestly, Dragon champions are wreaking havoc. It was Smolder, you know, the development arc of Baby Dragon to Grown Dragon, Humanoid from Dragon to AC-130 Gunship from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. It's, you know, the natural progression. He's there already. You see that dot on the ground, you know you're dead. He's got the kill streak ready to go.
Just don't give him the 25 kills for the Sky's Descent, you know?
I feel like it's going to come, you know what I mean? And that's, I feel like there is pressure on G2, while you can always argue, you know, is there some parity in scaling between Nazir and Aurelion Sol? Certainly, but Aurelion Sol just gets so much simple value the longer this game goes.
Jun is walking up. Jun is looking.
Flashing, instantly going to grab 3. Oscar off to the side, trying to split Caps out of the fight. Mickey now in trouble. That's one picked up by Noah. The carries playing beautifully on the back line together. Humanoid finds the reset. Now stepping in, Hansama ghosting. Yike taken down. Humanoid can just fly again. Raining fire from the skies, but Caps, Hansama, Broken Blade trying to play around this tower. Ulti going down, locking up 2, immediate follow-up though. They've got Hansama in their sights. Razor goes in and finds it. It's a shutdown. And again, G2 are crumbling in the mid lane. It's Noah buying a bit more space. Breath of Light going through the fly. The tower though just continues. Caps desperately trying to escape, dashing over the wall. They want to follow. Noah wants to kill, but he's gonna get embarrassed in the 1v1. Not today. Godlike on the Callista. And again, G2 crumble in the fight.
Fnatic out teamfight G2 once again. They continue to get the better of them in the 5v5, and we have to look at the support player. Jun with a 3-man knockup to start off the whole fight cements a huge victory for Fnatic.
And you can see it here, he knows he has the Fate's Call available, so it's like, I'm going in, you better follow, and Fnatic very quickly to come on through. So as Fnatic start to collapse, they get Mickey. Oscarin does a great job of buying the time from Broken Blade, and Caps drags them up to the top of the fight, which means they get to take care of Yike, who's not particularly tanky, and Hansama's just ghosting to run for the hills as Fnatic continue the fight.
Crucially, Caps was removed from the fight on one side, and then Hansama just didn't get to play on the other. Forced to retreat, playing on the defensive. It felt like the G2's carries, the crux of what makes this composition work, never had an opportunity to deal damage, and Fnatic executed beautifully. Another Dragon in their back pocket.
And that's 2 games in a row now. We've seen G2 go for these lane swap scenarios in 2 games. It has not come down to how well you play the map. It has come down to how well Fnatic have team fought, and they have been destroying G2 every single time they meet 5v5.
And while G2 have talked about wanting to grow in the mid game, it was their early game last year that let them be so explosive, that let them blow open games in the first 10 minutes. Through a lot of the time, bot lane 2v2. Now they're lane swapping to avoid the 2v2, and Noah and Jun, despite that, are still incredibly impactful in the games. Jun standing off to the side. Taken by Yike! Just what they needed by Fnatic. Now center for the fight. Keep your eyes on Humanoid off to the side. The pushback is there. The ulti is there. He's burning everybody down. Now he has the reset. Trying to get away, but the angle's not quite right. G2 now clearing up. Trying to clean up the fight in exchange. Broken Blade and Yike, the last 2 members standing, but they've got the Baron buff. It's a disaster for Fnatic.
What the hell just happened? G2 out of nowhere. They steal the Dragon, and they steal the lives of Fnatic right from out underneath them.
3,000 LEC assists for Caps. Also just comes out of nowhere.
Been out of pocket.
Now you know. Congratulations to Caps off the back of a Baron steal for G2. I mean,
what?
I was concerned that Fnatic was taking a flip here, but I didn't think it would happen like that. Let's keep track of Yike on the bottom right-hand side. Flash smite. Just like that, the Azir wall comes in to kind of coax Fnatic into a very awkward position, while Caps and Hansama get taken out of the fight. It's just the bruises on the side of G2 that end up cleaning up.
It was the timing of the Flash Smite and the Jinx Rocket at the exact same time meant that they just weren't able to respond to Fnatic. They
the
just hit the 2 at the same time.
was very much like, it's not good, but we'll take it.
Yeah. And now Fnatic in the mid lane. You still got G2 trying to collapse. Humanoid off to the side.
Gonna get the reset. Nice hook onto Razor. Could start the towers there as well. Jun gonna get pushed back by Caps. Crucially keeping the backline relatively safe. Humanoid off to the side. Needs to be able to do damage, but Noah taken down. Yike on a rampage. Humanoid with a good ulti to try and disengage the fight, but G2 found a bit of an edge, and they are not looking to give Fnatic a way back into this game.
Humanoid's ult did stop G2 from being able to follow up, but G2 are happy to not take the lives of Fnatic. They're happy to just take the base instead. Lantern there will reposition Hansama out. And just like that, G2 have full control over this game.
I mean, G2 are given a chance with which they have pounced on. But they're going to be feeling frustrated if they do walk away with a win here. Twice in a row now, it feels like Fnatic have been the better team fighters. I think the idea behind forcing the Nash is good if they can use it as an opportunity to turn and fight, but they committed to the secure. They lost the 50-50, and now they find themselves in this situation. A good initial hook from Mickey chunks out Razork. He's going to follow it up with another one. The slow connects into another hook. And Razork, well, he's forced to retreat. A nice ulti comes out from Jun to buy time for his team on the retreat, but Noah, he's got nothing left. He's used everything in the toolkit. And as Humanoid uses that ulti to buy space, G2 unlock an inhibitor.
And Humanoid hits a 5-man ulti, but the cooldown is not there on the initial engage when he hits the singularity on the G2 backline. That slight timing difference, the 10 seconds that he needed for that to come back up, could have been a very different fight for Fnatic, but you know, you hit 5 people in ultimate, that's 25 stacks, and Humanoid is only continuing to get scarier and scary. He has to be taken out of these fights.
We have to look at the bottom of our screens again and recognize that the goal difference is largely sitting on Volibear. You've got to remember that as a champion, he tends to fall off a cliff the later into the game you go. So I would not count Fnatic completely out of this game just yet. A single fight can still swing the momentum back in their favor.
Also look at the side of your screens, the summoner spells that are available on both sides. Jun has his flash, which is going to be massive. No flash for Caps, no flash for BB, no flash for Mickey. There is an opportunity for Fnatic to set up a big play with the Nico ult.
Now look at the top right of your screen. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds.
Now look at the bottom of your screen. Look how back and forth this game has been.
Now look at the top left. It says you're beautiful. Thanks for watching.
Look away, now look back. We're on a horse. Contact us, Axe. Just saying, Old Spice, whoops. Regardless, here we are. It's not going to be soul point for either side, but Fnatic have first setup. Maybe Yike goes for a
it will be. It'll be soul
steal.
point for Fnatic if they secure this.
Yeah, but it's not soul yet. Sorry, excuse me.
Oh, right, that's
Misspoke.
what you mean.
So G2 can afford to give that one away. They didn't have the setup, no real reason to step forward there. The Sky's Descent available for Humanoid. It's going to hit everybody. Next time it's up, more than enough range, most certainly.
So we take a breather. We take stock of the situation that we find ourselves in, and it's Fnatic leading in kills, G2 leading in gold. A lot of that gold sitting onto the Volibear, but in terms of the carries, very even across the board. 2 items finished for Caps, 3 finished for Humanoid. Of course, Caps investing in that death cap is kind of the difference, whereas the Rylai's a little bit on the cheaper side. Humanoid puts himself in a great position there. In the bot lane, 3 items for both AD carries. So these teams are primed and ready to fight, and it ultimately comes down to execution. We know the late game threats that are Caps and Hansama. Jinx and Azir have a lot of range and a lot of hyper carry potential, but the same can be said for Humanoid. And we've seen Noah get pentakills on this champion. In fact, if you go yesterday, that's exactly when he did it.
Well, the context of that pentakill made it feel a little bit more like a quadra. But I will say that shout out to Fnatic, absolute homie moment where you're willing to give your life to die in a best-of-5 elimination series so your AD can get a pentakill. Heroic effort. But you talked about resetting, and I think it's important for G2 to reset a little bit as well. This has not been the dominant series we may have initially respected. They did get a chance back into this game on the back of stealing that first Baron. Second Baron, 20 seconds away. They need to rally. They need to play these fights clean, and their vision is slowly just being chipped away. But now the ulti coming in, Hansama flashing out. Mickey gonna die before the fight really even starts. Jack doing his best to try and disengage Oscar and buying a bit more space, and Noah completely and totally untouched. Another one falling. Humanoid just continues to fly, but the reset not quite working out. Hansama now is the one that's starting to take over, and keep your eyes on Caps in the picture-in-picture. He's already knocking down the base. Fnatic, they're desperate to keep going. They need to kill Hansama. Oscar finds the ulti. The knockback doesn't take Hans over the wall, and Fnatic, they want to end it here. They need more. They can't settle. Caps has already gotten the inhibitor. They need to get something else, but the health bars are so low, I don't even think they can get Baron.
I mean, that's the second inhibitor secured. Yike is trying to interrupt the backs. I thought the Caps may even try to end the game, but no, he's going to go for a recall 9. TP's in.
Yike is strong. Extra healing coming in from the Frenzied Maul. Another 900 HP, baby! Volibear going crazy in the 2v1.
Volibear and Sunder Sky, what a combo know that Noah needs to break. Can he find Yike here?
Noah takes the jungler out. Maybe it gets a little bit easier. Now manages not quite to find one. The
shield!
The shield! The lantern! Mickey finds the hook onto Humanoid. It's all falling apart. It's going crazy, but G2 are the ones who are ahead. Cap's looking to snipe that AC out of the sky. He just barely lives. No! What?
The auto attacks from the minion are what finish him off. Just like that, 4 members of Fnatic are dead. That's 1 inhibitor down. G2, can they end from this position? I think not. Baron should be the call, but Razork is alive in 5 seconds.
It's a huge wave on bot side, though.
They can't end
They
this,
just
surely.
landed Hansama here. I think they want to try and end it now.
This next wave should be a super minion wave.
Look at the bottom right. This is where it's coming in.
They're going to try to play off this. It's bold, but it's confidence you want to see from G2. Cap still has ulti.
Is it too bold, though?
John punching in. Keep your eyes on Razork. Razork wants to try to turn this back with the pushback from Hans' clutch. He buys the space for the Jinx to take over in the clutch. Noah off to the side, but it's 4 members of G2 standing tall. They're going to bring it back in game 2. A triple for Caps to end it. Humanoid, there's no way. G2, we already took out Hansama. G2 just has to try to take it. It's a quadra for Caps. They want to give him the penta. They want to give him the same treatment. Noah got a penta in game 2 in the spring finals.
Caps rounds it out with a pentakill. It wasn't clean, it wasn't easy, but G2 bring us to 1-1. The split pushing at the very end there, to then have them TP Yike on the volley bear with that crazy healing. What a crazy way to end that game. Wow, Fnatic versus G2 delivering.
It was so close. It was so close. It was just coming down to that last little bit where Fnatic started to fall apart.
Yeah, and you heard it from the desk. Yike starting to feel like an unsung hero. People are going to be singing after the last few minutes of the game. I think it's safe to say we'll see what Game 3 looks like as we tie up the series and head to a quick break.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está? ¡Uy, uy, uy! ¡Ajas! Dios mío de mi vida. I think I lost. I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Guys, we just played them, you have them, right? They're not playing good.
Wow, nice. Nice speech, bro. You just play them, you have them. Okay.
You have them.
You just need to play them.
Joan running, Humanoid running. Already used the flight, the flash from Mickey. Oh, he's not happy about game one. He's looking to bring it back.
I go Jinx. Jinx is... Get the ball.
Yike is strong, extra healing coming in from the Frenzy Maul. Another 900 HP, baby! Bear going crazy in the 2v1.
And welcome back in LEC Spring Finals as G2 comes back in this best of 5. And I'm here with Nuke to do a bit of a breakdown because Nuke, we saw a consistent champion throughout these playoffs. Aurelion Sol, Space Dragon, quite strong.
Yeah.
You made an experience of this yesterday playing against Marek. How is it playing against this champion?
I mean, Asol, especially of the Q chain, right?
Yeah.
It was like hot fixed, and now Aurelion Sol is way weaker in early game. And so it's his weakness, right? You have to take advantage from lane. Like, for example, here you can see Caps 1v1, he's taking flash of Humanoid. He just showed the weakness of the champion, right? But the thing is that with this champion, no matter what you do in early game, no matter how behind he is, if you overforce one time on the wrong timer, he's just there pressing the best ult in the game and just one-shotting everyone. So, so yeah.
It feels like this champion, the scaling is one part, but the tools provided that the champion are also what makes it strong. And I feel like this is a champion that suits Humanoid a lot because he's going to be the late game guarantee for Fnatic and the clutch factor often. Do you think this Aurelion Sol, even though he was maybe poorly executed, is the type of champion for him?
I mean, yeah. I totally agree. I think that this champ is perfect because, like, especially against Caps, which I think has a better knowledge about lane or like to take advantage, right? 1v1. He will come to the late game with his E ult, press his button, and enemy will, if they make a mistake, will just collapse. And I think this is why this champion is really great for him.
And everything was going well for them, right? Until one point, but I want to roll a second fight that we selected because here, Nuke, talk me about the ability of Aurelion Sol to clutch fights in the mid to late game.
Yeah, here the first mid because Azir was spotting bot, right? But it kind of shows like the situation Aurelion Sol don't want to be in. It's like when you have to like force. When you like when enemy is coming to you on a straight line and not flanking, and when this happens, you're just in a really good spot, but this is like a bit forced, and then after it happens that as a TP and that does the fight.
So we had G2 forcing on one side, Fnatic forcing on the other, but in the end, G2 takes the lead. Do you think this is what failed for Fnatic here? Should they have been a bit more cautious, taking their time, waiting for G2 to come to them?
Yeah, I agree. I think especially for the Nash fight where they like flipped it, I think they should have just take it slowly.
All right.
Let them come into them and just play their game slowly instead of like rushing things.
Nuke, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you very
this
much.
breakdown. And let's see what the desk has to say about this game. Shocks, over to you.
Thank you so much. They'll turn the lights on, I'm sure. But I want to get straight into that Nash replay. There we go. And the fact that actually before that we saw that Fnatic again was strong in the skirmishes, was strong in the fights, looked like they were poised to take over the game. But then the Baron happens. Talk me through this.
Oh, the Baron, man. Why do you gotta flip it? You guys were really, you guys were doing so good.
That's Fnatic, man.
They were doing so good, and then they just got into a situation where there's a 50-50, and obviously Volibear with the E burst together with the smite has a lot of like steal potential. They just got the Nash, stole the Nash, and then Volibear was a menace in the backline of this fight. I also think maybe Humanoid could have lived here, but G2 cleaned it up.
Yeah, I mean, it was pixel perfect together with the Super Mega Death Rocket that came through as well. Like that smite and ultimate came down, and even that ultimate of Jinx has been known in the past to steal away objectives. And you can see the goal difference being in Fnatic's favor slowly but surely. And it comes back to that third Drake again, as we saw in game 1, where G2 keeps posturing for the third Drake fight. They have a slight lead, but Fnatic out team fights them there, and then they want to run away with the game. But as we obviously just saw on the Baron, G2 crawled it back.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, definitely, that Yike was able to get in there, and Finn overall, comparatively to the Rek'Sai, the Volibear not only in the lane swap scenario, but also the way he piloted it to bring this game home. It was a joy to watch. He was even dancing on it.
I mean, Yike had an incredible game. I think he kind of solo carried his game almost. I think because the big thing about Volibear in this lane swaps is that you can always dive the side, because his ult obviously disables the tower, so even if they try to cover with the support, they can still threaten that dive. And the flash stun is always so, like this play was incredible by him, he clutched it out, got the Thunder Sky proc at the correct timing, and then he walked back in for the last W, chomp, just like that, double stun, boom, easy. I do think we're gonna see an increase in Volibear prio coming this draft. Like Now I think Fnatic is probably going to look to choose blue side and maybe even pick it themselves. Oh, he's going to dance on him.
No,
He's going to dance on him. He's going to dance on him.
Yeah.
I mean, the shielding is just insane.
Oh my god.
It's like
He's
one
dancing
extra
on him.
auto attack down for it, right? But it's typical. You were saying this as well, Finn, to me while we were watching the game. But Yikes just always pops off doing finals, and that is so impressive for a guy who's supposed to be the newest addition to this roster, but continuously shows up.
Yeah, newest, but I want to drop that because he's been with them for a long time.
I still think it's impressive.
Definitely the newest and definitely impressive. I won't take anything away from Yike for sure. But now we're all squared up. So where do we go from this then? Because I feel like I'm actually quite happy with what I've seen with Fnatic in comparison with what I expected, but they're still, they lost game 2, so.
I mean, I really want G2 to drop this science strat, because I feel like it's only hurting Broken Blade's
Reddit hates it.
No, but Broken Blade, I feel like Broken Blade is one of the strengths of G2 compared to Oscar. And by doing the science strat, I think he's kind of locked out of the game and is getting, he's not getting as much.
Are they like shooting themselves in the foot?
I feel like they are kind of like hurting their own chances a little bit.
Oh my, Broken Blade is shooting himself in the foot. You heard it here first. Drop that Scion strat. We do not want to see it. Let's get into the picks and bans for game 3, where Fnatic choose the blue side.
Thank you, Shocks. You heard it here second. We do not want to see the Scion. No more. Because I think that while it's, you know, we don't want to oversimplify, and we obviously don't get to see all of what G2 is scrimming and practicing. Certainly it feels like on paper you would favor Broken Blade in a straight 1v1. And maybe not this split.
I mean, he was Winter Split MVP finals.
Yeah.
Like, his Cassante was insane. He was having a great performance. And I believe that lane swapping as a tool in certain situations is valuable.
Yep.
And I think that, especially in a meta where the AD carries are largely dominated by, you know, Kalista, Varus, even to more of a degree recently the Lucian, when you have these strong dominant bot lane 2v2s, being able to lane swap to be able to avoid them is, I think, an effective tool. But I do also think that G2 are kind of abandoning options that they have available to answer some of this aggression, like Poppy is really good into things like Kalista, right? That because they tunnel so hard on making sure they get this lane swap, I think sometimes they put themselves in difficult positions. And frankly, Fnatic is just team fighting better overall than G2 is in this series.
Well, and G2 certainly aren't really setting themselves up. We are going to see the Scion banned away. So interestingly, Fnatic are the ones who don't want to deal again with the lane swap strategy. Now, there are other tanky top lane options. We've seen Oscar pull out a few of them.
Zach.
Blind Zach, though?
I think anticipating the lane swap, Blind Zach is
Broken Blade
really bold.
just slam like a Darius now or something? Like, not that he has to do it now, but...
Well, I think the thing is, Fnatic are probably going, as you say, they're anticipating the lane swap. So if G2 end up taking something along the lines of like a Jinx Lulu here or something like that, then you're like, oh, okay, they are going to go for it and you can respond in kind. But I think you end up in this weird scenario now where G2, as red side, you can kind of find it a little bit more difficult to get the champions that you're interested in to make the lane swap more viable.
And while we haven't seen Fnatic be the team in most drafts to initiate the lane swap, if a Darius comes through and then Fnatic go for a lane swap, that is a miserable champion to try to survive tower dives on. So it is going to be a more conservative choice for Broken Blade. If they lane 1v1, the Rek'Sai obviously has a ton of sustain. If we are in a lane swap situation, there's...
Kalista, Lucian, Xayah are all the champions I'm thinking right now. And they're going to go Kalista. So unless Fnatic throw a fast one and they lane swap on us, I'm expecting this to be a bot lane 2 versus 2. Varus likely to be the response. And we talked about Poppy earlier.
There we go.
It's Razork's go-to, right? It's one of his most impressive jungle champions. He has a huge amount of success on the champion, and the Varus to pair alongside it gives Noah an effective answer into the Kalista.
And you already have great engage with the Zac, so the Poppy just gets to be that follow-up player that can try and lock down the Kalista in certain opportunities with the Steadfast presence, interrupts the Rek'Sai, and as well, you've actually got a decent enough matchup in the bottom side where Varus at least can farm against the Kalista without having too much trouble, and even if you opt in towards a poke as well, you can base your mid lane pick off of, well, now the Azir on the opposite side and figure out exactly what you want to try and go for here as Fnatic.
Looking at something like a Nautilus here as being a high prio, I wonder if Fnatic will look to ban it away. G2 wouldn't be surprised to see the Aurelion Sol banned, the Talia, another ban potential. But there it is. Orianna is the only other one, but admittedly in Europe, Orianna has fallen dramatically in terms of where it falls in the priority list. So Aurelion Sol definitely seems to be higher on the priority list in terms of bans. I'm curious as to where Fnatic is looking. They're looking at jungle right now. There's always the possibility of this Rek'Sai being moved into the jungle. We've seen it multiple times from Mike, even though our expectation right now is this will go to Broken Blade. But they don't want to run the risk of Yike. We know that he can play both carries and supportive junglers, depending on what he's feeling and what the team needs.
G2 are in a luxurious position, excuse me, with the Rex side, though, that they can flex it, as you mentioned. So can, if they want to, try to play through Broken Blade more on the top side, give him a more aggressive counter pick. Now that we've seen the kind of first 3 shakeout from either side, you can feel relatively confident there won't be a lane swap, a little bit more comfort in knowing that you will have that isolated top side 1v1. And it will be the Orianna band away, so room now for the Aurelion Soul to come out.
Aurelion Soul is just such a good opportunity here because you already got really good setup with the Zac. Zac leaps in, you throw down the Sky's Descend, or vice versa. So you just end up always connecting onto some sort of carries with the follow-up, and the bounce house is just so difficult to deal with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Aurelion Soul coming through. Also, something that we used to see a little bit more on the G2 side was a Hwei, which I think you could potentially go for here, but always way more vulnerable of that kind of swoop and scoop in the mid lane with the Azir.
Oh, I saw you said way more vulnerable. Sorry.
Oh, no. I was like, why are you grinning at me like that?
It's like every cast is a quad cast. With okay. Twisted Fate now coming in for Broken Blade. So
yeah, and then
that is the flex.
But I don't know how I feel about this Rek'Sai jungle now.
Also,
their engage
Renata's
is
still
not great.
Aurelion Soul taking their time. I will say, in the world of Mickey X Dark technology, many years ago when he played a bunch of games with Reckless and Solo Q, the Twisted Fate support, Twisted Fate Zillion bot lane was a thing. So there might be a world where Twisted Fate gets flexed again, but I don't think Fnatic have to be too concerned about that. Instead, just grabbing 2 of the strongest picks if this Renata comes through that we have seen across playoffs and across this, honestly, this entire year.
Fnatic's comp is well-rounded, very similar to what they've done so far in this series. Strong bot lane 2 versus 2. They have relatively weak sides. Their engage isn't the best. They're very reliant on Oscar to actually start the fight, but you do have the advantage of a lot of zone control in the form of Varus ultimate, Renata ultimate, the ultimate from the Aurelion Soul, and the Blitzcrank is going to round things out from G2. So G2's a lot more like pick potential, attacking side lanes, skirmishing, looking for smaller opportunities. Because when we kind of look at their 5v5, while it does have strengths, a lot of potential damage threats, a lot of ability to create chaos, they don't have a huge amount of utility. They don't have an easy way to actually engage onto these fights. And they're kind of reliant on Fnatic coming into them, which when you're playing with Aurelion Soul and Varus, you don't necessarily have to do.
I'm just pointing out, this would actually be a good game for Fnatic to lane swap. Because you've got the Renata.
Dagda,
you go top, Oscar Ridden on the Zac can actually farm, and we already saw with Zeus in the LCK. TF not exactly the best when it comes to surviving those lane swap scenarios, so I'm just lobbing it up there if Fnatic want to hit it.
If they don't, they're still not set up too bad, I think, in this draft. G2 a lot of tools in the early to mid-game with skirmishes, with the Destiny setup. As we get later into the game, Fnatic have more opportunities to front to back. The composition is really, really powerful. We'll see where Noah wants to go with the build overall. Not too many tanky champions on the opposite side, so I expect it will be the lethality Varus. But some time to adjust here. The runes. Final moments as we load into game here. 1-1 the series score. Match point for whoever can take this one. Game 3. Brief pause before we get into it. Let's get it going.
I don't think we'll be seeing any lane swap scenarios.
We will see level 1s though. I don't know how much solo queue you guys play, but Blitzcrank, level 1s. Pro players are no different.
If you've played against a Blitzcrank ever in your life, you've literally seen this exact maneuver.
The ward is down.
How cringe is warding, though? You know what I mean?
Yeah, come on, guys.
I like it, Mickey. Mickey is the Blitzcrank. He's like, I am going to just keep going. There is no stopping me. And everyone in G2 is like, no, there's no one here. They probably know. He's like, I'm going.
I will say ambitious to pick Blitzcrank into Jun. You know, the man who literally...
Is the Blitzcrank guy, especially
Blitzcrank
since Lebrov's had a little bit of a rougher season towards the tail end here. This is a bold call and a lot of faith in individual ability for Mickey, who hasn't had the flashiest series yet. The Thresh game was all right. The first game on the Lulu was a bit of a travesty. Now Fnatic setting up a level 1 of their own.
Oh, hello Fnatic. Some sneaky shenanigans, which Caps is.
You said that so intimately. Hello Fnatic.
I mean, it's a calm setting. I'm working on my ASMR voice, you know.
Yes. Alternative career paths.
The Raptors. Look at how they fall.
The stretching strikes not quite gonna hit.
Broken Blade trying to steal them with the red card. Ooh, close.
Just leashes.
Wait, they lane swapped.
I'm sorry.
They lane
I said
swapped.
it was probably a good
They
one.
lane swapped. They literally said, hey, G2, guess what? You know?
Yeah. Nice try, guys. Not exclusive to you. We can also watch NIP VODs.
Yeah. Broken Blade, is he
Humanoid.
looking for a level 1
This is
mid-gank?
really bold. The level 2 from Aurelion Sol is incredibly impressive. Humanoid knows that he tries to leverage that advantage, but now he's going to get punished for it. A quick flash out to safety. Caps now has a level 2 of his own.
I don't think they have the damage.
Gold card, WQ, one more auto, but a dive on the bottom side. In the meantime, Oscar now going to be in trouble, but Mickey's taking the tower. Mickey, not quite going to drop. Ensemble wants to finish this desperately. They need to finish off Oscar, and they should have grabbed the first kill. It's first blood on the bottom side for G2, and we've just roll swapped.
Well, I've seen this before.
I've seen it before. The nameplates were switched, but we have seen that exact play 3 games in a row.
Broken Blade now ganking mid again.
Flash forward. Bit extra movement, but here comes Razork. Oh, it's just a level 1 TF with red buff. Humanoid still living. Can reset on the Astral Flight if he wants to.
Still
alive.
Oh!
Caps cannot get it. Fnatic laughing straight to the bank. It's not a clean early game, but they're getting everything they want. They're
Humanoid laughs at them as he glides over the wall and gets Razork 2 kills. BB hard overcommits to that play, flashing in and then face-checking the brush. Razork very quick with the punish, and Fnatic now lead the kills.
And you gotta wonder if G2 are regretting letting lane swaps out of the bag. You let the cat out of the bag, you cannot put it back in. They're owning that first hand. That said, Oscar getting the Broken Blade experience here in the early game.
Razork actually got a nice deal of his, which sounds weird, own Raptors. Because it means that there's less camps on the bot side here for Yike. As he starts to transition back up on towards his top side to be near Noah and Jun. So nice pick, but Humanoid is still the focus here.
Humanoid Astral Flight out, Razork there to cover. Not really a lot of angles of attack here for Mickey.
Gentlemen, I'm about to read you Twisted Fate's passive, loaded dice. Upon killing a unit, Twisted Fate rolls his lucky dice, receiving 1 to 6 bonus gold.
Okay. Okay.
Small problem, he currently has 4 kills.
Of units. Of any kind of unit.
The problem, right, is that Broken Blade in these lane swaps, this is why Zaya struggled so much when HLE did the exact same thing to him, where you just deny the ability for him to farm. Oscar's fine being a low resource carry, right? He just needs to get health and he can ultimately still do his job. But for Broken Blade to be effective in a side lane, gold is super important. And being able to leverage the passive is one of his big strengths as a top laner.
Just not getting access to level 6 for so long just hurts the Twisted Fate as well. It just kind of makes him just null and void for so much of this game.
And now it becomes a dance around the map. Once again, G2 trying to match back towards the top. But of course, the swap comes through from Noah and Jun. Broken Blade is forced to play on the defensive. He goes back to the reset. He moves into the top side of the jungle. Only level 3 for him. Admittedly, Oscar is still only level 1.
Yeah, he's been hanging out around mid lane, just hoping to, it looks like, sap some XP, maybe provide a little bit of threat here. Does get spotted.
Oh, could have got the ward XP, no.
Little extra damage now as Humanoid just continues to play a little bit forward, hoping to bait gaps in, it would seem.
The stretching, or the slingshot even, also scales with levels, so it's a little bit unfortunate. I don't know what Oscar actually started. I didn't get a chance to see it, but I'm pretty sure it was a Z, but it doesn't have the actual range on it to jump in.
Oh, it's cute.
Caps is on the opposite side. That was cute, was it?
Yeah, see it there as he observes Toggle over Zach. This is it's a
Do you notice what Broken Blade is doing? He's just shadowing his bot lane right now to get a little bit of experience. He's trying to get whatever he can. Hansama should tick over to level 5.
Imagine you have to follow an 80 carry around on a champion who objectively gets more gold per minion kill. And you have to just sit there and watch him farm.
Well, maybe that's what's happening. It's just behind the scenes. It's just like BB going, look, Hans, come on.
Look,
like, think about it.
I'm
This
sorry.
this is more gold overall.
It's just math.
It's just
but you gotta feel for BB. A very masochistic series from him thus far. Gets dove like 30 times in the first 2 games, and now is an 11
All right, Oscar,
CST.
here we go. You know, while it's been rough for Broken Blade, you're still level 1 and it's 6 minutes into the game.
Stretching strikes, not sure if it's gonna hit. Don't know if it'll matter. Broken
Mickey's
Blade also
mids.
does more damage. Nice scoop back. Mickey goes him into the waiting arms of Yike. Caps grabbing that kill. Nice little 1-2 punch there in the mid lane.
Very nice combo. G2 equalize the kills. Oscar will finally feel the grace that is level 2. The fans are up for G2. Hansama has now finally got the matchup that he's been looking for. But to what end? He does, of course, have that initial first blood kill that they were able to find onto Oscar, giving him the gold lead over Noah for the time being. But again, the game plan of this swap was not necessarily that Noah and Jun couldn't lane into this Kalista Blitz. It was more so about putting Broken Blade behind. And the man is only level 4, 7 minutes in. And even though comparatively Oscar is even more behind, he's going to offer much more value as we enter the mid game.
Definitely is, but still quickly approaching a 600 gold lead. So in the context of the 1v1, it would be easy to assume that Broken Blade is really building a significant advantage. But as you highlighted, Betty, as long as Oscar hits level 6 and has enough HP to push 3 buttons in a team fight, he's always going to be able to deliver that value. Whereas Broken Blade, yes, he can just be a gold card, but if there's no damage follow-up, it's not nearly as much CC as Zac is going to.
I will say that one of the things that we see with lane swaps, though, is that towers fall very, very quickly. And if you have an isolated lane where Broken Blade is able to abuse the fact he has that level advantage, it will become very easy for G2 to, even with BB behind, shove in a wave, teleport mid lane, catch Humanoid off guard, try and use your lane states to your advantage. So you still do have to be careful as Fnatic, and I think that's why getting early dragons here is actually going to be quite good for Fnatic. The fact that they can try and use that to force fights away from Broken Blade, just being able to use this level and go to advantage over Oscar.
Yeah, ultimately, G2 now have what they want, and you can see that Broken Blade is proving why this matchup can be very difficult for Oscar, getting bullied out.
Fnatic Razor, Cook gonna hit the Gromp.
That's not a poppy.
Definitely not. Frog gonna throw an auto back in Vengeance. Noah hits decent bit of poke here. Obviously, as we get later into the game with 3 relatively squishy members in the Azir, the Kalista, and the Twisted Fate, the Varus poke can start to do a lot of work. But need to see Fnatic navigate the rest of this lane phase well. They are at a bit of a deficit here. They do have that first Drake, but they did lose the first 3 grubs, so tower pressure on the top side.
Oh my God.
A bit more threatening. Jun now hooked up. Yike looking to follow. He has been marked by the Rek'Sai ultimate, and instantly he's going to fully commit here. Jun doesn't even have time to use the bailout. Buys himself an extra second, but Mickey, eye set on Noah. Jun was already a dead man walking. Razork on the way down. He wants to turn it back. Noah can't quite get enough damage here. Just going to be that single kill on the bottom side in favor of G2.
Insane hook from Mickey, connecting with Jun, completely pulling him out, and Jun invests everything. The flash, the heal, the ultimate, trying to escape, but G2 are able to chase him down with Yike being there with the ultimate himself.
I mean, Mickey on the hook champions, both previously and currently, definitely having a stronger performance than his game 1. He is looking, but he realizes Razork is a little too close for comfort, so they're not going to take that gamble. But this is the ideal setup right now for G2. Mickey
waiting. It's a bit low. Razork definitely not the target that he was looking for here. Hansama doesn't have the defensive tools to get him out. Now it's Hansama who's going to be in trouble. Twisted Fate maybe just threatening, hoping to move his way in, but instead he's going into the mid lane. Hansama now dropping down. Yike pulled back by a clean handshake. Does have the tunnel to take him to safety, and now it's Caps who's in trouble. Oscar, he spent half this game at level 1, but level 6 finally here, and he puts it to good use in the mid lane.
Back to bot lane. Razork is looking for Yike.
Smite, extra movement speed, finishes it. Fnatic keeping pace with G2 in the early game.
Humanoid did fall in the mid lane, though, to that initial play, so at least G2 gets some back, but Fnatic getting the turnaround on bot side after what had been a devastating pick on the Jun is massive for the Fnatic crew.
Ultimately, I think a misplay from Mickey. Doesn't realize that he's just standing on a ward. Fnatic know they have a health advantage as Jun makes his way back out onto the lane. The reset hasn't come through yet from G2, and then Hansam, I think, gets punished for this overstep from Mickey, meaning that Fnatic can convert this into a number of kills. Great stuff from Fnatic, showcasing that they themselves are excellent at those early game skirmishes and 2v2s.
Reassigning their bottom lane to the mid lane, hoping to get a bit of pressure here. Obviously, strength of the Varus, even at level 7, 4 points in the arrow, plus the opportunity. Should let him clear out the waves quickly. It's now Hansama who's isolated. Up against Oscar, he's not going to be too concerned, but because he doesn't have the Blade of the Rune King yet, he has to be careful. That's a TP behind. Hansama in isolation, no summoner spells, and here comes Humanoid. That should be one dead Kalista. Mickey on the chase, gonna try to pull Humanoid out, but Hansama surely doesn't have enough life. He continues to dance, he's getting away. There's no way that Kalista should live, but Hansama, with the support of Mickey X, will make it out, but now the follow-up play. Completely going wide there on the initial hostile takeover. Mickey going to be sacrificed here. Fnatic at least going to walk away with one. Yike debating if he can save his support, but I think he just has to walk away. Fate's call up in the nick of time to keep Mickey standing.
I think Oscar Rinnan messed up the start of that play. If he queued the minion and auto-attacked Hansama, he would have managed to get the kiss. But without that, he ends up missing the initial stretching strike onto Hansama, can't hit the minion, and Hansama dances around perfectly with the help of Mickey to get both them out of that play.
Crucially, Broken Blade Blade is given freedom to just hit onto this top tower. He gets a bunch of farm, XP, now level 8. Very quickly becoming more relevant in this game after Fnatic tried to deny him earlier on. Fnatic just short of a few HP bars. And they could have found themselves a few more kills. Humanoid even committing his TP to the play.
You can see Oscar coming up here, but there's really just a shell of a turret to defend. No one else on the way quite yet. Razor can pay his attention topside. Broken Blade delayed hitting the tower for an extra second to drop down and place that vision ward. Make sure they could see exactly where the lane assignments were going to be from the side of Fnatic. And now G2, pressure across the map in their favor means easy access to the second Drake of the game, Cloud. Will tie things up 1-1 with Fnatic in terms of overall Drakes.
Razork has started to walk his way up onto the top side to see if maybe he can make a cross map against Broken Blade, maybe even look for the Void Grub themselves, but with BB having as much control as he does on this top wave push, Razork can't really risk starting up the Void Grubs by himself. So G2 managed to get this Dragon, and now will go back into their lanes to shove out the waves and deny Fnatic really having any sort of response.
As we look ahead to the game, with Fnatic slowly building this gold lead, it's going to be very important that Fnatic don't split up, that they don't let themselves get caught out by the potential combo of the Rek'Sai and the Twisted Fate, or Mickey hiding in the brush here. Losing mid lane tower would be devastating early on, and while Humanoid has had the luxury in so many of these games on the Aurelion Sol to be the one flanking, when the destiny is there for Broken Blade, you have to be careful about fishing for those angles, unless you're going to be the one to get picked out.
For sure. Destiny primarily used there just for a bit of information, along with getting back to lane. Caps, is he in danger here?
Fly forward, extra slow coming in from the Rylai's. Caps patient though, not going to burn any unnecessary cooldowns, doesn't have the flash.
Rylai's doing work there for Humanoids. The bot tower should be exchanged finally for Fnatic. They get themselves on the tower kill board, but the gold largely remains even between the two teams.
TF pushing in the top side as well. BB, we got a good amount down thanks to these extra Void Grubs. And with Rift Herald now about to come up as well, I think there's a world where you just reset as G2's bot lane, rotate to mid lane, send BB bot, and you threaten Rift Herald while BB is able to threaten that tier 1 on the bottom side. So G2 in a really strong position when it comes to the map state, even though Fnatic did manage to just pick up that bottom tower.
I mean, I'm looking at Caps' TP. They might even choose to send Caps off to a side lane and keep the Twisted Fate closer to the objective that they want to contest. But with Huns overstaying in bot, I think this is the avenue for Fnatic to force that Herald. There's no way he's going to be able to collapse in time to be able to contest this. And I like this even more, what Fnatic are doing. Turn their attention to the top tower first, zone Broken Blade away, secure this objective, push in another wave on top, have Humanoid catch mid, and then use that pressure to maybe drop a few wards in the enemy jungle. You can already see a few of them dropped. Some deep wards here and here from the side of Fnatic. Those are going to start to get swept out by G2, but it ultimately sets up Fnatic nicely to be able to contest this Rift Herald after they've secured the tower.
Yeah, I think for G2, it's about trying to play off of mid-wave here and see if maybe you can try and trade on towards the tier 2, but you have to be so careful as Fnatic, they can just have the option of continue to push on top and look for the tier 2, which is why you can see Yike hovering here, trying to spot what Fnatic are up to.
Crucially, Fnatic take one extra wave to push on the top side, and that allows G2 to get the resets to get Hansama back on the map. Now the TP coming in. Razork looking to disengage, takes Mickey out. It's Yike now all on his lonesome. Pushback coming through for Razork. Yike in trouble, goes unstoppable for a brief moment, but he's going to be a dead man walking. Humanoid on the chase, ready to watch the skies descend upon G2 in the backline, but the follow-up, it's not there. Oscar finally coming in, but the Emperor's Divide pushes them back, and Oscar's pulled right back in. The Zac ignited, ticking the extra healing coming through, courtesy of Jund. But it's Razork in the darkness, finds the angle to lock up Caps, but there's no follow-up. Fnatic, though, surely have access to the Herald now.
Access to the Herald, access to mid-tower if they want to, but I think with low health bars, it looks like they may just send Oscar and Packin and the rest of the squad as well.
Important to remember that Fnatic effectively used their turn to unlock the mid tower. Then they overstay for a wave, and that's the window that G2 tried to punish. They still need to get that reset off, spend some of the gold that they've been sitting on, but great play by them to punish the aggression from Yike. I ultimately think that G2 was too disconnected in their approach. The fact that Hansama still had to catch that top wave, a good ultimate coming from Razork as well to mitigate any of the utility that Mickey would provide, completely leaving Yike isolated to secure that kill. Fnatic then trying to chase for more could have been dangerous, but they interrupt the backs enough to allow them time to reset and come back out onto the map.
I think as well, they're just very nervous about losing this mid lane tower, because if they'd gone for Herald and taken that extra bit of time, BB and G2 could have gone mid.
Trying to step up. Hook gonna hit a minion. Trying to predict the angle onto Noah, excuse me.
I wonder if that was Jund that moved him. and then the hook actually connect, or whether the hook came out first, not entirely sure, but still the idea, very cool there from Jun. The whole bottom side in control of G2 as the Dragon spawns in 45.
Yeah, I think G2 just really want to try and get the mid tower, and unfortunate that they haven't been able to get that pressure on towards mid. As I was saying, like, for Fnatic not investing time in Rift Herald means they're able to get back and defend that mid tower. Now they get the resets as well. Second item completed for Noah. Really nice job picking up the Edge of Night as well, because it just means that he can't be vulnerable to the hooks from Mickey as they start to come in. But you're going in fairly blind to this Dragon with G2 having been on the map for that little bit longer.
They can see Twisted Fate on the top side. Cap's very likely to reveal himself in the bottom lane as pings are coming out. It looks like they already have the vision. Fnatic know they can step forward now. Fight for mid lane control. And remember, the later we get into this game, the harder this game starts to feel for G2. Broken Blade in the 1v1. Not too much kill pressure right now as Oscar already has a bit of extra armor. Broken Blade trying to flash away, trying to sidestep, waiting for an opportunity. Throws down the gold card immediately, TP's out to safety. It's pretty clean! Oh. You gotta respect it. It costs a lot more resources than he would have liked. But BB is able to escape him because Jungler showed on the top side. It's an immediate Drake start for G2.
Exactly that, Dracos. G2 with the punish will secure their second Dragon of the game. It's a interesting situation where it looks like Broken Blade is overextending, but he's playing on the fact that Razork is going to do one of two things. He's either going to turn his attention to me, or he's going to try and contest the Dragon. If he contests the Dragon, then I can actually keep sieging top because Oscar doesn't have TP to get involved in the fight. So G2 creating points of pressure across the map made it hard for Fnatic and guaranteed G2 at least one objective.
Fnatic are slow onto the Rift Herald though, because they reset Jun and they reset Oscar in, which means that G2 have a play. Dench on this bottom side.
Scoop back. Yike, they're not quite going to find the angle now. Humanoid can chase to follow up, but Mickey's here. 3v2 in the favor of G2. Where's the hook going to go? Mickey hoping to find the angle. Hostile takeover does connect, but Mickey's just running back to the back line. Berserk now. Knock up kiss onto Caps. Yike wants to do something else, but here comes Oscar in the range on the Zac. Disgusting. A nice knock up from Yike to make sure they can get out to safety. Stretching strike doesn't connect. The Sun Disc raised to make sure that G2 can retreat. Fnatic is continuing to chase. Keep in mind, Noah coming from mid lane as well. Oscar, the range, it's just too much. Humanoid just continues to fly. Yike, very likely to give his life in this one in the extended play. It's Fnatic coming out on top.
The chase will continue. Caps gets locked down.
More autos on Hansama just trying to get the slow from the Rend. And again, the Aurelion Soul, every time he gets a kill, it resets flying towards G2. Caps now down as well.
Greavy's going to push in this top side, but you do have the Rift Herald still for Fnatic. I wasn't sure if they wanted to try and just crack open an inhibitor on the bottom side now as they try and trade, but they're going to look to reset, go into mid, and look to take the mid lane turret instead.
The frustrating part for Fnatic is that they are winning out again on fights. Multiple times we've seen G2 try to force something, and Dagda was already highlighting it because Fnatic was slow to start the Herald. G2 know they have numbers advantage, but and they try to force a dive. Great flash from Humanoid with Jun right at his back. Still, G2 commit. Mickey takes 2 tower shots, brings him down to about a third HP, and then they say, you know what, we can actually chase this. Look at the mini-map. Razork already making his way back out onto the map. The mid is controlled by Noah. Now they can create this collapse because there's no way for the Twisted Fate to get involved, and Fnatic guarantee numbers advantage. They do secure a fight, but the problem then becomes now they're overcommitting members on the bot side. They have no one to deal with the pressure top, and Broken Blade secures another tower.
And that's why I wasn't sure off the back of this how much Fnatic wanted to push, because you could have just tossed down the Rift Herald, look to take the tier 2, and then look to take the Herald into that bot lane tower as well. But it looks like they just want to try and get this mid lane turret. If you can keep G2 pushed back, BB becomes less of a threat on a side lane. But we'll have to see if he can find some space against Oscar in here. But TP now in behind him.
TP flank, Humanoid Oscar.
Broken Blade, no flash. Easy to interrupt the ulti out with a single auto attack. The pullback is there. Broken Blade ghosting, wants to try and make the same play twice. Flash over the wall, ulti, an extra gold card, a bit of extra range, and again!
No way! Wait, the Baron though!
Baron for the rest of G2. Again, the same exact play. They managed to set them up, they bait them in, they commit too many members, but now all eyes on Razork. The Poppy ultimate has to be clutch. Hansama knocked out of the pit. It's absolute chaos, and it's Noah who's here to clean it up. So much damage coming through. Caps all on his lonesome. Pushback is good, but the hostile takeover ensures that there's nothing else that they can do. Hansama returning. Broken Blade on the way in. Shut down for Hans. Scrappy exchange. The Baron fully reset. They need to disengage. Yike. Nice interrupt on the dive back from Oscar Rinne, but has he given his life? Good gold card. But the singularity, the slow, so obnoxious now to deal with. Jun getting shredded. Handshake hits onto Yike. Yike needs to walk away, but Oscar again dives in. The reset's gonna start to come through for Humanoid. He has the power to continue to find these kills. Hansama stepping up. Mickey wants one more hook. Can he get a dragon out of the sky? He can't, but a gold card sure as hell can. And the extended fight refuses to die and finds the kill his team needs.
Somehow, that is an ace for G2. It was they who started off the Baron. It was Fnatic who responds. The fact that Humanoid took so long to arrive looked good, but the Poppy ult was even better. Keep your eyes on Razork. Knocking the Kalista out of the fight means that Mickey doesn't have the Kalista ultimate to save him. He's now isolated. A good flank arrives in from Oscar. And at this point, you're thinking it's a one-team fight for Fnatic, but G2 buy enough time.
With that knockback coming through from Caps, it's so hard to follow up. And then you end up starting to see the pieces fall. Razork goes down. The launch in from Oscar and the stretch strike just barely goes wide onto Caps, so it doesn't get the knockback again. And now Fnatic are very split, where Jun is trying to attack forward, hits Hansama, but with now the handshake down, the CC isn't there. BB's able to focus one side, Caps is safe over the wall, and Noah just has no way to get involved in this fight because of Caps' positioning.
It's Caps' positioning, as you rightly said, Dacta, that really won the fight in the end. Fnatic overextend into this choke point, allowing G2 to turn things
guys,
around.
Very good. Nice.
And as Broken Blade said, very good, very good. Hook connects.
Maybe not the ideal target, but Oscar's still very squishy. Remember, he's had absolutely no money this entire game. Humanoid throws down the ultimate, but he's right next to Broken Blade, and he's starting to hurt. Yike coming in as well. The bailout going to do absolutely nothing. Hostile takeover has Hansama and Mickey hitting each other, but it doesn't do any damage. Caps pushing Noah back over the wall and taking him out of the fight. The Herald used mid. Does not matter. G2 again taking the fight. They'll clear the Herald out, and they're starting to take over this game.
Back-to-back aces now for G2. It's been the Fnatic show when it comes to the team fighting, but G2 have finally showed what they can do. 23.5 minutes in, a mid-tower will finally fall, but I'd like to see the replay and the positioning of Noah, because we've seen Fnatic force fights without him before, and when I saw the end of that fight, it felt like Noah only arrived at the end, and I have to question if they really needed to force it.
And I don't even think they were trying to force anything. They're just thinking we need to get vision for the Dragon. And we've got a Zac. He is tanky. No, he's not. He's level 11. He's only got an item and a half. This guy is nowhere near the level that you want this tank to be at, and G2 are able to hook him, kill him, and now find him again.
Good interrupt. As you mentioned, Oscar just not tanky enough. G2, 3 damage threats.
He's 3 levels lower than Hans.
He's 6K down to the Twisted Fate, and yes, money is fake for Twisted Fate. He got $1 million loan from his dad, but it does not matter. They're just too damn strong.
Now with the Baron, they're sieging on the bot lane. Numbers advantage. It's Mickey's hook that could be the determiner. Ultimate from Varus.
Noah. Now pulls Broken Blade back, trying to force the follow-up engage, though. Razork, there's nothing else. Razork goes in alone. Picked off. They continue to auto-attack the tower. 1 single minion, all that's left. It looks like they're going to go for the inhibitor, then they should back away. They don't have to wait, but in the meantime, it is Broken Blade in the mid lane trying to kick things off. Good singularity coming in from Humanoid. Excellent follow-up ulti to eliminate it. And now Yike in the midst of the entire Fnatic team, but Caps and Hansama crucially still standing, and Caps wants to make the difference. Leap in, hand delivered to Hansama. The Kalista taking over, and Jun, the last man standing in the blink of an eye. G2 are looking to take us to match point. Noah versus 3 carries on the side of G2, but G2 don't want to throw it away. They don't want to give it up. They'll back off, happy with the 2 inhibs. Noah has to keep chasing. Looks like he will just let him leave.
Very few players in the face of adversity will flash in to turn the play in their favor, but Caps is one of them. G2 was fumbling, they were over-aggressive. Fnatic with a great response. You'll see here the ultimate comes out relatively early, but a good hook from Mickey connects onto Razork. He gets melted. Broken Blade flashes away to safety. Now they begin their siege, and it's going to be Humanoid's ultimate that does a huge amount of work, lowering Yike's HP bar. A nice handshake onto Caps on the backline, and look at this ultimate, stunning up the bot lane, separating out Fnatic. Noah has to base, and then this play from Caps, flashing in. He finds Humanoid, knows he doesn't have any summoners, and then with Hansama at his side, they're able to win out the ending of the fight.
Also, just the Astral Flight being interrupted by Humanoid by Yike meant that he couldn't follow up onto Hansama, who was pretty vulnerable with the direction that Aurelion Sol was moving. So a lot going the way of G2 in that fight, and now a lot going the way of Caps with the damage as they start to move in towards that last remaining inhibitor turret. G2 have the wave escorted in towards the mid lane, and Fnatic need a miracle if they hope to bring it back, but I think it's just going to be that little bit too late.
See what they can do to mount a defense here. G2 continuing the pressure, a minute 30 till Baron. They'll have full control with 2 inhibitors down. over that major objective as Cap standing off to the side. Doesn't feel immediately threatened. Does have to give some respect over to Razork, as well as the engage that could come through from Oscar. But G2 just playing this one out slow. Fnatic have to be careful. If they overcommit to a pick here, they could just lose the game.
Humanoid just coming back out of base.
I think he's at 50% HP, so the poke is definitely working from Fnatic.
Yeah, crucially, Noah able to land those arrows.
Humanoid has the empowered ultimate as well.
Look at
Can't
Cap's
afford to
position.
underestimate him, and you highlighted it, Dagda. Caps is just keeping the split push going. Oh, they're trying to engage on Caps.
Full commit.
But he's
Shifting
now out to
sands
safety.
away. Now all of G2 instantly turn back to the tower. Now they back up once they see the opportunity is passed, but it's the R flash again from Jun to kick things off. 4 members connected, and it's Oscar into the backside, ready to get things bouncing. It's the ulti from Humanoid as well, and Fnatic may have just found the fight. Mickey trying to interrupt the
Caps go for the end!
Hot Samus
Caps
living,
go for the end!
but it's Caps ending the game. He doesn't want the fight. He wants the trophy. He wants match point. He doesn't give a damn about the 1v1s. He takes Noah in the meantime, but he's not honoring the Nexus. But he will. One last hit to take G2 to match point.
Once again, it's split pushing Caps that secures it for G2. Love the innovation from Fnatic to engage on Caps, force him back, and then TP flank turn onto the 4v5. Unfortunately for Fnatic, G2 buy enough time for Caps and Broken Blade to find the back door. 2-1, now G2 lead the series.
That was such an incredible ending. It looked like Fnatic had maybe found their moment, but Cap says, I've had enough of this. Let's get us to this next game. I'm over it.
Incredible stuff. Now as we head to break, a small reminder that we'll head to Munich for our 2024 season finals, and tickets will be on sale soon. Let's take a look.
Hi, liebe LEC-Enjoyer, ich bin's, Tolkien. Letztes Jahr hat der LEC bekannt gegeben, dass der LEC Season Finals Roadshow nach München kommt. Aber heute habe ich ein paar extra Secrets für euch. Heute kann ich euch die Daten und die Location für das Event mitteilen. Zwischen Freitag, dem 30. August und Sonntag, dem 1. September, wird ein Wochenende vollgepackt mit krassen League of Legends stattfinden. Die EMEA Masters Summer Finals werden das Wochenende öffnen, gefolgt vom LEC Lower Final am Samstag und dem LEC Grand Final am Sonntag. Alles in der Olympiahalle München. Auf gar keinen Fall verpassen. Außerdem kann ich euch mitteilen, dass der allgemeine Kartenverkauf am 14. Juni beginnt. Eine Woche nach dem Start des LEC Summer Split 2024. Also, haltet eure Browser offen und sichert euch eure Tickets. Auch der langfristige Partner Santander beteiligt sich mit einem frühzeitigen Zugang zum Ticketverkauf für alle europäischen Karteninhaber am 8. Juni, dem Beginn des Summer Splits. Um auf dem Laufenden zu bleiben, folgt der LEC auf X, wo ihr alle Updates zu Tickets, Finals und der LEC finden könnt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
reset on the Astral Flight if he wants to. Caps cannot get it! Fnatic laughing straight to the bank. Stretching strikes, not sure if it's gonna hit. Don't know if it'll matter. Broken Blade also does more damage. Nice scoop back. Mickey goes him into the waiting arms of Yike. Caps grabbing that kill.
I'm dead, okay? I'm hitting moving. I'm almost there. Nice, I'm dead. It's good. Help us here. Nice. Very winning. Nice. They're coming.
Yeah, that was
what are you doing?
You're BMing? What the
Oh, he missed.
The Top Father reigns supreme in the third game, but maybe not necessarily in the way that you would have expected. Regardless how you toss or turn it though, it's G2 that is on match point and might seal the deal right after this next game. And I want to focus this segment around Broken Blade just because it's not like the usual way in which we would usually sing his praises, right, Goldberg? But it is nevertheless very impressive the way G2 played around, and with that, TF.
I think it comes down to how you play around with the information you have, how you base your decision around it, and then actually how you execute on it. And the way that G2 did all of those things through Broken Blade was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised because I saw it like when they first picked the sack and banned the sign, it kind of shows you wanna swap. But G2 was not really ready for the swap. But even though that happened and G2 was caught off guard, I still think Broken Blade manages to come out on top of the swaps, even though he has like the worst swap pick compared to the sack.
And I think we can just go straight into some of the mid-game replays that we have here because they illustrated pretty effectively. In a situation like this, where Broken Blade is caught on the side, what I really want you to look at instead is actually the minimap here, because in this situation, it was very difficult for the Fnatic to find access either around tier 2, where Broken Blade were pressuring, and the Dragon at the same time, because Oscar did not have TP. So the moment that Broken Blade sees this, he decides to push in another wave. When he does this, it's so much easier for them to just say, okay, I'm out, now I'm gonna Drake instead.
Yeah, Broken Blade pushing these waves just gives his team options. Basically, they can choose to contest the Drake late with his ult, or he can just get the tier 2 tower top. Either way, they're coming out on top.
Yeah, those two situations, you can see that Broken Blade just... Like, the first situation was Drake, right? He was on top and just baited 2 people, and now it's just Nash, which is even better, and he just outplayed them mechanically and just offers so much for his team.
Yeah, and what we're gonna see here is the upcoming fight is that Fnatic is actually gonna get them 1 kill. They're gonna share 1 for 1, but then Fnatic is gonna kind of overreach into the zone control of G2. Using their tools a bit too deep here. Maybe you can break it down a bit.
Yeah, but you can pause it already here if you want to. Like, just look at the current state that you have, how it's coming in. Minimap again, you're looking at the A-Soul, you're looking at the members that you have. Everyone is just getting caught up in a chokehold where there's so much space over on the side of G2 instead to actually play this game. And Aurelia and Soul is still not there. So if you roll out the clip, you can see how well G2 actually orchestrates this team fight instead of finding the initial play and then actually continuing with the play after.
I want to critique Fnatic here for going too deep when they get the kill. Here they can just push out their waves, reset and take control as Nasher again. But here they're gonna run into a choke here. And here you see here, Broken Blade is completely untouched. The Aurelion Soul is used, and now Fnatic is gonna go past this point. And look, no one is dealing with Broken Blade. He's free hitting on the backline, he's completely ignored. And eventually Fnatic has committed so deep they actually can't get out, and he's gonna end up killing everyone here in the crossfire.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Fnatic kind of misunderstood how they wanted to play the team comp, right? And they always like went too deep, which creates so much space for G2 to play.
Regardless, Nuke, do you also feel like they kind of lost the plot in terms of they're like, this is not supposed to work, and G2 forcing the map movements, making sure that Broken Blade is still getting the pressure on the tower? Do you feel like they lost their head a little bit in the game plan?
I think they over-focused Broken Blade, especially on side. They like a TF with Ghost, it's like really hard to catch him, and they did it on like crucial timer, like the Drake one or the Nash one. So I think they kind of lost their call.
Overall, what is your feeling in terms of Fnatic and how they can bounce back? Have you seen enough positives to warrant a Silver Scrapes? I'm a Silver Scrapes merchant. I would love to see it.
I mean, especially this game, you can, like I said, Fnatic kind of drop down a bit, and I don't think if they can like recover from this, I think G2 is going to win the third game.
So I think Fnatic has to change up the draft. Like, you can't just first pick Zac and go for the swap when you clearly are not as experienced as G2 in this scenario. So I would like them to give more tools into their mid and jungle. Try to maybe like look for Talia. Yeah. I think yesterday Talia was a power pick in the BDS versus Fnatic series, but today it's going completely untouched.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing all these things, but I can't help but get flashback to Montpellier again, where it was a 3-1 scoreline as well in favor of G2. Like, Fnatic, they came in with the momentum. They got the first game, and sure, that's what the momentum extended towards to. Now you've been broken down, and it's a complete opposite situation of what you had yesterday. It's about finding that mental reset and just kind of saying, okay, backs against the wall, fake reverse sweep coming through now, and then take it all the way.
Yeah, well, GB, you mentioned Montpellier. G2 actually won the last 5 finals versus Fnatic. This is a trend to buck for sure. Talk to me about these picks to watch, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, there is the Kalista. Hansama is kind of synonymous with Kalista and Draven. And I think this game he had a really good game. He went a bit under the radar, but had some really crazy plays on the bot side. And just having that Kalista for him, I think, is just such a comfort for G2. So maybe if Fnatic goes onto the blue side, you can also consider banning the Draven and taking the Kalista away like they did in the first game.
I'd love to know if we already have the side selection, if my producer Jasper already has the info. Fnatic blue side. Nuke, what do you think they're gonna go?
I mean, either it was like yesterday BO, right? Talia was contested pick like Finn said, and they will look to first pick it with Orianna ban because this matchup is very hard for Talia. Or they will go away and try to first pick the Kalista, but there's still this thing to take into account, like the lane swap, which is really annoying when you're playing Kalista. But I think at this point they shouldn't care and just go for it, right?
I agree, fully.
Yeah, because that's also what worked against BDS yesterday, which was like, we came in with these ideas, but it didn't really work for us, so we needed to go back to what was originally our style, right? And when you're doing that, it sucks, right? Because you want to play the best League of Legends possible, but right now that is the best League of Legends that Fnatic can play. It is when they take these skirmish comps. It is when they take what can fight you in the early game. It is when it disrupts whatever game plan the enemy team might have, and then you draw them into your universe and you fight them there.
Oh, it's so frustrating for Fnatic. G2 could be lining up for their 14th. But yesterday we wrote off Fnatic completely. Even in the third game we did, until they turned it around and they turned it on. They play best when their backs are against the wall, and there are no games left to play in this spring if they don't win this one and they don't bring us to Silver Scrapes. I want to see it. I know everyone wants to see it, except if you're a G2 fan, of course. I wonder what they're going to pull out of their hat, and I hope we go to Silver Scrapes. Let's head over to our casters.
I certainly hope so too, Shocks. Game 3, obviously Caps putting on a heroic performance today. A lot of standout performers across each game, but the last two, a lot of Azir split pushing. Bringing home wins for G2. I wonder if that's something that's going to get taken away in the ban phase.
You ever stop to think that like it's just this man just throwing his wand at Giant?
I don't want to like undermine the team sport, but it kind of just is Caps, right?
I mean, I believe that G2's team fighting was much better in that game, and I think that they were kind of set to end it. Ultimately, Fnatic kind of dropped the ball, I think, a little bit in the mid game. So as long as they can remain focused and try to find the momentum that they found in the first game, there's definitely a way for them to turn this around. The question is, how are they going to do it? Can we get a little bit more stock standard in terms of how we approach the laning phase? Draven, Sion, Orianna taken away from the side of Fnatic by Ashe. And what will be the final ban here from G2? Will it be the Volibear? Do they consider it a problem enough to ban it? Well, looks like it's going to be the Rel. So first pick for Fnatic
is the Volibear.
It's the Volibear.
Setting Razork up, an early aggressive jungler. G2 can obviously, even with the Sion banned away, still try to set up a lane swap here if they want to. But given the early game power of a Volibear, perhaps they go for something different.
Or I didn't love the Rek'Sai last game.
I think Rek'Sai's value is as a flex, but the jungle half of that flex feels much worse than the top side half of that.
Not to say that it's completely useless, but its impact, especially compared to what we've seen from Yike, definitely feels
I mean, look
less.
at the Volibear game from Yike, right? It's like, yes, the flex pick is valuable in the context of the team, but if you look at what has been successful for Yike, maybe give him something he wants to play.
I think it is also just worth going for the Jax here and just saying, hey, we're going to plant this up in the top end and not worry about it, because realistically, you get a great matchup in the jungle, you're going to be completely fine, but they're not going to go for it actually, so they are going to try and keep that flexibility, and they're going to be the Talia taken instead. Talia has been an incredibly strong pick across multiple different regions, and we're going to see if Caps can try and pilot this to victory now for G2.
I like Talia. I think that she's a great mid laner in terms of what she can do on a side lane, and her impact in team fights can be massive. Azir was a common response we saw yesterday in the Fnatic versus BDS series. So it makes a lot of sense. It's going to be locked in for humanoids. Normally, we would see the AD carry secured here. Kalista, Varus. Don't expect a Lucian, but maybe they want to save it for the second half. Because we did
I feel like you're manifesting Lucian right now. But
well, actually, I was thinking Ezreal. When I think of Noah, I think that he is one of the better Ezreals. I mean, if not the best Ezreal. But Varus is also fine. Like, that's the predictable, that's the usual. And so, yeah, so far, a very solid first draft from Fnatic. Nothing too crazy. I'm curious as to how G2 round out their draft, whether they want to confirm where this Rek'Sai is going, or instead they want to lock in an AD carry of their own.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be an AD carry locked in just to try and get themselves into a decent spot. Zeri could be an option here. And Sama hasn't played it though, I was going to say. Like, I think that is the problem, is that Zeri is such a strong pick, the hands isn't willing to prick up, so going to go back towards the Jinx.
Uh-oh. They're doing it again.
They're doing it again.
Sion is banned. Perhaps the goal is to have Fnatic ban out more safe tanks and then they don't do it? Maybe it's the...
Are we coping or are we strategizing?
Pleading. I'm negotiating.
You're negotiating. They don't know you're negotiating, but you're negotiating. Renata going to get taken away again.
Nautilus is probably the next ban.
Yeah, sure. Same as last game. And then, honestly, I could see a Zac ban just coming through here anyway, just making sure that Oscar can't get his hands on it. And then you're already taking a good amount out of Oscar and his champion. Oh, sorry, I'm looking the wrong way around. I think, yeah, take away the TF, just try and get something that's going to stabilize Oscar in that top lane. Could go for the Zac pick himself if he wants to.
Yeah, because I think Fnatic are asking the same questions that we're asking, which is, do you think they're going to lane swap? And if they do, what top laner are they going to play? If they don't, then support becomes a bigger issue. Now, with both Renata and Blitzcrank taken away, you're immediately looking at Nautilus and Thresh as the two answers here for G2. Well, Nautilus is going to be banned, so you're now opening up for a Thresh, which again doesn't indicate anything. You could also go for the Lulu, which does strongly indicate what you're going to do. Question is, did G2 want to reveal that just yet and then save their top lane pick for last, which again could be a tank or it could be a carry, and it depends on what Fnatic are forced to blind pick.
I mean, G2 can just lock Zac here. You've essentially,
Right, there you go.
So now Oscar's...
We're looking at a lane swap, gentlemen.
Cassante. Oscar's essentially played 3 champions. Rogoblade called it out on Wednesday when we recorded the podcast. These are really the only 3 picks he was scared of Oscar playing. We saw the TF game yesterday from him wasn't super hot, so feels like a call out from G2 on to Oscar's overall champion pool. Cassante had become Comfort, but champion who doesn't thrive in the lane swaps we even saw in the previous game.
I wouldn't hate the Ornn, to be honest. I think Ornn could actually do relatively well, and hey, you can just farm out, but I'm going to go back towards the Cassante. Jun eyeing up the Rakan. Again, there is an argument here where you take the Lulu away and you go on hit Varus, and you've got Lulu on hit Varus, and you're just wailing away in these turrets as well if you do end up in a lane swap scenario, but going to go for the Rakan instead.
I feel like it's Lulu, gentlemen.
Don't will it into existence.
If it's not Lulu, it might be Melio.
Fresh? Kind of
Do you know what? How about Yumi?
No, stop, Rob.
Can you run
So help me God. I will
Demolish on Yumi?
Yes.
Probably.
Not with that attitude.
All right. Thresh. All right, I'm just going to say I'm on fire, boys. That's all I'm saying. Locked in here. Of course, the disadvantage is every time you flay or interrupt the Volibear Q, he gets a reset on the Rolling Thunder. But some good tools for the Lantern to kind of make sure that Hans Sama can stay safe in this fight against the dive that the Fnatic can put together. And another very similar game situation. I think G2 likely to play for the swap at this point. Can play standard lanes and not be too concerned, but Fnatic are very much ready for this eventuality.
We'll keep track of the first minute of the game to see what Fnatic do to try and read the play. I will say, though, that Rakan is not the strongest laner, and obviously you do give a lot of power to Varus, but I wonder if G2 look at these matchups and say, you know what, we can actually get pushed in the bot lane 2 versus 2. It's Thresh Jinx, it's not the worst.
But we have to remember that Fnatic can also initiate a swap if they so choose. Like,
well, I don't see why they would do that.
Against the Jinx is tough.
Ultimately, last game, it was Fnatic that forced the swap, and it didn't pay off for the Zac like they hoped that it would. Once they returned to the standard lanes, that Twisted Fate got to a point where it was a lot stronger, a lot more valuable in that front line of Fnatic. They just couldn't win fights anymore. We'll see how the approach is this time. It's been a lot about swapping in this LEC finals. Something that we weren't expecting based on how the spring split has gone, but is the reality that we live in. We're jumping into game 4 as Fnatic fight to bring us to a game 5.
Will we swap champions? Or will it be 4 back-to-back splits for G2 for the 4th time in this organization's history?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Match point for them, of course. Most successful organization in the history of our league. Just continuing to extend that lead across 2024.
With the most successful player we have in our league as well, with Caps. I mean, this would, if he wins, this would be his 12th title in the LEC, which is just an absurd number of titles for him to have picked up.
Yeah, and again, for Fnatic, their last title was when Caps was their mid laner. And I think for this organization, it's so critical as they, you know, look ahead towards international competition that they know that this modern era, the modern era of Fnatic, is not defined by Caps, and that they can reach those same heights.
Minions have spawned.
CG2 stacking up in the bot lane. They're considering a delayed invade here. Jonas going to spot that out. Should be able to ward and get away to safety. Has the ability to scale the W if he's in any danger. Here comes the delayed invade, and here we go.
Good information though. Sweeping out, they assume 2, maybe 3 people, but G2 not playing with perfect information anymore.
This is very awkward.
They're being corralled. Level 1 for Noah, stronger overall, courtesy of the Hail of Blades. Mickey taking a decent chunk, but it is going to result in a split jungle now.
Wait, we're standard lanes.
We are.
We did it.
But Broken Blade is here.
Oh, well,
okay.
never mind.
We're mostly standard lanes. But that's a Zac. Good bit of poke, flash forward for the play. They're just trying to get Noah's flash out early. And keep in mind, Yike's here for the potential follow-up. He has the red buff as well.
I mean, Broken Blade is losing a whole wave right now. He needs to TP back to top.
Look at Razork though. Razork hid in the enemy jungle. He took the blue buff. So now you can, as you say, TP down, and you've got Razork here.
Wait, but so they get the TP, now they TP back to top?
Wait, they're going to turn.
To top.
They're going to turn onto Fnatic.
But now they can turn back. Fnatic. Man advantage, 4 members here. But G2 walk away?
I think Razork made a mistake. He went on towards Hansama and Mickey instead of going on towards Yike, who was caught in the enemy jungle. I think with the numbers advantage that Fnatic had, they could have just killed Yike and then still made it back up towards the top side to cover, but they don't end up picking off Yike, and I mean, G2 get away with it.
We put it into context. Noah's lost his flash. Oscar's used his TP. Broken Blade also used his TP, but he's now got the wave in a state where it's basically frozen underneath his tower. He still has the cannon minion there. I imagine that's going to slow push back away from him eventually, but the wave and a half that he lost initially, he gets back thanks to the fact that Oscar had to commit his TP bot to stop the dive from happening.
And this is big from G2 because now Yike can set up for the repeat gank. It should have cost them more. BB making the aggressive level 1 play, but they play it phenomenally, and now Noah's got nowhere to go. Flash forward, the knock-up, the chompers, the flay back. Noah's now running. G2 going to turn away. Jun just trying to get the hell out of dodge. One more auto from Hansama should finish it. Level 3 for Noah, tries to get a bit of damage back. It takes longer than expected, but first blood for Hansama coming through.
And this was the other part that we didn't get to hit on. The fact that Razork didn't get any of his bottom camps because G2 would take them meant he had to go top. And now, Caps still needs to be careful because Razork is on the top side of the map, but he will just back away from Humanoid. But that meant that Yike knew there was nobody who's going to answer him when he went for that play on bot side.
And G2 say you wanted standard laning, this is what it comes to. Razork trying to keep his mid laner alive.
Caps and Humanoid locked in a 1v1. The jungler's a bit of the same. Unraveled Earth Dance, flash away from Humanoid. Clean thus far, but he needs to get Soldier of Razork coming in to try and finish the job. The minion! The Scuttle Crab! Blocking his escape, an ally to Fnatic, no doubt. Razor trying to get the stun. Broken Blade can now look to come in. The elastic slingshot, where's it gonna go? Does he want to commit on a Humanoid? The answer is yes. He autos the tower, he brings it back in Psycho, he flashes, and he lives, he's out of there.
What a play across all fronts. Fnatic, Humanoid using the flash to dodge away from Caps to set up the kill for Fnatic, and BB sailing gracefully underneath the enemy turret to finish off Humanoid in response.
So this is the standard lanes that we were missing, gentlemen.
Thank God, we got it back.
Humanoid, he doesn't have flash, remember.
Flash. He's walking the wrong way, the footback's already hit, and that's a Rek'Sai coming over the wall. Mickey going in as well. Nice slide and glide.
But can he get away to safety is the question. Volibear is on his way. Humanoid trying to create space between him and Yike.
But Razork is powerful. Is going to find the stun. That's going to be big damage on Yike. Another flick back connecting. Do they have the follow-up damage to finish off Humanoid? The 2v2 stronger overall for the side of Fnatic. Not quite enough for Razork to body block everything. Caps able to finish the job with auto attacks. But now Fnatic descending upon Broken Blade. They find the stun. Oscar looking to follow up with the Q3. They need to interrupt this elastic slingshot if they want to try and find the kill. Broken Blade kept his passive in the previous play, but there's nowhere or no one around, to support him. Fnatic dominate on the topside river.
It's an overcommitment from G2 this time. They chase Humanoid into the river incredibly deep. and it's Razork that's there to respond. We draw your attention to the minimap. You notice Razork making his way to the top side. Volibear is still one of the strongest early game skirmishers. They take down Yike and they use their numbers to win out against G2.
And really nice auto attack from Humanoid as well. He's running the fleet footwork, so autos to get the speed up from the fleet footwork, which barely buys enough space from Yike to get the Volibear involved as well, and then knock back on the Broken Blade. They're just able to shut him down with the roam up from the support.
And frankly, it was fortunate that G2 were even able to grab the kill back onto Humanoid. It was a single large rock where Razork anticipated a backstep from Caps, clicked, Caps forward stepped, it would have hit the Volibear, but because of that slightly incorrect prediction, Humanoid ultimately goes down and brings the trade a little bit closer. Gold now dead even, 4 kills to 4. Nobody has touched an objective. There have not been a lot of plates getting hit whatsoever. It's just an even match here in the early game.
Now the consequences for both sides is that Jun roaming in that play and the fact that Hans was able to secure first blood means that Hans has a pretty sizable advantage this early on against a Varus lane, which you don't typically see considering the scaling element of the Jinx. But in the top side of the map, it's all Oscar. He's finding advantage. He's going to find another one.
No passive for Broken Blade. He goes in, he goes out.
And this is exactly what I was just talking about. 2-0 now, 3-0. He finds a solo kill onto Broken Blade, who's not even level 6 yet. He's going to be the strong point for Fnatic in the early game.
And perfect timing there as well. Caps has started to roam up. It just hit 6. They wanted to make a play onto Oscar and Broken Blade trying to bait it, but just goes that little bit too hard. And Oscar Innen's able to punish as a result. So G2, the play fizzles. And on that bottom half as well, Noah did end up getting zoned off of some creeps as well when Hansama and Mickey were still on that bottom side as Jun roamed up towards the early skirmish, but Mickey now spotted as Razork finds him.
Play on to Razork, Hook not going to connect, Yike fishing for the follow-up. Razork's going to walk away for now. Flash forward the Lantern, Unraveled Earth going to get laid down, flip back on Razork is clean. Knock up there as well from Yike. First kill to give it over to Hansama, he's getting excited. The resets are now coming through, he's looking for one more onto Noah. Jun trying to body block everything he can. The cleanse comes out a little bit late. Knock up there, Noah going to get knocked down, and oh boy, baby. Hansama, 3 kills at 8 minutes.
This game won't stop. G2 want to crank it up to 11. And with a 3rd kill now for Hansama, the tower open. He's going to open up this gold lead even further on the bottom half of the map. PB being a nuisance trying to proxy, but has been caught.
Likely to fall. They need to get the CC down though to stop the elastic slingshot. Takes as much time as he can as it drops. He knows that Oscar can just interrupt him mid-flight with the Cassante W. Broken Blade going in.
Does he TP? Does he TP? He can't.
No, he's just buying time. I think he's just trying to stall the wave.
He's trying to get the wave.
He knows as long as it's just Razork, he doesn't do enough damage. Now he's going under the tower, trying to backstep, gets one more blob, goes in, just deletes most of that wave, and will at least stop a push-out response from the side of Fnatic.
I'll say I'm a little surprised by the behavior there from Broken Blade, but hey, he makes it work somehow. Now the roam comes in from Caps and Yike. No level 6 for Yike yet, but level 7 for Caps means here comes the Weaver's Wall.
Yike. Level 5, that's the setup. Caps might not even need to use the wall. Waiting for the easy knock-up setup. Pull back there from G2. They see the TP, they use the Lantern, they walk away. Good use of resources.
Do they go for the run back? They know still that Oscar Renan... Oh no, he's phased.
Oh no,
no. G2, if they suss this out, they got Tremor Sense. They see 2. If they blind predict that Oscar's gone, oh, that's going to be embarrassing. That's going to hurt. Flick back connects onto Noah. Immediate hook follow-up. This time there's no cleanse, and now it's a 4-0 Jinx.
And there's no flash for Noah to get away from that either. Razork will pick up a consolation prize, the Void Grubs, but this bot lane is completely out of control. Every time they've tried to lane swap, they could have just been trying to kill the bot lane for Fnatic. But it's a 1.8k gold lead now for Hansama. This Jinx is huge.
And that means there's that much more pressure on Oscar. The strongest point on the map right now for Fnatic. He needs to find a way to make his lead a lead for the rest of the team because Jinx is going to be a problem in these fights. And Broken Blade being at a deficit isn't going to matter as long as he buys time for a couple of Hansama auto attacks.
The most impressive thing from G2 this game is just how they've played around their opponent's TPs. We think back to level 1, forcing Oscar to use his TP bot to just waste time. You know, the fact that they had to draw him all the way down there and then he has to walk back to top, allowing Broken Blade to TP back to top after getting the flash out from Noah and then ganking that bot lane. Just an incredibly well laid out early game plan, which is paying fruition as Hansama finds himself with a 1.8k gold lead.
And Broken Blade wandering in just to harass
no,
Noah. Does good damage in the 1v1 as well. The Varus is already so far behind. Broken Blade is too, but you're going to favor the Zac in this one. Takes a bit more time, perhaps a stretching strike. No, that's going to be a flash, a little unstable matter. Insult to injury here on the bottom side.
And that's what I wanted to highlight, was just how far behind Noah is. Obviously, you've got the 2k gold lead, but experience-wise as well, he's almost 2 levels behind Hansama, and this is now getting to the point where this has to be the Oscar and Humanoid story. If Humanoid can get to a later portion, he's going to be fine, but G2 are just running away with this early game.
But the problem is, now that you've made the swap, Broken Blade is starting to catch up a little bit in terms of the gold lead. He's put Noah even further down, and the one strong point, Oscar, is now laning 2v1 against Mickey and Hansama, the strongest lane on the side of G2. It feels like they're just outmaneuvering Fnatic on the map right now, and the options are getting smaller and smaller.
And you just lost another wave on the bottom side because you're trying to get Noah back into the game for Oscar Rinnan as well. So the BB getting to collect that and get the kill is massive, and there is the TP response.
Gonna be in trouble again. Jun, can he turn this play back? TP advantage, Broken Blade on the way in, looking to rinse and repeat what happened earlier. Stretching strikes, autos the minion, pulls him back. Mickey and Hansama on the way in. They're gonna take their time deciding who they want to donate this to. It will be Hansama, but Noah,
I mean, they
focused, shut down. Humanoid finds the angle in mid lane. He and Razork desperate to get back a bigger lead.
A much needed play for Fnatic as Noah is being ruthlessly bullied. You highlighted it, Dracos, the TP advantage for Broken Blade. He solo kills him bot and then he TP's top, man. The poor boy doesn't get to play League. 0-5-0, the gold lead is 2.5k now. It's going to be a tough road for Noah to get back into this game.
And even on the cross map, you're going to see Hansama should be able to get so much damage on this top side tower. You're going to get a Chemtech Dragon. Not really the end of the world for G2, and Oscar Rinnan now underneath the tower, but should be able to escape away from this. But Hansama's just going to take the top end because there's no one there to defend it.
You've got to think about the impact this has on your mental as well. The repeat ganks, the trying to stay calm. You know you're at match point. G2 in a position with this, they will win their first spring split of our format. Remember, they failed to even make it to the finals of last year. And Noah's in someone who's come up clutch multiple times for Fnatic when they've needed him, and G2 have set that back from the very start of the game.
And I think I mean, the problem now is it just takes so much time. It takes so many resources for Noah to come back into this game. Time and resources that Fnatic at this rate will not have. It's not an on-hit Varus. It's the lethality Varus. Being behind feels like a death sentence. And we talked about Oscar earlier. He still has that lead, but Humanoid, another player we have to look at. He was clutch so much of the regular season. So many of these Azir's game that has been him on a side lane, finding these picks, finding the 1v1s in the series against GX, against Jackies, to single-handedly win that first game. And now we have to wonder if he has enough left in the tank here in the game 4 to take Fnatic to Silver Scrapes.
It's going to be incredibly hard. As you look at the map, G2, they've got the push now with Hanson and Mickey moving down to the bottom side. They want to take that last outer turret. From that position, Caps gets to use these long side lanes to push out, cover potential plays in mid. You can start to look towards objectives, establishing vision on this bottom side of the map. And for Fnatic, they want to try and interrupt that by attacking BB, moving towards the opposite side of the map where they might have strength, but you're just too slow. G2 have already pounced onto the bot lane turret, and that's a full health tower for G2 on the top side.
It's dire straits right now for Fnatic.
Oh, he's going to clear the wave. The Rockets. He wants. I think he'll. Oh, nobody's down in front of us.
Nice idea there to slow them down. G2 continuing to push in bot lane. Oscar, very tanky individual, but is he tanky enough?
For the knockup. Yike, ulti is going to come out. Jun has to do his best to interrupt. Good knockup on a Yike, denies the play. Nice all out coming in from Oscar. Noah finds the kill. Gets a bit of money in the back pocket and a sign of hope for the side of Fnatic, but G2 will not take their foot off the gas. They've set their sights on that mid lane tower. Humanoid doing what he can to respond to the top lane.
Fnatic need to keep responding to the aggression from G2. Good cross map on the top side to get Humanoid a bit more gold. Crucially, getting Noah that kill gives him a small lifeline as Yike overextends and Fnatic find another.
And it buys the time that Fnatic need back. G2 had the advantage on the push on bot. They were going to be able to reset, group on mid quicker, group up faster, abuse the fact that they had these leads from the attack speed buff that Hansama has. But with Yike overextending, G2 have to placate. They have to play more passive. They can't get these advantages. So it is the turnaround in the tempo advantage. And now Fnatic can actually group up, look for a push on mid, look for some of the control that they need on this top or bottom side of the map to hold for bot tower, to hold for the dragon in 2 minutes time.
And it's important when you look at the gold at the top of your screen, you see a 700 gold difference, but it's more important to look at the individual differences in lane. As Yike caught out here from Fnatic, they find an excellent pick. Bit more control, a bit more gold back for them. And again, Hansama is the gold for G2. If they kill this Jinx, Fnatic are favored in every single fight. And now they're already looking to get themselves a pretty sizable lead, leveraging the Herald, leveraging the pick they found onto Yike.
Love this from Fnatic. Great pick, a second one onto Yike. They secure the bottom tower. They're going to convert it into another. The dragon spawns in a minute's time. G2, are they really going to try and force this fight? The Herald is just walking off.
Broken Boy walking up. Mickey gonna get locked down. They're gonna delete him right as the fight starts. Broken Boy debating. Steps up, finds the auto. Pullback doesn't really mean anything. G2.
Very questionable engage there from G2. They just give another kill over to Fnatic. They're happy to take that. The Herald secured another charge. And Fnatic, considering the position of their AD carry, they are still being proactive on the map. They're still finding opportunities to stay alive in this game.
And now Fnatic can reset, push mid, threaten mid tower, and threaten the dragon as well. And if you start to stack up some of these dragons, G2 aren't going to be particularly happy about it. Only thing that they need to worry about right now is Humanoid will need to go towards that top half to clear out that wave and at least get the push to make sure there's no counter punch from G2 onto the top tier 2. But I think Fnatic in a really good spot now when it just comes to controlling the map state.
Still have to keep our eyes on Hans, of course, for the side of G2, but Fnatic have done a beautiful job coming back into this game. Noah's still at a massive deficit, but his job now isn't really to do damage. It's to keep mid push up as much as possible, to poke a little bit here and there, to leverage that ulti, and to take the time that he needs to get a few more items under his belt. Hansama often on these hyper carries, and anyone on this Jinx really is going to feel like a ticking time bomb, but thus far, Fnatic have done a beautiful job making sure that he's not a problem. Looking to take him out. Excellent Lantern from Mickey to stop the play.
This time Noah had the boys.
Had the boys, but hadn't got the opportunity to try and move in towards Dragon. You still have push here for G2 on both side lanes, but Fnatic should be able to deal with this reset and get out towards those side. Humanoid might be the next point of pressure for G2 though, as they try to trade the presence on bot to top.
Trying to push away, nice flash backwards, Unraveled Earth, looking for the setup. Humanoid just barely able to walk away on that one. Broken Blade now TPing in, but here comes Oscar in, and that's a damn strong Cassante. They're gonna have to respect it. 4 members for G2. Should just break the tower, knowing they've got the Drake in the meantime. Ultimately, the trade of the tier 2, but G2 want to keep fishing. Flash forward, knock him onto Humanoid. Hansama getting excited. One reset now coming through. Extra damage onto Oscar. Noah off to the side, just not really doing much damage yet. Fnatic holding on. G2 get the tier 2, they get the kill.
Bear in the mid lane, going to get the mid tier 1 though, actually not going to be able to. But he had a bit more damage under his belt, but G2 being able to back away will be able to keep that pressure in the mid. So Fnatic end up sending all the members to Dragon, and G2 counterpunch in top exceptionally well.
10-10 is the kill score. 1,000 gold separates the teams. It's unfortunate for Fnatic the Humanoid lost his life on the top side just because originally had a 1.5k gold lead. Cap securing that kill helps close that gap significantly. Still a death cap advantage in favor of Humanoid means that he's going to be a very strong Azir for these upcoming fights, but G2 seem to wisely be avoiding these full 5v5s and instead are trying to play around picks because they have to respect Oscarin and how strong this Cassante is. We all saw what Keen was able to do this morning. When this champion gets ahead, it can be terrifying to shut it down.
Definitely can. It'll be hard, even with a Thresh or Rek'Sai as Act, to stop this Cassante from running through these fights if his lead continues to grow. Hasn't built any of the more traditional anti-crit itemization, not seeing a Randuin's, not seeing a Frozen Heart from him yet, but as he gets a bit more MR under his belt, expect that we will see more focus on making sure that Hansama can do nothing to hurt him in these exchanges. And Oscar also a guy who's not afraid. Hold that thought. Jun picked out. Will just force the locket cooldown away.
This still gives space to Fnatic, though, to get the mid lane turret. And some are going to come to try and wrap around. Razork is shifting topside, so maybe they want to look for a pick, but there's so much vision up on this top side for G2 because that's where they just a minute ago put all their pressure. It's more Fnatic having to clear out all that space, and they still haven't been able to put the pressure they want to on towards mid. So I think Fnatic wanting to get some control around the Baron area for themselves, but not getting much more out of it.
Good diligence from G2 to lay down some vision in that pit. With the Zir this far ahead of the 2 item mark, Nashers and the Death Cap. Fnatic have a pretty fast Baron, even without Noah bringing much to the table is the lethality of Varus in terms of Baron damage. Tension, I think it's safe to say, on the faces of Fnatic. With some smiles, some optimism. Will we make it to game 5 or will G2 close it here? Nail biter of a game 4. Either side with an insurmountable advantage. Mickey stepping up. Good hook onto Jun. Play backwards, but Jun dashes out to safety. Meeting Mikhail. Mickey's targeting himself, but Cap's the one who's caught out. Broken Blade not doing a whole heck of a lot. Hansama trying to auto over the wall, but he hasn't found the reset quite yet. Ghosting now through the fight. If he finds one, they're likely to take more. Yikes, still living. The reset's now going to start coming through. Flashback from Noah, trying to stay standing, but Hansama, look at that attack speed. Oscar Renan, the frontliner, the one protecting the rest of this fight for Fnatic. Push away. Fight fizzles. 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Fnatic. Only Humanoid going to die in the play.
Great pick from Humanoid. Getting caps. I was a little bit worried once Humanoid went down because, as we've already said, Humanoid kind of has to be the main damage source for the Fnatic lineup. But because they've taken out caps and Hansama wasn't really in a position to get enough damage off, it actually works out well. You can see here it takes a long time with the shield for caps to go down.
Really nice play from Humanoid, but as you rightly said, it takes a little while. The ultimate from Hansama already connecting onto anyone, but he's ultimately untouched on the backside, forcing Fnatic to retreat. They still win out on the fight ultimately because they walk away with 2 kills, but you can see how close and how tense it really is. Hansama only continues to get stronger. His Infinity Edge is on the way, and when it comes through, it's really where G2 are going to be at their scariest point now that Caps has that Death Cap completed as well.
And that's the IE. Right.
Oh, there it is. Right, never mind.
22 minutes in. Had enough gold when he returned. Base in the end of that play. 5-0-1 the score for the Jinx. Truly terrifying. 4th item Lord Dominix feels like the death sentence for Fnatic. The wall now coming in. Noah caught out. Manages to make it to the other side, but now he's locked in the 1v1 versus Caps. Trying to find the good side steps. Will make it away, but just doesn't have enough HP. Shut down for G2. Clean pick in the middle lane. Broken Blade, though. Overcommitting on this one. Walks back to the wall to try to get support from the rest of the team. Fnatic caught in the 4v5, hoping to pick off Broken Blade. Pushback from Humanoid is not what they needed. Does not connect. G2 happy to walk away, happy to run towards the Baron, knowing that major cooldown is not available.
Broken Blade's E coming up at just the right time, and Humanoid whiffs the ulti, gives way for G2 to start off the Baron. Noah still 12 seconds away. Razork needs to find the type of play that Yike found earlier today.
As the ult, he can get into the pit.
Oscar takes absolutely no damage. Good poke now coming in. Broken Blade trying to disrupt the backline. All of G2 immediately turn off the objective. Oscar pulling Broken Blade back, but he's not hitting the backline targets he wants to be. Endless CC from the Zac and the Rek'Sai. Hansama now dominating the front line, freeing up so much space for him to do his work. Jun running, trying to peel for Oscar. Noah now coming in, but Oscar drops, Jun drops, and Noah is not strong enough to face the wrath of 5 members of G2. Nobody's gonna drop, and they're gonna go right back to the Baron.
G2 find the fight that they needed. They get onto Humanoid. They deny Fnatic access to the pit, and just like that, they see Humanoid in the bottom side of the map. Immediately, Caps is like, we can catch Noah. He pushed too far up. He tried to get onto the mid wave. And by the time Fnatic come in, it's already a 4v5, and Hansama, great positioning over the wall to make sure that no one can threaten him.
I don't even think Noah oversteps. He just doesn't respect the ability for G2 to collapse. Good old D to start things off from Caps. Then Oscar being the front line. You look at how low G2 actually gets, but Broken Blade doesn't care. He and Yike dive onto the back line. The carries play around that, and Razork really isn't able to do much. Gets thrown around. G2 secure another. And then when Oscar in and drops, it's just a sad day for Noah, realizing I've just died and I'm gonna get sent straight back to the fountain.
Now it is really hard for Fnatic. They're at a huge deficit. G2 don't want to give up this Drake. Caps is already pushed in the mid lane wave. Wall coming from behind. Noah again isolated the front line. Can they protect him? Backstep from him is good. Seismic Shove not going to do much, but Broken Blade again is just completely unkillable, and Hans Sama has already gotten a reset. 4 members of Fnatic retreating, grouped up. Yike looking for a way to knock them up. Unstoppable from Cassante. The scoop now coming in. Humanoid wants to keep this game going. Jun and Oscar still standing strong, and that Cassante is powerful. G2 overestimate themselves in the face of Fnatic, in the face of Oscar. They come up short. Humanoid saves the day for Fnatic.
Humanoid ascends to godhood with the shuffle to connect onto Hans Sama to rip the game out of G2's hands and present it kindly at the feet of Fnatic.
Humanoid shows once again why he is absolute cinema with a fantastic ultimate onto Hans. We're going to look back at the play. A fight that starts off heavily in favor of G2 once again. A nice ultimate to cut off the escape route of Fnatic. They're funneled in. The ulti from Hans connects onto Noah. And then Razork drops. The jungler gone. Now Fnatic are on the retreat, but G2 overstay their welcome. Caps is trying to find a flank. The ultimate there from Humanoid connects onto the carry they need to find. And with him still alive, Fnatic finally have the damage to win out the fight.
Perfect follow from Jun in that as well. The grand entrance as Humanoid has scooped Hans Sama in towards him. The synergy between these two has been crazy impressive in that last team fight. And just like that, Fnatic, they find that window back into the game.
And in the fights to come, Hans Sama has to play flawlessly. If he drops, Oscar Renin is unkillable. They just do not have the damage that they need to obliterate that Cassante. The Rek'Sai, the Zac, yes, they're hard to kill, but they are not killing Oscar.
And how many times have we seen Fnatic been able to rely on Humanoid, rely on this Azir? Caps trying to force them back, but they're going in.
He's looking to lock upon Sama. Flawless CC! No hesitation from Fnatic! In the face of elimination, they will make the play work. Caps on the backside of the fight, set to fall now, knocks down Oscar, but it's still, overall, it's close. It's a 3v3. Yike, Broken Blade. Can they find the angle? Can they keep this fight going? Nice Q3 going through. Oscar should be able to take over, but they have to try and limit it. Razor trying to find the healing, a little bit extra coming forward. The shielding now going in as well. Oscar stepping in, but he doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have the ability to stick on these targets. They're slowly but surely trying to win out on the fight. Unstoppable now, interrupts, pulls away. Mickey should just be able to shut through that health. It's all eyes on Oscar. Oscar and Jun versus the world. Oscar and Jun to hold on to hope for Fnatic as G2 desperately try to claw this fight back.
Who's dying?
No one is dying except for Jun, maybe. Finally, they will take down the Rakan. Jun's got nowhere to go. The pullback. He's not enough. Jun escaping. Are you kidding me? He will die in the end. The Jinx Rocket sidestep. This man refuses to drop. It's the tower who takes him in the end. My God, what a fight.
There's not even any objectives to play for. Fnatic were just sieging in mid. They see an opportunity as Hans is left isolated in the mid lane. Mickey can't provide the peel. The flash isn't fast enough. But the response from G2 is just as strong. They get onto the back line, they take out Noah. A snipe from Yike onto Humanoid shuts him down. And then it's just a battle of the bruises.
I didn't even catch the hook from Mickey on the first time around. As the shuffle comes through, he snipes Humanoid on the back line, which locks him up for G2 to deal with them. That could have been a very different fight if that hook hadn't landed. But with this, Yike has damage, BB has damage, and Oscar Renin ults, but just cannot get through the beefcakes that G2 have.
I feel like in an extended play, if he has a year, he will eventually win, but it just doesn't matter. There's too much sustain. He doesn't have enough damage to work through it by himself, and Jun, it's a heroic effort, but at the end of the day, it just feels like it resets everything back to even. G2 hold on in a play that might have been a death sentence as we return to live. We see what the state of the map is after a quick reaction from Jun.
Everyone is on the Baron. G2 moved in quicker, so got some vision down. You can see they've got it over by the blue buff. But there's the wall again. Nobody caught out on Fnatic this time, though.
Noah caught in the pinch, does get flicked back. Cleanses, walks away. Lockett gonna keep him relatively healthy. And again, Broken Blade constantly looking for these angles. Judd battle dancing back to his front line. Oscar ready to step forward with the Q3. Good hook from Mickey, but maybe not the ideal target. Sky Splitter going down. Fnatic hope to find a bit of poke. Arrow going wide, both sides committed to the 5v5, but off on the side again. Broken Blade looking for the angle. Hans Sama the one that matters. Caps the one that matters. Which side can find backline access first?
The poke is coming through though onto Hans Sama. BD needs to try and find some way to get in onto this, but Humanoid and Noah are constantly up at the top side of the lane, and they cannot find that entrance.
15 seconds until the Baron. Both these teams fighting for river control. G2's waves in top and bot are more favorable for them, and Fnatic will need to answer soon. But it's not too scary for the time being. 50 seconds until Dragon. It's a tense moment between these teams. 20 kills to 23. The bloodshed is real. Here comes Broken Blade on the flank.
Ulti going wide, push back, denying Broken Blade access to the backline. All Fnatic now need to retreat. Oscar buying as much space as humanly possible, but Hansama does a lot of work here. Unstoppable now as he pulls Yike away. Oscar now trying to escape. The blobs on the ground for Broken Blade. It looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1, frontline for frontline, but the TP is there for G2. They will keep their top laner standing. Noah over the wall can do absolutely nothing, and it's just Jinx taking over a quadra for Hansama. They're hunting
another
for the Penta. A bit of cruel irony for Noah. He was on the opposite side of this yesterday. Now he'll have to come face to face with the fact that it's Hansama who is slowly walking him down. Hansama who is securing the pentakill with G2 at match point.
2 pentakills in this series for G2, with Hansama able to secure another, and with what might be their 4th title in a row on the line, G2 find the team fight that they need and both objectives.
G2 are able to find the fight. The idea from Fnatic is good. Humanoid turns his attention onto the tank. They say, just melt him, kill him, quick, quick, quick. Oscar is tanking on the other side, but Jinx is just too strong at this point. He's not able to buy enough time, and it's TP from Caps. Again, it's all about time for the Jinx, and Hansama is given so much room to play with. A quadra rounded out with a penta means that G2 are poised to take this series, this final, and another title for the belt.
And Humanoid is trying everything he can to keep Fnatic in it. The shuffles have been great, but Broken Blade is just too tanky. They just can't quite find the damage when they need it. They just can't quite find enough to put G2 back in the box. And now they're setting up on the map. Vision is everywhere. Waves are in the favor of G2 as they'll be able to push them out. And they have to try and hold the base. They have to try and hold on for just that little bit longer.
Gold favoring G2 very heavily. The Baron buff as well. 2 minutes left as they try to stack their waves. You can see Broken Blade not hitting in the mid lane. Wants to make sure that everything is crashing at the same time.
Exactly that. They have push in top, but they have just Caps sitting in the brush, allowing for the slow push at the minions in the mid. The Zac was doing the exact same thing. They want to create these 3 points of pressure, but Fnatic are going to match in mids to slow that push down. This gives an avenue for Hansama to push in this wave and secure a tower completely uncontested. The Jinx is at full build now. Full late game Jinx is something that any League player has experienced before and is a terrifying thing to deal with the GA on top of it. Even if Fnatic get the pick onto Hans, the question is, will it even be enough with Mickey lying in wait to provide the lantern for safety?
So much pressure on Fnatic to find the perfect angle to force these fights. They do not kill the front line of G2 nearly as well as G2 can kill theirs. The lethality Boris was supposed to get ahead, was supposed to be the poke threat onto the Jinx, onto the Taliyah. Maybe if Noah can find a couple of arrows, hitting Hansama, hitting Caps, he could start this fight out favorably for Fnatic, but it's so impossible for them to kill Broken Blade at Yike at this point in the game.
You need the miracle play between Jun and Humanoid again. Just find that moment where Hansama takes that step too far forward. No summoner spells available for him. Will make things a little bit easier. But you have to sacrifice something. It's going to be a tower you have to give up in order to make the play, and it looks like Fnatic might go for it now with Oscar in and abandoning mid-wave.
Caps watching bot lane, you can see, just completely stops moving. Ready to Weaver's Wall in if he needs to. Ushering in the cannon minion as Oscar walks up to contest the wave. More falling away here. Humanoid off to the side, just laying a bit of damage down onto Yike.
This is where Yike is so valuable. Every time he goes under the ground, he can spot out if Humanoid is looking for a flank, if Jun is coming in from a different angle, and all he's doing is getting this little bits of information for G2 to make sure that they don't get caught out.
Weaver's Wall, Jun off on one side, taking his time, does not want to burn any resources. He doesn't have to. That's the wave stepping up. Instant engage. Now coming in. Hansama on the backside, still untouched, but Jun goes in. There's no fall. The pushback from Humanoid is good. It looks like they're trying to take down the backline, but Humanoid is already down, and Hansama is at full HP. That's going to
be it, the double for Hans. G2 don't have a wave, but I don't think it matters. Breaking down the towers and looking to end it here.
G2 have gone and done it again. Humanoid tried his best, but his best was not enough. As long as Hans is alive, G2 will make a beeline towards the base to round out this series.
But going in, a last desperate hold from the bottom lane of Fnatic. It should not be enough. There's no way they can do this. Noah goes in trying to kill Caps. He'll get at least one. But as long as Hansama is standing, G2 know that they have the win. He's taken down John as well. And for the 4th time in the organization's history, they're going to get 4 titles back to back to back to back. They will secure first seed in MSI, and they will lift the Spring Split shield.
An overall impressive split from G2. Their regular season was shaky at times, but in playoffs, they cemented their style. The lane swaps, they played around with a lot, but when it came down to the bog standard 2v2s, the 1v1s, it was G2 that came out on top.
Now we take a look at our trophy ceremony presented by Kia.
Incredible stuff from G2 as they lift the trophy. It was hard fought. Fnatic really did not want to give them that game 4, but G2 once again are the champions of Europe.
Heroic performance in the finals. Everyone on G2 having their moments in the final game. It was Hansama on the Jinx. His front line playing beautifully to give him the room and the space to shine. Now we can look ahead towards MSI's first seed. They don't have to go through plans. They have the time to prep, to get ready. But today, a day for celebration. 6 weeks hard fought to bring them here.
Last year it was Spring, of course, that G2 fell short. Ended up losing to Mad Lions in the lower bracket. And this year they wanted to change that. They want to be consecutive champions throughout the entire year. They've secured winter, they've secured spring. And summer, well, MSI is next on the objective. Obviously a challenging hurdle ahead of them, but they will represent Europe as the #1 seed against the best competition that the world has to offer.
And despite locking in winter this year, they wouldn't make the same mistakes. Sights have been set on international, but they will not make the same missteps. It'll reign at the top, 2 splits across all of 2024.
And this is what everything G2 have been looking for. Bringing in Duffman, working on the mid-game, finding success both splits in a row. They are a team that not wants to only dominate Europe, they want to go to that international stage and show just what Europe is capable of. But it feels like that road, that first footstep on that journey has only just begun with this win here today.
I mean, they kept the roster together to only build upon what they started last year. The expectations are high on this roster, and we'll see if they can live up to their expectations. MSI is just around the corner, and they're excited and ready to go.
An impressive day for G2. No doubt, as they suit up for some final pictures.
I mean, when they bring Romano Cop, what can you expect, you know?
Doesn't matter if he's a cyborg or a unicorn, he's always there to back the teams. Caps being pulled aside as we gear up for a winner's interview, I have no doubt. Of course, today belongs to G2, but MSI stands ahead for both Fnatic and G2. At least you think.
I hope we see 17 kill Hansama MSI.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be cool. I'd be happy
Yeah.
with that.
I would like that.
I'll accept 15. That's okay, too.
Yeah. Specifically against North America would be great.
That would be sick.
That would be optimal, really. I mean, we know that they're eager for the rematch, that's for sure.
And you got to know that this stays sweet. And I think for G2 as well, now they have the time to actually boot camp. You know, Plains is so close. Well, we'll hold that thought. Lore standing by with the victorious Caps. Let's hear what he has to say about the split and the series.
Thank you so much, guys and Caps. Thank you for joining me. Congrats on yet again a 12 title, 13 finals, 12 titles. How does this one feel?
I definitely feel, relief more than anything today. I think that the games were very close and they were very Fiesta-ish as well. They were very aggressive and we were caught off guard a few times. I think we felt quite stressed in the games, so definitely just super relieved that we got the win.
I can imagine, and especially for us with the rivalry with you guys and Fnatic, it feels like it hasn't been that close for a long time, but now with the way they've been playing, it feels like it's closer than ever. Is it a feeling that you guys had playing them?
Definitely. I definitely think Fnatic played very well today, and I think they caught us off guard on a lot of things that we were kind of expecting it, some of the things, but we still died through it. So, hats off to them, right? And obviously, we're not too happy about that. Yeah. But that we got the wins in the end is crucial.
Of course.
I'm happy with that.
Especially compared to what happened to you guys last year, clutching the winter, not making it a spring. How did you approach things differently this time around to make sure that you were not only going to MSI, but that you were going to grab that first place?
I think we always want to win, right? We want to win the regular season, we want to win the playoffs, we want to win at MSI as well, but we failed last year, and I think we maybe got too loose with a lot of our ideas. I think we kind of were testing a lot of crazy things, and sure, this time we're also doing the lane swaps and stuff, but I think in terms of our picks, we didn't have that standard, reliable way to win. I think right now we do. We just also have some lane swapping going on as well.
That's a good thing for MSI, a lot of tools in the box. As I said at the beginning of this interview, 12 title. How do you prepare for each interview for them to, finals, sorry, for them to not feel exactly the same? Because when you're used to winning so much, it must become a habit. How do you not become complacent towards the fact that you have to play at the same level every time?
I think the thing is that League is changing all the time, right? So you really need to stay up to date with what the new strong champions are. And yeah, for example, this the lane swap is just a completely different mindset set we have. Even me, some mid laner. Obviously, there are different priorities, and yeah, I think every split felt different, and this one is no exception. But yeah, I'm definitely just relieved. Not super happy with the performance, to be honest. I think I could definitely play a lot better. But I think winning, despite of that, is very important.
What is amazing with you, Caps, is that you've been winning so much, you've been in the league for so long, but still, you don't slack, you don't plateau, you keep on getting better. And something that we've been talking about coming into today is it might be the best version that we've seen for you so far, the most consistent, the more clutch. Is it something you agree on? Do you feel like you're the strongest you have ever been?
Well, thank you. I don't know, I'm not sure about today. I think it definitely was not a performance I was too happy with. I think they were catching us off guard a lot. But I'm definitely happy with overall the level. I think we as a team are just improving a lot, and I think we're getting way better at playing together and really mid-maxing the team stuff. Yeah. Because I think last year we were playing more solo plays, but now we're doing really well as a team. So I'm super happy about that.
Focusing on the forbidden topic that is ahead of you guys, MSI, Chengdu. It's going to be amazing, I hope. But what is your resolution for this tournament?
Yeah, we really want to prove ourselves. I think it's been a long time since we even did remotely good internationally. So we really want to show that there's still hope. A new hope arrives, right? I think that, I think we can definitely compete with the best. I think last Worlds we were doing quite good in scrims, but then on stage we were kind of soft. They had good answers to our strategy, and we were relying on very aggressive snowballs. So when they were not going our way, or when we threw a bit too much, that wasn't working out. Now we have some lane swap. Let's see how they'll react to that.
Yeah, but there are going to be other teams that are ready for the lane swap. Any specific team that you have in mind that you want to face off against? We saw the LCK finals this morning, pending the LPL finals as well. But who do you have your eyes on, Caps?
I think as firstly we'll probably face second seed, right? So I guess right now T1 is the team that is qualified there, so that's definitely a team to watch out for the world champions, and Faker is obviously really insane. So that would be a huge series to play, and that would be a perfect time to prove ourselves.
Yeah, you versus Faker, always something that I love watching. Caps, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congrats on the 12th title. Shox, over to you on stage.
Thank you so much. I do find myself on stage once again with G2, this time with Broken Blade, Yike, and Mickey, and of course, home map behind them. I hope that Lore will grab Hansama later as well, because we don't want to leave anyone out in this victory. Gentlemen, congratulations, another W. Broken Blade, the first thing that you said was, this one was kind of different. Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, we lane swapped every single game. So that was a different part. I feel like I was teleported back like 10 years ago, you know, where it was a thing every game. It definitely feels weird to win it this way. I do think we played it better. That's why we won. I'm sure my teammates will also elaborate on that at some point during this interview.
Maybe right now, that was a great setup, but they didn't bite. Mickey, elaborate. What about the lane swaps?
I mean, I guess the 2 games we just did, like, well, not really lane swap, but we just like went 4 bot and just like kind of lanes together. So yeah, it was interesting. It was definitely a different way to win the split. So I can agree it felt weird, but I also felt weirder because we were just like throwing so much. So it was a little bit like embarrassing to actually play the game. Even though we were like so far ahead in most of the cases, like from the lane swap advantages, I think we kind of won the rock, paper, scissors a lot of the times where there's like blind swapped up and we stayed bot and all that. So yeah, what are you doing here? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just the younger. I don't know if I can do much with the top and bot stuff. I always try to just follow their calls, because it's usually Hans or BB calling where to go, where I should go, and I just do my camps and then I just run there.
I see, easy. I do owe you an apology. Your Rek'Sai was actually good. But generally, how did you feel about the picks for you during this series and the fact that you obviously saw that in one of the games in the lane swap scenario, you probably feel a little bit useless as that Rek'Sai and in terms of the lessons you learned?
Yeah, I think a lot in these lane swap games, I kind of have to just cover in case they TP. And when they TP, we dive. And I think we did it, I don't know if it was this game or the game before, but that's the time where I actually dove them and we got ahead. But sometimes if they don't TP, I will just sit behind bot and I will just wait and no one is coming and then I don't farm. And that's like the disadvantage for me.
Okay. What are your general expectations in terms of the lane swaps going into the international stage? I know there is, there's time now, right? You're probably going to bootcamp for it as well. We saw it also over from NIP, Broken Blade. So what do you think? And would you like it to become the norm going into MSI or rather not?
I mean, I wouldn't like it. My KDA is suffering.
Yeah.
I was dying a lot today, but we are winning those games. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's always going to be a new patch. There's going to be a new patch dropping.
Yeah.
If that's the best strat for us to win, then we're going to do it, right? It's just as simple as that. Little thing.
What?
But yeah, I also think, like, for example, the TF and stuff, we were going to play normal, but then they lane stopped on us. So I also think we need to be ready for that. 1 second.
Someone telling you something?
No, it's like...
Okay.
Okay. Well, you let me finish.
Go.
Then, like, I think that we can also play the normal game, but when enemies like swap on us, we also need to react to that, as we did very well. I'm very proud of my teammates for reacting very well, especially our jungler, who has to follow the calls of our top and AD carry apparently. So.
Apparently, yeah.
Apparently, I think that's fair enough. I'm just going to check if the Hansama interview is ready yet, because I see Lore giving me the thumbs up, so I'm going to ignore my producer's call and kick it over to Lore and Hansama.
It's fine, we got this. And of course, we had to talk to the double pentacular of these finals. Hansama, thank you so much. What is this finals about for you? Because you had a couple titles so far, so not your first rodeo. How is this one special?
This one is special because that's the spring split we lost last year. Doing a win for the spring going to MSI is what really mattered for us and for me. So we're really happy that we got the win and back-to-back champions to go MSI.
What is about Hansama getting pentakills in finals? Because it's not the first time as well. I believe you had one in Montpellier last year as well when you got the title. 2 today. Is it something that your team helps you building, or tell me about this energy that you get on final that pushes you to get these kills and these actions?
Well, I got the pentakill today, but it was maybe like just, well, it was a really easy pentakill.
All right.
Caps got a pentakill as well, and I feel like there's so much pentakill going on in this meta. Like it happened yesterday, and it's like almost every single series, I feel like. So yeah, it's penta meta.
Do you think it says something about the state of the game, or is it unrelated? Because it's not strictly bot lane. We saw some pentakills on mid lane as well.
Or maybe the carry on the mid and the bottom lane are just very strong. It's been like that since the beginning of the year, since Smolder was there, basically. Then you see some Jinx and then Pentas everywhere. Well, there was a bit of Zeri. A few,
All right. Focusing on what's next. MSI on the line, yet again. How are you going to prep for this one? How much time do you have, actually, before you have to go to Chengdu?
I'm not sure, but I think we just go to... we will go like in a week or two. I don't think we will have so much time, but I think we will have enough time to prepare.
Perfect. That's what Europe wants to hear. What's your resolution, Hansama, for this MSI? What do you want to prove for yourself and for the rest of Europe? We trust you, by the way.
Well, we definitely want to beat the Asian teams in the MSI and really do something different than we did last year.
I mean, there is an international revenge to take. Let's see what the rest of the team has to say. Félicitations. Thank you so much for the interview once again. And Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, vous deux. Lovely. So we will talk a little bit more about MSI, exactly that. However, wait, can you say that again? So I need to kick someone off? Mickey, could you step off? Because Caps is our finals MVP and I only have 3 chairs.
No way.
My apologies. Caps, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now you have to do 2 interviews, huh?
True.
Yeah, I don't really know since Laura was already able to ask you a lot of questions about how you feel about your personal development. Let me put it in the context of you with the team, because you having a fantastic split means that the rest of the team levels up as well, but I feel like the individuals did as well. So is there anything you want to say about how you feel you have progressed as a full team this split and this year so far?
I mean, I definitely think we have improved a lot, and I think we have been very honest with each other about pushing each other to making more advantages together, basically. So we're playing less on our own, and I think that's that's just the main reason why I think I'm doing better, because we're working together as a unit. I also think I'm surprised I won today, to be honest. So I think maybe it's a bit biased, some fans, because I think I think everyone had a really insane series. I think again, a huge shout out to Yike for second game. I think that one was looking a bit rough, but the Volibear was popping up. So yeah.
Oh, so you think Yike should have won it, or who do you think should have won it?
I mean, I think Mickey should have won it.
We're not picking you.
Let's talk a little bit about MSI. I know the trophy must be heavy. Yike, going into MSI, going into that tournament for the second time for you, and I'm sure that you had a couple of things you regretted from last time around. So what is the main focus, and where do you think you as a jungler, but also you in playing with your team, have improved the most, and what you have to look out for at MSI?
Yeah, I think compared to last MSI, I came in very hyped, a bit cocky almost, and really wanted to beat all the Asian teams. And then they kind of just smashed us, and it was a bit embarrassing for us, and I felt very bad. Same happened in Worlds, so I think going into this international tournament, I really want to make us just play better, do better. I think we have to just try hard.
Of course, the $1 million question is not if you will be able to beat the LCK or the LPL. I mean, I guess we'll see. But please, for the love of everything that's holy, do you think you'll be able to beat NA at MSI this year?
Yes, I do think we will beat NA. I think there should be no way we lose to them. Do you agree, Caps?
I actually think it might be tough for us to beat NA, but that's more so just because I don't think they'll be in the winners bracket. So.
Good one.
I love how you stay cocky, even though, you know, we're still embarrassed from Worlds. Broken Blade, some final questions to you. I think a big focus is on top lane. We've talked about it so many times, and even the last time that we spoke in PGL, we said we're gonna talk if you win. In terms of the work you have done, also with your personal top lane trainer, etc., and the versatility that you have shown, the way you have approached the lane swaps, being in losing positions, but still being able to influence the map, what is your general feeling about how you will weigh up against the international competition this time around?
I have a very good and strong feeling about MSI. I feel like I have elevated not only my game, but also the way I practice. And obviously, when we are on MSI, it's all about playing against the best of the best, right? Mm-hmm. And that gives me the best practice. So if I can use it well, I'll be able to match it or even do better. So that's what I'm looking for. I have very great stuff. Obviously, I had a lot of help with these two splits. And
there they are, right on cue.
For me, I have learned a lot for personal growth and also how I use practice and like just the way I take my scrims in like I don't want to leak what I do because I think others can copy it, but I have a good plan going into MSI, so I hope I can show it. That's all I can say. Obviously, I'm going to have to show it first, which I will. Very confident. Right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're so confident. Let's go. Yike, do you want to thank the G2 fans and the faithful? I also know that some of your family's here, so if you want to say anything to them, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm very thankful for the G2 fans, always cheering for us, always cheering for me. I always get very supportive and kind messages, like all the time from all my fans, so I really appreciate it. It makes me smile like every day. And then yeah, today I have my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend and her sister cheering for me. So I'm very, very grateful they came here today and cheered for me. And yeah, I love you all. Thank you.
Okay. On that note, before we sign off, Laure, Romain, would you mind taking a photo? We've started a tradition where we take a picture with Yike and the shield. So we thought this time we'd do it not at an after party, but actually at the studio. Yeah. Just taking over, sorry.
Wait, do I need both the shields?
I think you need the shield and you need the photo.
I hold both of them.
And then I'll hold the mic, you can grab the photo. Okay.
That works.
Yeah? Lovely. With that, thank you everyone for another amazing split in the LEC. Congratulations to G2 for the victory. And of course, it's G2 and Fnatic that will represent our region at MSI 2024 in Chengdu, China, starting on May 1st with the play-in stage. You can catch the draw show on April 20th after the LPL Spring Finals. Let's give it up one more time for our spring champions, G2 Esports.
Thank you.
Have an amazing night. See you at MSI.
Can I go in, guys? I go in. I got Vega. I can kill. Vega. Nice. Sion in the pit, guys. I'm on Sion. I have him. He's dead. And mid.
Guys, we just played them, you have them. Right? We're not playing good.
Oh, nice speech, bro. You just play them, you have them. Okay.
You have them.
Humanoid running. Already used the flight, the flash from Mickey. They're just trying to kick the fight off. John looking for the disengage. Ultimate caps on the backside, though. Pushes back too. With the skies descend. Fnatic desperately holding on.
I go on Jinx. Jinx is... Get them all.
Extra healing coming in from the frenzied ball. Another 900 HP, baby. Bear going crazy in the 2v1. Stretching strike.
Reflex, not sure if it's gonna hit. Don't know if it'll matter. Broken
Mickey's
Blade also
mids.
does more damage. Nice scoop back. Mickey goes him into the waiting arms of Yike. Caps grabbing that kill.
I'm dead, okay? I'm hitting moving. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Nice, I'm dead. It's good. Yeah, help us here. Nice. Very winning. Nice.
It's all Oscar. He's finding advantage. He's going to find another one.
No passive for Broken Blade.
Very fucking good, Oscar.
They're going to take their time deciding who they want to donate this to. It will be Hansama. But Noah,
I mean, they
focused, shut down.
It's okay, no. It's okay. Okay, it's okay. I'm fine. I'm dead. Nice. Very winning.
Guys, nice.
And for the 4th time in the organization's history, they're going to get 4 titles back to back to back to back. They will secure first seed in MSI, and they will lift the Spring Split shield.